Okay, what's a simp?
I'll explain it in the show, okay? Oh yeah, it's got me live, all right, and there it is. Okay, I'll give it a couple. I'll give it a minute or so. Let somebody get in the chat, but I'm alive right now, so I'll let somebody get in the chat first. Of course, people are going to wonder who this is right away. Okay, we got somebody in the chat here. And so, anyhow, tonight's show might prove to be interesting. If you're looking up at the background drop, you're seeing a chat that was carried out by Steve Hoka on his live stream last night. And you'll see the background. This was the chat going on between Steve Hoka and the guy in the pictures, the guy that, well, put the pornography in Steve's show last night. So this is why this guy's a star today. He's a superstar. He was going by the name of Cock. Huh. Now
That's
I'm
an
not
interesting.
now I'm not gonna say it's the same guy from Germany, but he had the name Cock from Germany. Okay. And so I'm only gonna say this. Because the real voice was never used, this person never spoke. They were hiding their voice. And if I was going to be paying attention to why would somebody hide their voice, I would suggest it's probably because if they spoke, people would know who they are. Okay? This would most likely be the reason you would also hide your voice. But the picture, this is the actual Zoom meeting box that don't show up in the live stream. Okay? So you don't see the meeting box in the live stream on Steve's show. And so when the guy that hacked into Steve's show last night, he screwed up and accidentally turned on his cam and didn't know he had. Steve was fast and caught his picture. So what you're looking at is the chat on the left to the right. The first chat on the left, the second one on the right was the conversation between Steve Hoka and the guy calling himself Cock from Germany. Okay? So this is where we're sitting that way. And I'm going to check something here quick. Okay? I've got other people wanting to come in here. Steve Hoka's going to be making an appearance on tonight's show for a little while to tell you about what exactly happened to him because I was not present for his live stream. And because I was not present for Steve's live stream, okay, I'm not going to say a lot other than what I know what Steve's told me. I want you to hear it from Steve's mouth himself, okay? And so that's where I come from with that. But I do want to let you know that Steve Hope is going to be on the show at some point tonight. He's going to show up in here. Him and I just got through talking a little bit ago, okay? And the stuff that I got from Steve himself. Steve Hoke is the one that gave me this stuff. Okay? This is the stuff that he actually caught last night in his live stream when the porn came in. I do have to say it's a pretty creepy guy, all right? Because let's see. He put pornography in with a dog having sex with a female and black and white chicks together and had his Jewish slogan going and then made a special recording call with calling Jews and all kinds of rubbish names, and then of course bringing my name up, calling me a simp. And for Mitchell, who's with me here in Hayden Rose, now Mitchell asked me what a simp is. A simp is generally called a guy who will white knight for a woman even when she's in the wrong. The guy that won't stand up to himself for a female, but will white knight to rescue for the female, even if she's clearly in the wrong, and won't call her out on her wrong. That is a simp, okay? So just plain forward, that's straight up, that's what a simp is, Mitchell. And Mitchell's on the show with me here, and so's Hayden Rose. If you guys want to say hi, whatever, here you are.
Hey guys, how's it going? How's it going, Mitchell?
How you doing?
How you doing, Bill?
There's been times that I've been in a situation that I probably acted like a simp too, but it was a situation that was backed in the corner.
Yeah, well, but that's commonly what a simp is, a guy who will white knight for a woman, well, even when she's clearly in the wrong, and won't stand up for himself to a woman whatsoever. And these people don't even know me personally. They haven't the first clue of how I am in real life. Okay? I'm pretty much what I am online. I don't put on an act. I never have. I've always stood up for myself. It was me that left my son's mother. Okay? If people just don't understand me or know me, you just make assumptions. Okay? Nope, you
Yeah,
can't
you're
do
right,
that.
Bill. The whole
Okay.
simping thing. Um, I think the deceptive thing about um, simpish behavior that a lot of people don't understand is that a lot of guys, especially guys that are younger, my age, they believe that by simping to a woman, that's somehow going to gain her favor with him and give him an opportunity to be intimate with her. When the fact of the matter is, a lot of times it's not. A lot of
No,
times she'll be more turned off by you in such cases. What do you think?
Yes, I would
well,
agree with that. But go ahead, Mitchell.
either they like you or they don't. That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah, in reality, it is. The woman either likes you or she don't. End of story. There's no two ifs or ands.
That's it. I mean, if they like you, they like you. If they don't like you, it's not going to matter how nice you are. That's why when they talked about nice guy on that PUA, what it really means, the woman's not into you, or the woman's not attracted to you or feeling you. It's not going to matter how nice you are. He's not going to want to be bothered.
no,
That's
Yes.
true
that's
right there. Oh, hello everybody. My name is Martel. Sorry not to introduce myself.
We got a lot of
Hey,
people talking, but yes,
hey,
Martel's with us.
what's going on, Martel?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Just came home from the grocery store getting ready to make some pizza. And it definitely is simple as basically a woman worshiper, which I have no respect for woman worshipers. Which is kind of ironic that I would grow up first time I was a simp myself. I had to kind of be true for myself. I didn't know I was a simp until after so many years later. I had to come out and say I was a simp or so. Because no,
Yeah,
my parents didn't talk. My parents, they came from an old generation, and so like basically what was it, chivalry or something like that.
yeah, that's
hold
true.
on a
I think
second.
we,
Right
I
back.
think we, I think we can all look on moments in our past where we were like, "Damn, I should have never acted that way. That was simpish." But
Well, the thing is what happened to Steve's show last night shouldn't be happening. It shows the mentality. I'll tell you this though. The person that you're seeing in the picture definitely either has worked as an IP tech, or, worked on computers as a tech for a living, or he's knowledged himself a whole lot about a computer, and he's above most people's computer levels. Okay, this guy literally hacks his way into Zoom and takes over Steve Hoka's meeting as the host, so he could put the video in there because he couldn't just put it in there because Steve had set the settings to protect himself, and this guy was able to hack his way in to
Wow.
do it anyhow. Okay, and he got careless amongst hacking his way in, so I figure he's the same person responsible for the porn on Steve's last show and the one before that as well.
Oh, what a
Okay,
creep! What a creepo!
yeah,
so you can
yeah,
bet your bottom dollar on that. And this guy right here, I mean, his face deserves to be shown. If anybody knows who he is, feel free to take this picture. I can put it in the freaking chat for you. You can take the picture, you can spread it all over the internet, maybe somebody will know who this clown is.
He deserved to get blasted. That was really uncalled for what he done to Steve Hoka.
Yeah, I mean, putting 5 videos of some of that pornography up on the screen at the same time the way he did, that was just absolutely fucked up and uncalled for.
Yeah, he could. Steve Hoka could lose his channel that way.
Exactly. That's why it's a serious deal for that shit to be going on, because Steve's been putting in a lot of work for a lot of years, and to see all of it go away because of some asshole that put pornography on his live streams, we can't have that.
Yeah, I mean, this guy needs to be put on blast, and that's as simple as that. This guy deserves to be put on blast. That's why he's up here tonight, because you're gonna come up on a live stream on YouTube and you're gonna hack your way into something you don't belong in, and start inserting pornography into somebody's live stream to cost them their channel, to make them look bad. Anybody that does that type of shit really deserves what they get. Okay? That's the way I look at that. They deserve what they get.
Yeah, hopefully it'll come around to bite him at the ass some point, sooner or later.
Yeah, so I put them on blast tonight in this show. That's why you're looking at the background drop of the picture of him, and you can see, like I said, on the left is Steve Hoka's conversation with this guy, and on the right, and this guy's calling himself Cock from Germany. Now I find it suspicious that he's made sure that his voice ain't in here. I find that suspicious that there's no voice. He never talked. Well, of course he didn't talk. He came into the meeting, and the reason he wasn't talking is because he was too busy hacking into the back door of Steve's Zoom and then freaking taking his clip he already put together to play it.
Hey, Bill, he was too busy approaching 300 women to get his 300-pound sweetheart with 3 children.
Oh, no. You know what? I don't feel sorry about that video. Took that video off the air, and the day I was forced to put it on private thanks to somebody over there. I won't even mention his name because he would be gloating, okay? But just the same, I put it on private. I didn't take that down for any other reason that people probably they have an issue nowadays with not listening to a whole live stream. On that particular live stream where I brought 333 and showed you the websites, I was not joking with anybody. Okay? We have a situation where if anybody's ever paid attention, if you've been online for the last few years, I can go back to George Bush Jr. when he was first in office. The elections at that time online, they were pushing FEMA camps and guillotines and Planet X and martial law and the coffins. And then the following election with Bush was the same way on YouTube. And then as soon as the election's over, all this stuff goes away both times. Then we get the election where Obama come in and took his place. And we had the same stuff going on, but on the election where Obama came in the second time, I really only noticed mainly was what was it again? Damn it! The thing that I noticed mainly at that time was Planet X. They wasn't so much pushing the FEMA camps, the coffins, and all that. Okay, and then by the time Obama was over, we got into Trump. You really wasn't seeing too much about the war. You still had a little bit of Planet X. You had the hurricane up in Texas, and you had BP Earth, and that was taking place. And so now here we are on the re-election for Trump, and we have the incel rebellion. That's the reason I showed that. Okay? So that's being pushed, and we have this virus going around over in China. Okay? So we have these two things. Well, here's your scare tactics for the election. See, here's your scare tactics all over again. And then I don't call it coincidental, and by no means was it Steve Hoka that ever did this. On that last Sunday day show, when Steve went live before the porn got put in by this clown you're looking at, okay?
Yeah, disgusting freak.
This guy was on this show, and he told a story about him approaching 300 women. Okay, first he told his story about how he was alone for 5 years and isolated himself and how he was TFL. Then he approached 300 women. Then he took you into he met a 300-pound woman, and then he took you into she had 3 kids. My problem with that is that's throwing Freemasonry in your face, and I never said he was a Freemason. I never said that, so for all you other people saying that crap, you're putting words in my mouth, okay? But I don't find that an accident the same as I'm looking at, okay? Well, I'm going to cut that talk off here in a second because my guest is here. Mr. Hokel will be in here in a second, and we're going to let him have the floor, okay, guys?
Excellent. Thank you.
So he'll be in here in a second. Now, when he comes in, he's got the floor. That's the way this is going to play out. I'm going to let him have the floor for a while because that's the way it should be. Let me see here. Okay.
Right on.
He should be in here in a second. There he is. Hello, Steve.
How are you?
Good. I left the door open for you. I've told everybody you're here, and I'm going to let you have the floor, okay?
Okay, well, yesterday I was doing a live stream and I decided to do it a little bit different than normal. Instead of talking about TFL, I started to lament about the fracking problem behind my backyard. And I've done a lot of research on it. And I was going off on a tangent about basically the title of the video was, is it worth finding sanity in America today? It was a typical Bill Greathouse topic, you know, basically that there's so much insanity going on. And the chat was going good. I didn't want to invite anybody in the chat, so I know that I can trust First, and I have First's telephone number, but he emailed me, and I emailed him the code, and he got in the chat somewhere midway into the end of the chat, and then I got a friend's request for a guy who calling himself a COQ from Germany, okay? And so I went, go ahead, Bill.
That wasn't me. Okay, just everybody else try to let Steve finish the story, okay?
Okay, so I let the COQ from Germany, and this is only in the last 2, 3, 4 minutes of the chat. Okay. Well, what happens is as soon as I let him in, I said, "You come on, you can talk now." And he waited about 30 seconds. Then boom, the porn started. It was a picture of a dog doing a woman.
Oh my
And
God.
then it was it flashed on, and then there was a bunch of course interracial porn, white girls and black guys, and it's the same guy who has been getting once the guy had my passcode, once the guy had my login code to get into the chat. In this case, I actually invited him into the chat, so it's the same thing. And what happened was the porn went up. I immediately cut the chat, but I had a hard time logging off, and he had hijacked my Zoom because I couldn't shut the damn Zoom off. I had to finally pull the battery out of my phone. But prior to doing that, his face pops up on my screen, and I'm thinking, "Holy cow, Steve! Maybe you'll just get it from the video because it was recording." I says, "I can't take a chance," so I screen captured the thing twice, and bam, when I replayed the video through the Zoom. By the way, I didn't even allow it to process on YouTube. I completely deleted it before it even got done processing. That's how fast I got rid of it. But the Zoom one didn't record his face, so I'm glad I took that snapshot.
Yes, and that is the snapshot you're looking at in the chat. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're seeing it, you know. It's sad how this stuff is happening, but I did want Steve to get what happened to him out there. We got these other guys in the show. If you got something to ask Steve, go for it, guys.
But I just want to say this because this guy obviously looks like the kind of guy that has some very good experience. He looks like the Unabomber almost, kind of a weirdo.
You definitely look like a weirdo. Oh, hello, Steve. Sorry to interrupt. Hello, Steve. My name is Martel. I'm a very big supporter of your channel through Winston Lewis. So I don't know if you heard of him or you had talked to him before. It's an honor to meet you, Steve. Steve Hoka.
I meet you too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, you know, Steve's had a rough time recently with this crap, and so if Steve changes things up on you, don't be surprised. because he's going to be protecting himself, so we can't have this stuff happen no more.
No, not at all.
It's not worth losing your channel or years of work for nothing.
Yeah, it's going to be too much. So he had done something that kept that thing after it had been cut off. He was still First and I were still locked in the live stream after it had been taken down from online. So he was like, he must have figured out some way to play or tinker with the device. But long story short, I'll make it very simple here. I was able to screen capture and then cut the video, and now and cut, turn my computers off and cut my phone out, and I haven't had any trouble since. But you never know. These people are weirdos.
Oh, definitely, and the only thing I'm going to say is, Steve's going to take his security measures to keep it from happening again. And this person right here, you want to be this kind of scumbag? Well, go ahead, I'm not going to say you're cock from Germany, but I'm also not going to say you aren't neither. Okay? Because we can't honestly make that statement.
Right.
But at least, I would say if everybody can take this picture and they want to distribute it anywhere on the internet and go looking to see if we can't find who this really is, I'm game for that, because I think this guy should be put on blast.
And make him lose his job, the ass wiper, so to cause people that type of bullshit. Pardon my language, but yeah, he deserved to lose his career or so.
He's a sick bastard, Steve. It'll come around to bite him in the ass.
Well, I don't think that he's bluffing this picture. I think he was so wrapped up in hijacking my channel that he accidentally hit the picture, and that's when his face popped up. And I said, I got to get this now. And it was instant reaction. I couldn't waste time. And if I would have wasted 5 more seconds, he might have disappeared.
Right.
Yes, he would have. So I told Steve, man, that was awesome. Like Johnny Rocket Steve, man, wham, gotcha.
Yeah, he's I don't know what kind of weirdo this guy is, but if the FBI was listening to this chat, now they know who to look for.
Well, yeah, definitely. This is who you would look for, because this is the guilty party.
Yeah. Bill, if these people are sick, and if they were to, upload anything like illegal porn, obviously these guys would be in big trouble with the feds. They're sick fuckers. They're
I agree.
Like putting a dog in there. I mean, this guy is a sick SOB.
Sick.
Oh yeah, it was
Yeah,
very
he's
sick.
definitely twisting him in the head.
And of course he wasn't going to speak because he knew exactly what he was doing.
I have a sneaking suspicion that he's watching this chat right now. I guarantee it.
Oh yes, definitely,
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, he looked like an Asian too. That's what I was gonna say too. He definitely looked like an Asian.
I don't know. He looks like a pedophile.
I guarantee you he's a TFLer. He's a TFLer for sure.
You got that one right. He's definitely TFL. He could be just one of our angry, bitter TFLers, that is in denial and has maybe he's done this type of stuff for a living on computers, because he definitely has a very talented skill with the stuff he's doing. Okay.
Yep. You're right about that, Bill.
But he deserves to be on blast. That's why this green drop you're seeing tonight was specially made in behalf for Steve Hoka.
Hey, Bill, when I turned my I was looking at it when you got on initially because I was in the drive-through, but I looked at his picture, and when you turn it sideways, it blows his face up big. So people that have a large screen on their computer, like a full size, like yours is, man, does that look nice?
Yeah, I think that the situation is at hand. I think everybody's got a really good look at his face. I think that everybody should try to take this face and blast it around. I don't care if he's having a heart attack about that right now. Just think about it. You're the one that brought it onto yourself with your own actions.
Absolutely.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
Well, nobody deserves to be having people that are this disturbed, man. If you don't like the topic, you can go. There's millions of YouTube videos. Okay, there's lots of things you could be doing. You don't got to be up here making trouble for other people.
Well, I at least physically got to see what one of my trolls looks like. Isn't that amazing? You finally get to see what one of these guys. He fits the Hollywood stereotype of an internet troll, a real weirdo. I mean, of course, I don't want to judge by looks because I mean that's not good because he could have been a nice guy, but he looks like he's very unhappy.
Yeah, that he
Yeah.
does. He looks like he's unhappy. He's depressed. He's down.
Yeah.
But they need to understand. See, this is why we're
Yeah.
here is to support people. But here you are
Right.
attacking your very support group, and that's really
Yeah.
what you're doing. You're
That's
attacking
true.
your very own support group.
Right. This guy obviously doesn't have, he puts that in there knowing it could get my channel flagged. But I found something else interesting, Bill. If I had been, there's a 30-second delay on between the interface of Zoom and YouTube. Theoretically, when that happens, you can stop the chat right there.
Yes.
You can stop it. I don't think you can pause it, but you can stop it.
You can stop it, but you won't be able to pause that 30 seconds is all.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, like so this guy, what happened, I'll repeat again, after I had managed to log out completely of the crazy, the interface on YouTube changes all the time, but I was able to stop the live stream and then I stopped it completely and I'm trying to disconnect this guy from the thing and it just like he wouldn't it was like it wouldn't stop. It kept going, and of course, first heard it going on and he kept going. Bill is a CIA agent, and then he was going "F you, nigger," and he was, it was just going back and forth. And then I saw his face pop up, and immediately I said, "This is the guy." I said, "Steve, snap it now. Don't wait." And I snapped it twice. And then when I went to watch the replay of the video, I had cut it too early, so his face wasn't there. So thank God I snap screened that right away.
Yeah.
You're a smart
Yeah.
dude, man. You're a smart dude, Bill.
What does this guy look like exactly?
Oh, well, go ahead. Get in your interface. Oh, you have to, Mitchell, you'll have to log on to TFL at War channel, and then you'll see his face on there.
Yes.
Yeah, he looked like a psychopath.
Oh, he's sick. Well, you know what? Here's the deal here. Regardless of what he looks like, he's the guy who's doing it. Okay, good or bad,
Right.
whether he's Cary Grant or he's the Elephant Man, it's just like the guy is. I get to finally see what one of my trolls looks like. Finally, that's nice. I was laughing. It would have been horrible it would have been funny if Dwayne Holloway's face popped up in there. Oh,
that would be. Oh my God, that would be off the chart.
yeah, but well, we know it wasn't Dwayne doing this.
No, it wasn't Dwayne. He's clear. He's clear.
Yeah.
We're looking at the villain right there. There's the piece of parasite that done this crap.
Wouldn't it be funny? I bet you we could push that picture around. I bet you we'll find who this guy is.
Yeah, well, that's why I think people should take this picture and we should push it around because.
No, you know who I could send that to? Send it to Zoom, and I'll tell you why. What if he's an employee of Zoom or something? Could you imagine that? Oh, they'd track him down real quick.
Oh yeah,
Ooh, Wow.
Well, that's just it. He's got IT skills, so this guy's very skilled. So we don't know who he works for, but he definitely has these skills. So why not? Because if you push this picture out there and this guy's working for some company, they're gonna recognize him. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course, Cox said he was hacked. I believe that. Yep. I believe that like I got a hole in my head. Nope, I sure didn't find one. Nope.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
I'm only
It
going to
could be
say
working
this.
for him.
I'm only going to say this. This could actually be what Cox looks like, and it could be him. But then again, on the other hand,
It may not be
him.
though. It doesn't seem like the voice goes with the physical appearance though. I'm not saying you can't. It doesn't look like it goes with the guy. I think this Cox guy.
I agree with you in a way, Steve. I don't want to go by voice though. But I don't, I'm not going to say it is Cox because we can't. We don't know. But the voice, I would have to agree, it don't look like he would speak like that. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, we can't have him speak to us to find out.
And he may even send us his picture. I think I heard the part of the upstream he did with what's his name, your favorite guy that you kicked out of your chat, but and he didn't seem like, he said he took it as an honor that you thought he was high IQ, but he said, I don't think I'm like, Mensa material or anything like that.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that. I mean, the reality is I wouldn't have even brought Mence up if somebody else on my show didn't bring it up.
Yeah.
Some of this stuff,
Do you think that this cock impersonator is watching your stream now?
Well, I would say that either cock or the impersonator, whichever one it shall be. Do you remember that show where they used to say, "Will the real blah blah please stand up?"
Yeah.
This is one of them times I would like the real cock to please stand up.
That kind of reminds me of one thing. They could be raining pussy out there, and I'll get hit with the head of a cock.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really weird, but like I said, I'm not gonna invite anybody into the chat anymore. Even if I have if I use a buffer, like what do you call it, that OBS studio, because I still don't need the inconvenience of all the noise too,
Yeah, exactly. I think that Steve is going to be better off to have you in his friends list and bring you in on Zoom. And if you don't know Steve and you want to be there, I would tell you just send in for an invite and talk to Steve when you're not online or on the air, so that Steve can get to know you and let Steve be able to let him be able to view the people before they come on his show, so he knows that he's getting good people on his show.
Right. We can't have this anymore. And well, this guy, whatever illegal, I don't think he's done anything illegal. Well, I guess hacking is illegal technically, but he's obviously gonna think twice before he does it again. He gave himself away. I mean, he's on the run. I think he is on the run.
Yeah.
He is. Yeah. He has to be.
If you showed his face on national TV, the phones would be ringing off the hook, I'm sure.
Of course. Oh, FBI be on his ass.
I mean, this is the hacker that likes inserting disgusting porn into people's live streams.
Yeah, like he had a dog and a woman. I don't know. I think that's legal though. I think there is some sick porn out there that you can get, but it's like, what the hell is this guy doing? It's
he probably knows where all the sick porn is.
Yeah.
Illegal porn, black market porn, disgusting.
You know what? This guy's face is out there. He's got to run now, because now people who are in high positions that hunt these guys may look for this fucker.
Yeah.
But tough shit.
Oh, that's the way I feel,
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing illegal about porn, except that the people are underage.
Well, but he did it in the middle of a live stream. And he put up he simulcasted a website, which was interracial sex, it was black guys, white girls. But then he had one scene where there was a Doberman pinscher on top of this. I mean, like, what, it may not have, I think a lot of people saw it, but I immediately stopped the chat and got rid of it, because I didn't even let it process. But it never, the point I'm trying to make is, he obviously got a backdoor technology to get into the Zoom.us. Once somebody lets him in, either gives him the password or lets him in as an invite, then he automatically takes over.
Yeah, well, what he done is, once he got into your live stream, then he started his job, man, and he hacked your damn Zoom and took over the host position on you.
Oh, Bill, yeah. For sure.
Which is sick.
Yeah. It's not, you're right. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, the stream stopped with the screenshot being of the dog and the woman.
I saw that too. Yeah, that was weird. That was when I stopped it. That was where it's right with the dog, and it stayed there too.
Yeah. And you know how YouTube lets people stay in the chat to chat after the stream's over. So people were in there talking about it. So I mean,
There's a
fucked
person
up
in
shit.
there's a person in my live feed stream saying that his name is Jada Ash.
Oh, you mean he knows who this guy is?
That's what he's saying. He's
Oh,
saying he
shit.
knows who the guy is, and
Oh
his name
wow.
Yeah,
is Jada Ash.
it's not. I don't know if it is for sure. Let's not call him out on it
No.
until we know. But it's going to be interesting because the internet, even though it's a big community, it's also a small world too. So
It is.
it will be it'll be interesting to see who recognizes the face. We'll know right away who this guy is.
Well, most likely, Steve, he's in the manosphere. So searching the manosphere, you may very well find him, especially if he's got his mug on any other videos. He might be hauling ass to take his videos down real quick.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, if somebody takes that picture that you posted, Steve, and they take it to the local police department, they'll be able to find out through facial recognition who he is real quick.
Well, but I don't think it needs to go. I don't think
No.
it's an issue. I don't think he's a criminal. I think he's just having a good time. I think he's just being he's trying to be funny, but he's trying to get my channel taken down. And now
Yeah.
I cannot afford to even let people in my chat without covering this up, because this otherwise I'll have this problem all over again 3 times now.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's the same guy. It's the same guy doing this, because it's the interracial thing was the same thing every time.
Yes, exactly. It is the same guy, guaranteed. And no, Steve's right. He can't be putting the ID number out for the public anymore. He has
No,
to keep that
not
private.
because of,
that'll ruin you. That definitely will ruin you, Steve.
well, that's what happens.
Well, you know, it ain't gonna ruin Steve. Steve's been on the internet too long, doing this too long. He's not
Yeah.
ruining Steve or me, but he's making a very big inconvenience on Steve. Is what he's doing.
Well, I just reversed it. I made a very big inconvenience on him. Actually, you
got
did too.
that right.
Actually, Bill, you did too, since you're not only a friend of mine, but you're also a very good. You cropped that picture and that thing nicely.
Yeah, I did this. Like I said, that's why I said my background drop was directly for Steve tonight,
Mm-hmm.
because this guy deserves it. Okay, and I did want
Yeah.
people to be able to see the chat as well, so they could see.
Yeah.
This person's definitely using at least the name Cock uses. I can only say we're the real cock stand up. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It wasn't cock too, somebody types.
Yeah.
You know, it's so hard to know, but at least we got the guy's face now, and people in the manosphere can keep their eyes open for this face. They might not want to put their face on video from here on out in the manosphere,
Mm-hmm.
because they'll definitely. I wish this face would talk to us right now so we could hear the voice.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter, Bill. You know what? To me, it is what it happened, like the way it did, and the only thing we can do is move forward.
Oh, definitely. We move forward, keep going, and don't look back, and just change the way you do your shows and eliminate the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's best anyhow, because he's got to protect himself, and we don't need creeps like this around.
Yeah. Well, you know what? For his own sake, he's lucky he did not upload anything that would have been illegal, because if he had done that, his ass would be up a crick.
Oh yeah, I think it would come back to his door. We get to all know who he is then, wouldn't we?
Yeah, they would. They'd know how he's because Bill, you and I don't have I just don't have the time to learn those skills, and it's not an ambition to me to learn how to do that. If they make like software you can learn, you can take course. I'm not the type that really has any desire to do anything like that,
Right.
Right.
Well, the funny thing is I didn't even know this took place till Steve called me today, because I didn't even realize he'd done a live stream last night. I was dead on my feet, went down a little early last night, and so I had no way of knowing Steve did the live stream. And then Steve calls me and starts telling me, and I'm like, holy shit. And then, of course, I've looked at the live stream since then, and yeah.
Mhm.
Sad this has to happen because he changed it up last night, man. He really
Yeah.
pulled a me, man. He was talking about fracking.
Yeah, I was talking about fracking, and I was talking about how these dumb hillbillies are like, oh, let's get them jobs, Clem. Let's let this ABC fracking company on our 500-acre farm, and by the time the kids are all dying of what do they call it, radon poisoning and all this other shit. I mean, it's like fracking, Bill. I'm telling you, we are in big trouble if we keep doing this. They are destroying the entire state of Pennsylvania with this fracking and Ohio.
Yes,
Oh, it's
Wow, I live in
it's
Ohio too, Bill. Oh wow, this happened in Ohio.
They're
Ohio.
fracking in
Yeah.
Cleveland. They're as New Philadelphia, Ohio. I talked to a girl not too long ago that lived in New Philadelphia or in the area. I mean, they're doing it everywhere, but all over Pennsylvania. I mean, it's rich land minerals. But this fracking is just so horrible. It's like they explode the ground under, and they let's it just it's just who knows what the devastation. We won't know for another 5. Well, we already see some of the results, but it can get worse. So I talked about that yesterday, and then and then I started to slowly get into the TFL subject, and I basically said we're short-sighted, and that basically, I can mix it up. I don't have to strictly talk about TFL. People don't know I'm a very diverse person when it comes to subject matter. I can talk about the game of chess if you wanted me to.
Oh yes. Well, you know what? That's actually the way it is, even in my own life.
Yeah.
You think I lived my life talking about TFL
Oh
or
God, no! I mean,
NWO?
people
Hell
like I
no.
have a very rich, diverse life. TFL is an issue, but it's not like my central. I'm not that too one dimensional that I don't have a very diverse. I mean, I would rather if I could choose to be TFL my whole life and see the environment protected, Bill, I would say take my nuts off tomorrow. I would seriously. I would rather live on a celibate monk on a clean planet than have all the women in the world and live in a shithole. I would rather. I'm dead serious about it. I am not as into myself. I know all these people that make 100,000 a year in the engineering field. They love this fracking. Oh, at my company, we all do this. They all live for the moment. They literally do. They just fucking live for the moment.
Mm.
Hey Bill, I got a question with that fracking. What's fracking supposed to be, or what's happening?
That's
What's
where
that
you
doing to
get
our
natural.
environment?
That's where you get natural gas from. They drill a hole in the ground. They drill into the freaking bedrock, the rock underneath your soil, and then they drill sideways into it, and then they plant explosive charges, and then they stick this stuff down there, which is the chemical Steve's talking about. Okay,
Mm.
that forces the rocks to crack and break, and it pushes the gas up to the surface, and it captures the natural gas. So the natural gas that you use to fire up your stove or your furnace, this is where it's coming from. But when it's doing this, it also pollutes the ground. I've
Mm-hmm.
watched videos in the past where somebody turns on their kitchen sink and lights a lighter to the water and it catches on fire.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's poisoning your aquifer. So if
Yeah.
Steve's on his own well drawing his water from an aquifer and
It's
ain't
too late,
getting
Bill.
billed,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if they're using that method to draw the natural gas up to the surface rapidly, wouldn't that kind of insinuate that the natural gas itself is also getting poisoned?
Well, no, because natural gas, you're burning it anyways. You're not drinking it. It's not
Oh,
potable. You're not
okay.
eating the
Oh,
natural gas. It doesn't.
yes.
It. Yeah. It's
Right
the
on.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So the
Okay.
natural gas doesn't suffer but I'm telling you right now, this whole thing is a major. Oh, it's a big energy boom, but man, is it destructive to the environment.
And in the wrong
Mm.
areas, it can actually cause small earthquakes
Yeah. Well, we're
because you're
not going to
breaking
know,
up the
Bill.
rock.
The sad reality is, and I'm on the fence. I'm not even. I totally agree with Hell by the Dashboard Light. I think this people are going to start dropping dead. Cancers are up higher. There's not going to be Mrs. Ruthie Johnson living to be 99 years old. That this fucking era is coming to an end. People are going to start dropping. Most millennials will probably be dropping dead at age 50.
Well, you know what?
Wow.
Do agree with that because there's so much going on at the same time in our
Yeah. The
society.
oldest the oldest millennial right now is like 38, born in 1983 or 36.
Oh my
So or
damn.
30. Okay, so 1983, that would be the oldest millennial, and that is the demarcation. So you figure in 10, 12 years, I could see a lot of these people dropping dead from all kinds of shit. Not to mention, if they're living TFL, they're probably going to drink themselves to death.
Wow.
I wanted to say something. In Pennsylvania, there's areas, even in the Philadelphia area, that are completely condemned, due to radon gas.
Yes, but a lot of it's happening because of fracking. And they're fracking as far as Philadelphia, but I know they're hitting the whole state.
There's an area in Pennsylvania that there's like a fire underground, under the streets, under the town. Like the whole town was like, evacuated and condemned, but under that town, there's like a burning, like coal was
I
burning.
don't know what I really don't know the answer. I'm not an engineer, but a lot of these guys who work in the engineering field have turned away from it because they see the destruction it does. And I mean, it's like I said, fracking. It is. Listen. I'd rather be a celibate monk on a clean planet than a Playboy mansion on a shithole.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I had to ask a question about that too. Speaking of fracking, well, I'm starting to notice the animals that start acting really out of control. And speaking of fracking, I actually saw this in my area. I wish I could say where I locate, but I don't want to give my location away. I live in Ohio. It's very disturbing what's going on with this environment. All these trees getting cut down, buildings getting replaced, and it makes me kind of irritated. Like this beautiful scenery where I was at, and
they're right. They're Cuyahoga County, where I live. They're just tearing down all the trees. And here's my theory: we have a beautiful metro park system that runs for miles. I'm going to theorize in 20 years they're going to auction off to multimillionaires and they're going to privatize it, and they're just going to make it a fucking private gated community. And I could see this. They'll say, "Oh, it's going to generate tax dollars." It's all these people that want to raise the property taxes and all this shit. I'm telling you, we're living on an insane planet. Is what we have is insane people.
Our world's dying basically.
Yeah,
especially pollution, fluoride, chemtrails, and shit's getting out of control. So I was like, no,
people are not in touch with their souls anymore. They're very soulless. I think we almost live in a soulless world. You know what I'm saying?
A bunch of zombies. People are a bunch of zombies these days. Mindless sheep.
Yeah, I like to call it a zombie apocalypse, and it isn't.
Yeah, I think that's I think that is a more realistic term than Cloud World, because Cloud World makes a comedy out of it. Zombie apocalypse says, yes, we're like a bunch of zombies.
Yeah, I mean, you're not using your brains whatsoever. You're not eating brains, you're just not using them.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder if it ain't still in your head in a package that came shipped in, and with the install instructions taped to the box.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what's your thoughts on geoengineering? So that's what I was kind of asking about that too. What's your thoughts on geoengineering?
They make I'll tell you what, the small farmer, I mean, obviously they've genetically modified the food now that from what I heard, rats will not eat genetically modified corn. So if you're on I don't know if this to be true or not, but I've heard it. And it is definitely certain animals like mice and rats don't like it. So apparently, what does that tell you?
That's a problem right there.
That is really creepy.
And speaking of rats and mice ain't going to eat, what's your thoughts on these artificial sugars that even the ants won't even touch or be around those?
Yeah, well, I like I said, our bodies can adjust to it to a point, but it's like I don't know what else. I don't know the answer to these problems. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm only giving you kind of an umbrella answer. I'm sure you can go on YouTube and find it out, and there's a lot of good information out there because these are geologists talking about this. But it's like I said, we're short-sighted and they're doing a good job. It's going to make the population decrease. This is why like these politicians can live to be 90 years old, because they have access to the most healthy eating.
And we don't.
Right.
Should mention though, there's some countries like India, parts of South America, they were very vocal and they've not allowed all these agribusinesses, these producing these genetically modified seed.
They have. They've been there are some governments that are fighting. I tell you what, I'm not saying Putin is a great guy because Russia had their own violations, but I think that the Russian people are freer than the American people. In Russia, I think you're pretty much free to criticize the government at will. It's weird how the West is becoming what the East used to be.
Nazi
Uh-huh.
Germany.
It's a good point. Yeah, because I mean, yeah, Russia's probably got its economic problems. Like, the
Right?
West and the media in the West always loves to pretend Russia's some center of global espionage,
Yeah.
but they can barely afford to get their trains running in Russia. It's not like
They have unbelievable natural resources. There was a book written in the early 2000s called Resource Wars, and there is a huge war on resources right now, water and everything. And the next war is going to be they're going to force the Great Lakes states to give up their water to the South. I guarantee, they're going to say we need your water. We're going to take it by force. I
well,
really think, yeah,
oh, I should mention regarding the Great Lakes, I've got extended family who lives in a pretty affluent town on there. One of a cousin of mine, he works at it's the largest nuclear power plant in North America, and they're
yeah.
planning on, I think, of course, burying the waste underneath Lake Huron, essentially,
Oh, geez. Oh,
like something like 10 or 15. I don't know. Actually, I don't know 100% if this is a dead proposal. Hopefully, it's a dead proposal.
I
I
hope
hope-
so too.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's scary, really creepy. Do you want that anywhere near the water? They say, oh, well, and he was telling me, oh, yeah, but don't worry. It's like 10 kilometers beneath the lake and it's encased in all this concrete, yada, yada. But uh, we don't really have any way of knowing. Like, I don't have enough knowledge on the subject matter it's very unsettling.
Yeah. Well,
I'll be
this is here's the thing. There's several ways we could solve the energy problem. We would have to ration to some degree. The redneck hillbilly with the Triton, the huge giant truck that gets 12 miles on the highway a gallon, that fucking arrow's got to come to an end. I mean, that shit is, I mean, I know people don't want to get rid of that lifestyle because it's addictive. I get it. It is having all these nice things that use huge amounts, but and another thing is like solar power. It only will supplement you 18 or 20%, but it still is something. We should have been on every house in America should have some sort of alternative energy like a windmill or solar, and it's like we don't even try that. Only the rich people can afford to have solar.
Yeah, and then you get your cities and electric companies to come along and try to sue you to make you take your windmill down or your
Right.
shit down because they don't want you having it because they want your money.
The utility companies want to make septic systems obsolete by going into rural areas and forcing people on the big pipe, and it's so. I mean, when you think about it, it is for crying out loud. I see nothing but, and these workers are no bit better. These people that work for these utility companies, they think it's so great. It's so great. I have a job, and they look at, and if you talk to them about it, they know it's fucking it up, but they're like they don't care. Like
They don't care for the environment or people at all, and people
no,
being in
not at all.
danger.
And it affects it used to be it would affect like the ghetto and stuff, but man, it's affecting rural areas now. It's hitting everybody. They're going for the jugular vein here.
Oh, they
They're
are.
trying to they're trying to destroy all of humanity. Basically, at this point, they can destroy the environment, the trees, the animals. Then we next, basically.
Well, and I don't know if it's purposely done. It's up in the air whether or not we're just short-sighted. But I think TFL is definitely a population control conspiracy because the TV, everything around indicates that that's what's happening today. What I said yesterday on my chat, and I'm going to re-upload it with the audio only, is I basically said that that my scary thing about men living TFL is men may very well adapt to it. It might just become, me and Bill are older and we have a reference point in our lives, but a lot of these 20 somethings don't. So they may think that having a woman has always been a luxury. So it may very well Bill, that the man of the 21st century and the 2020s will really secretly believe that it's always been a luxury to have a woman.
You know what? It's coming to that point that I would agree with you.
Yeah.
Right, because think about it. Because the man of today, the guy, I don't know, your millennial cohort, your
Yeah.
males of this generation, they're not aware of the reality, Steve, like you mentioned,
Right.
of women in the late 80s who would move into your zone and be very sweet or act. You just watch these late 80s movies and they're crying when a boy hasn't asked them out to the prom. Women used to be like that, and now men seem to think that, oh, you gotta approach,
Yeah.
you gotta
Actually,
have game,
I
dude, right?
I like to talk on this. One, I totally got to the point where I pretty much refrain from approaching, strange women today because all it does is get you anything from ridiculed to even possibly getting into confrontational situations.
Yeah.
Or you can go to jail too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, unless you're for a wealthy guy, they would have nothing to lose. It could be something they could try out if they were really struggling, but anything like for basically, I like to say being a male is extremely risky at the end of the day. If you're
Yeah.
not of
I
wealthy means,
yeah.
you're walking on eggshells all the time.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I mean, I think that what's going to happen, and Mitchell can maybe vouch for this too, is that I think what's going to happen is men are just going to kind of accept that that's just the way it is, that having a woman is a luxury.
You want to know what's so fucked up
Or,
about this
if you
TFL issue? Is that
or if you don't have a woman, you're going to accept the fact that it wasn't in the cards.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly. And they're
Yeah.
gonna, that's why they've done the PUA thing. That's why I said PUA equals CIA. People don't remember this, but people think like, okay, Help on the Dashboard Light always goes on and says, oh, the early mid 2000s were the good old days. The dating scene was already on its way out by the early 90s because I remembered it, and it was really getting bad by then because there were all these dating books coming out.
Actually, it was actually
Hmm.
getting bad by the 80s.
Yes, yeah, and if you take it, yeah, it was the 80s. I would say the 80s because you have a better reference point, but I saw it really tanking in the early to mid 90s because I had this conversation with my dad one time, and my dad used to own a music store in Cleveland, and across the street there was this bar that everybody used to go to pick up women and guys. It was a pickup place. And my dad kept saying, "No, there's no problem with the dating scene. Back when I owned my music store, guys would go to that XYZ bar to get laid and women did it too." Well, that was the 80s. That wasn't the 90s. Things were changing already by then. But it's not, I'm not saying it's about getting laid, but people were at least able to talk to the opposite sex.
It
Wow.
was starting to get bad, believe it or not, with the like uh TFL. I would say by the latter part of the 70s. After 76 would have been the last groovy summer.
Yeah.
1976 would have been the last, really cool groovy summer. And then after that, we had the disco era, and that's, if you notice, things became a lot more superficial.
Right.
More materialism kind of started to
Capitalism.
spiral out of yep, that's it. Well, global capitalism, company, all this wealth inequality just getting out of control. It really got crazy. It started to get crazy in the 80s. And yeah.
The 80s was a weird time period because during the 1980s, if you weren't like some, yuppie, you were considered a total fucking outcast.
Yeah.
But that's when it started. It started towards the end of the 70s, 1976. You had like the disco era and
Yeah.
that culture, and that pretty much did it for people that were just wanted to be kind of chilled, down to earth people that, wanted to have a nice girlfriend and be happy go lucky and, smoke a nice blunt and enjoy
Right.
life.
I
That's
I
for
from what I heard, Mitchell, it sounded like, believe it or not, in the 70s, men actually had some options. Like
Right.
like if you had something going, if you're an average, say average to good looking guy with some what we would consider reasonably positive traits. Like any of us guys in here, you'd have women. Maybe
No
it wouldn't
problem.
be. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like you listen to this music by the Carpenters. There's a lyric that goes something like, "He's got a ticket to ride."
Okay, you
Hmm.
might not get that woman that you really wanted that might have the red hair and the big boobies, but you at least have someone that would take you under their wing that would be reasonable.
You had like a sweet woman, and one thing I
Right.
noticed, Mitchell, that's kind of weird in how the zeitgeist has shifted is if you if you say that you're just looking for a woman who's going to kind of take you under her wing, society, that's not considered cool. They consider that kind of uncool. Like
Yeah.
you're you're not going to find a woman who's going to breastfeed you. Let's put it that way.
Back then it was cool, back then you wanted to be with somebody, not down to earth.
Right. It's almost like the zeitgeist of now is men, well, young men, have to pretend as though they're constantly they're looking to conquest like a new partner every week or something, and apparently that's socially acceptable. I don't know. It's bizarre. It's like,
So are we being socially engineered? Sorry to interrupt. Are we being socially engineered?
well, that's what it
Except
seems like. That's what it seems like,
We
Michael.
we have been. Okay, that's exactly what's taken place. The
Hmm.
social engineering actually really ramped up after 1949, after World War II,
Hmm.
and it's been gradually getting worse as every generation goes by.
1949 would have been the beginning of the baby boom era. That's when people that were born like from 1946 to about 1964, that was your baby boom. And that's when people started moving further out into the suburbs. That's when they created towns like Cherry Hill, New Jersey, or Levittown, Pennsylvania, or places like Bensalem, Pennsylvania, and other, towns like the Cherry Hill Mall was the first indoor mall of the East Coast, Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Oh,
mm,
But that's when people started to spread out into the suburbs after, World War II. And I think that's where a lot of your social engineering started.
that would be correct as far as I know. Um, I'll give you another example just to show how far, Mitchell, that social engineering has gone. If you were, for example, to write a love letter to a girl you had been good friends with, and perhaps she had shown some flirting signs of interest, that would be considered creepy. Whereas hooking up with a different woman every week is not considered
mm.
creepy.
Mm.
Why do
If we
you
think
think
about this,
we're,
yeah.
here's the question. Why do you think things are socially engineered that way today? I mean, just your opinion.
Oh, I think it's just in conducive with capitalism. Ultimately, some of the top economists, they say, oh well, the only measure of a healthy economy is the amount of consumption going on,
And I
and
was
that
thinking
seems,
about myself,
yeah, I
if
think
we
it's
had
economic.
if we had, pretty much chill, down to earth, free spirited people that just wanted to, you know, be in love and be romantic, money would not be made.
Right, and that's sad. They want to prevent that from us from ever
Coming together.
realizing that.
Uh,
Yeah,
I worked I I worked with this guy. He was kind of a real dick, but we were talking about it one time, and we talked about, things like, why was pot illegal, versus alcohol causes more social problems. And he kind of mentioned that, what's the difference between someone who is down to earth and free spirited versus someone that's a real asshole? and he pointed out that people that are real assholes are more likely going to be more competitive, which means they're going to consume.
Well, I
Yeah.
hate to change topics, but I'm going to give just one little interruption. I believe the guy in the photo was trolling our show. I'm having a lot of the same name keep coming back over and over that I've already removed and removed. And they're hating on everybody in the chat.
Oh,
And so I believe we're being trolled by the guy in the photo there who trolled Steve.
Jesus.
but that's what I wanted to say was, people that are going to be real, assholes are going to be more competitive rather than having a world where it's, basically down to earth, free spirited, fun loving, and romantic.
Oh, I got a question about that too. What's your thoughts about today? I guess like back then with romance, people take that very seriously. If you try to be romantic in this day and age, you'd be looked as kind of lame or corny or so.
Or even creepy.
Yes, even that's what I've noticed. It's like how twisted is that people can construe if you're being authentic and telling somebody that you love them, that can be construed as, oh, that's creepy. Even if the girl
Yeah.
might feel the same way. If you
Very
were to
true.
tell that story to a mixed group of people, a lot of the women would say, oh, well, that's creepy.
Yeah, you're right, John Culk. Or that affection you have for a woman, they perceive it as neediness rather than genuine
Right,
care.
neediness, or what else do they say? What other word do they use? Buzzword.
Thirsty.
Entitlement. That's the big
Entitlement.
one.
Very
Oh,
entitled. Oh, I don't like entitled women at all, or entitled people.
Yes.
Period.
there are no entitled women, Martel.
Lord have mercy. Well, I've had handfuls of women, even most recently, that were, not to be judgmental towards them, but lower than me in terms of, pretty much every area of life, trying to convince me that I should be paying them to hang out with them.
Yeah, right.
Now, if that's not fucking sick, I don't know what is. Are you kidding me? You want me to pay you to hang out with you, and you're not working on yourself. You don't have anything going on in your life. It's some of these women, they just don't know how to look in the freaking mirror, man.
Then again, if you look at the economics of it, the fact that we've got more men than women, we've got something like 104 men for every 100 women. Then the women are ultimately the prize, right? They don't need to self-improve because they're the prize.
Well, partly I have to blame a lot of these sugar daddies. I can't stand seeing all of these men who have things going on for themselves paying women to spend time with them, not even to get anything extra out of it, because they're part of the problem.
Absolutely. Yeah.
They're a big part of the problem.
I like to add something. I said, sorry to interrupt. I said, I like to add this too. Like, I think that's also with the media too, brainwashing people. The SEP is okay to pretty much do that. And I want to add in another part too. I feel like America has become more like China, so like a sausage fest. If you guys understand, America is become more like a sausage fest.
Yeah, well, it goes into the idea that we've been brainwashed as a society to believe that as men we have to pay for a woman's time. But when we were all kids and we go ride bikes or play at the playground and shoot hoops and just communicate with other girls at the time, we didn't have to fucking pay to hang out with them. You just have a good time. But it's like, what the fuck is going on in our society today?
Well, a lot of women are like mini celebrities, really.
Mm-hmm.
They think they have self-entitlement. That you owe them naturally because you got a penis. And you don't owe them nothing because you have a penis. So make it plain and clear you don't owe nothing. I got another suggestion for you. When you go on a date, you get together with the woman for the very first time. No, guys, you don't pay for their date. No, they don't pay for yours neither. She pays for herself and you pay for yourself. Why? Because you don't even know each other yet.
Mm.
True.
Good.
Very true.
Hey, I wanted to run a thought across all of you guys and get your opinion on it, because this could be a pretty big clue into solving some of the answers that go on with TFL. So this kind of ties in a little bit to the middle of the road theory that Steve talks about a lot, and how
Mhm.
there's this dynamic where women aren't choosing the men who are just normal everyday guys. They either go for one or two extremes on the spectrum, the hyper masculine guy or celebrity, or on the other end, the bottom of the barrel, jobless criminal thug type of man. So there's this guy here on YouTube. He goes by the name of New Breed Till the World Ends. Now, he doesn't necessarily talk about the TFL issue, but he does cover a lot of issues in the Black community as far as the dating scene is concerned. He talks about baby mamas and all that stuff. But his theory is that he calls it the Jezebel theory, the theory of the Jezebel spirit. And he basically premises that a lot of these women have a Jezebel spirit within them that attracts them to wicked men, because they themselves are wicked. And that's the core reason as to why you see a lot of women getting with bottom of the barrel type of men. What do you guys think about that?
Mm.
I've seen that all the time. And I heard that before. The reason why some of them will get involved with the worst possible men is because they're not really nice people themselves.
Mm.
That part, the way Mitchell worded it, I would agree with better. I don't know what to say about the Jezebel thing, because that's been around for ages, but I do agree with the way it was worded with Mitchell. I think would be more appropriate, because there are women like this, okay? There really is. And unfortunately, we're dealing with a society that hates men. And we all know,
Yep.
because you're a man, you're hated. But I
And
don't.
I also wanted to mention this from my experiences out there with different people and knowing people that were like that, knowing men that were like that. A lot of these men are going to be much better and much smoother at talking to these women than people like ourselves.
Well, unfortunately, the best advice I can give anybody in today's society, as messed up as it is to don't ever change yourself unless you're changing yourself for yourself. You don't do it to impress anybody else, ever, okay? You do it for yourself because you want to do it for yourself. Be yourself. Get involved in whatever activities that you like doing. Go do them activities for yourself. Enjoy yourself and be yourself. And if a woman comes along, talk to her as yourself. Be nothing more. Don't even think about a date. Take your mind off of it and let it happen organically. And that's the best thing I can tell you. I
That's the
can't,
best thing you can
Yep.
possibly do. But what I wanted to mention why we have that where it seems like these women go for like the worst possible guys you could imagine is because these guys are much better at manipulating than people like ourselves. We're not good manipulators.
Mm.
yeah, well, I don't think people should be manipulating each other, but we know this is not going to, because I don't think it don't mean nothing. We all know that, okay?
But unfortunately, people do that.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
People are
And
very animalistic nowadays too.
Yeah. Well, I find it pathetic that you as a man would even have to play all of these fucking games just to try and get a woman to like you. It's fucking sick.
Well, if
Yeah,
I
it
was
is.
going to give advice, and I mean, I'm in my late 20s, so take it with a grain of salt, but I would go along with what Bill said in terms of being yourself, not trying to act quote unquote cool, but at the same time, don't
Yeah.
oversell yourself, if that makes sense. In fact, you actually want to play up your weaker
And most
side.
of you guys, most of the guys believe that they're doing something wrong, and they're not. It's not you, it's society. It really is, because most of
Yeah,
you guys on here are pretty decent dudes.
Oh, thank you.
appreciate it, Steve.
I'm just gonna let you know I'm 30 years old. I just turned 30, and
Yeah.
I'm just, sorry, stutter. So I stutter a lot, but please go on.
Yeah. Okay, no, I was
Yeah.
gonna say and this is something and Hell by the Dashboard Light, if he would get rid of this ego and he get on here more, he's got a lot to offer. I know he's a little racist. That's the only thing I'd say about him. He's a little bit, he can't control his anger, but you have to realize that most of you guys living TFL, you didn't start the fire. It's like that song by Billy Joel. We didn't start the fire. It's always been turning since the world was burning. We're just in the
Right.
middle of it. And most of you guys are, and especially you younger guys that have never seen the contrast. If you're 30 or under, some guys the new generation Gen Zers are going to think that it's always been a luxury to have a woman in your life. That's how bad it's going to. I don't know. I think people may adapt to this, unfortunately.
Speaking of social events, I was kind of confused by this when growing up. It goes also besides relating to a woman. It's very hard just to socialize with people in general, like in person.
You got it.
It's getting kind of bad because I know that's kind of been my video topics I talk about.
Well, if you start talking about fracking and talking about sewers and versus septics, you're going to turn people. That's the quickest way to dry up somebody's interest in you real quick, and that's unfortunate that people with good ideas. What's really sad is there are people who agree with us on all these issues, especially like if it's the environment, but they're so far and few and they're so scattered. It's like if you want to run marathons, there's people that do it, but you got to look real hard to find these people. And the same thing with like environmentalists and people are concerned about things like this. You can find them, but they're scattered like the 12 tribes of Israel. It's hard to get them, and you're not a weirdo for talking about how you hate fracking, for example, or you want to see them bring the trees back. You're just dealing in a sea of so many stupid, complacent idiots, and most people they just don't. I had a friend that used to tell me this. He said, people are not as dumb as you think they are, Steve. They make a conscious choice to do this. He said, if you really think about it, they're very aware of what you're talking about, but they don't want to accept it because it means they would have to modify their behavior, and they don't want to do it.
No.
Yes. We also have Mr. Armchair with us. Hello, welcome.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hello, how you doing?
What's going on, Armchair?
Not much.
Hey, Armchair, do you know that creep in the picture?
No, I don't know.
Did you see the front Bill's stream yet?
No.
Oh, you didn't see it. Okay.
I just joined. I just got done with what I had to do, and I just joined.
Well, you'll have to re-listen to the upload of the chat. Basically, I was hacked for the third time yesterday, but I caught the guy with his pants down. He accidentally hit his camera when I was trying to kick him out of the chat. He kept it. He didn't know when to quit, and he kept it going. So his screen face popped up, and he was looking in the camera, and I hit my screen capture on my cell phone, and I caught him with like a deer in the headlights. He didn't even know. And then Bill's got it on the front page of his thing. You'll see it, bud.
Yeah, I see it on the screen.
Oh,
here.
that's golden.
It looks like some type of pedophile in a basement somewhere.
I said something close to that myself. Steve, I think you were gone when I said this, but I think that the very guy who trolled you last night has been trolling our show tonight.
How do you figure?
Because I keep having similar names come back in, and he said, I have an army of trolls. And he keeps coming back over and over. And I keep banning him, so he's got an army of trolls. So in other words, what he's saying is I have
Bill, you know what I think you should do is keep that backdrop for the next 3 or 4 shows. I really think we should just make that your backdrop.
Keep that up, please. I definitely agree.
Well, that would actually teach him.
Yeah.
Where can I see a picture of this guy?
I can, hey, Mitchell, I need you to get you on my friends list. Bill, you'll have to email
I can send him, if Mitchell looks in his chat box that we type on before he came into the show.
Yeah, right.
I will drop him a picture on Zoom, okay?
Oh, drop him, but okay, yeah, he can get a picture of it.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, okay, well, give me 1 second, Mitchell, and I will go to your name and I will drop it to you, okay?
Okay.
Hey, Steve, it's good to talk to you again. I talked to you like 2 years ago. You interviewed me like 2 years ago when you were doing interviews, but it's good to talk to you again, man.
What's your name? What's your name?
Armchair Revolutionary
Armchair Revolutionary. Yes, you're actually.
I gave my first name to you back in the day.
I do remember that. I didn't know you were a black guy. I thought you were. I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't realize that because I just saw the name on my Skype, so I've got to let you in my friends invite. Cool.
Oh.
Hey, Steve, one time you said something really profound not long ago. You said that a portion of the masses could wake up to this TFL issue once mothers start to realize that their sons are not getting married when they're in their late 20s,
Yeah.
early 30s.
Right. Oh, that's absolutely true. That they're going to realize it when their sons are no longer. Oh yeah, for sure. There's no doubt about that.
Especially late 30s,
Sure.
because my mom doesn't wants me to she's okay with me having casual sex right now, but she wants me to get married maybe like in 10 years.
I got
Yeah.
I got a comedian going in here. I
Yeah.
like this. Here's what he says, okay? To the picture that we have on our live stream, he says, it's not him. That's an image from YouTube video made in 2011.
How would he know? Yeah, well, no. I don't think that was an accident. I think that it it's possible that he could have trolled that way, but I really think that when in the process of trying to continually play with their coding and whatever they're doing, they hit the because I've accidentally hit the camera button too on my thing when I'm chatting.
Well, yeah, but see, the thing is the screen kept, if I showed it closer, is a picture of Steve's meeting box on Zoom, and the meeting box does not show up in Steve's live streams. This guy hit his cam by accident, was looking at Steve, and if you would take the time to read the chat, you'd realize when Steve says, I saw your picture, he basically called Steve a freaking nigger, okay?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the words are right there. I just
Like
find
a-
it funny how this person's trying to make it look like this is from a YouTube video. Okay, so a curiosity, would you be that same person that's in that picture?
Yeah.
Just curious, could you answer that?
Yeah. That's true.
I read the chat in that capture, and it sounds like some of the expletives he's using. He's chatting like he's talking to you like he's a 16-year-old or something, not a 14-year-old.
That's quite
He's like a
He
little
does.
kid or something. Like freaking,
Yeah.
Well,
like
Hey,
who talks that way to
something.
people?
This is off topic. I want to say something. Last night, Steve called me, or I called Steve, and I mean not Steve, I mean Bill, and I was in the dark, and he made fun of the fact they couldn't see me.
oh, so no. See, he came on with the lights out, okay? And I could see his glasses and I could see his things going down the side of his shirt. And I comically I told him, if you'd take off the glasses and that stripe across your military shirt, you'd be better camouflaged than anybody in your platoon. Nobody'd see you.
That is true.
But it was all in good health because
No, I'm just joking. I'm just
Yeah.
making. I'm just teasing.
because I laugh at our khakis. It's supposed to camouflage you in the woods, right?
Yeah.
And I'm
so-
thinking about us white
Yes.
people in the woods counting on our khakis to camouflage us, and they hit us light and they see our khakis and they shoot us. And here stands this brother over here, and because of his skin color, they can't even see him.
Yeah, they can't. I mean, the Harlem Hellfires. That's what really happened. They couldn't see him.
So that's where I was coming from with that. It's like he's got better camouflage than anybody in his damn troop.
Did you see that one quarterback for the who's the quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens, Lamar Jackson?
Oh.
They made a comment. They said that his skin is so dark that when he's holding the ball, they can't tell whether he threw the ball or not. And they made a racial incident out of it. And the guys are saying, no, you're right. You couldn't tell. They were right, because when Lamar Jackson holds the ball, he's running with it, and they say he fakes the pass a lot. And they said because the ball is the color of his skin, they can. And Stephen Stephen A. Smith's like, well, yeah, that reporter should never have said that. Well, the guy was just being honest. You could not tell if Lamar Jackson was letting the ball go or not. Oh man. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, your
like
brother's
I
like
saw
that.
the highlights and I'm like, does he still have the ball? Anyways.
Yeah, my younger brother, like he's straight from Africa, because that's how dark he is.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
I have
anyway,
nothing against it. I look at the reality is this guy and I have talked quite a bit, and I really like him. Okay, we're on the same page with so much stuff. That's one of the big issues we have in society is people aren't willing to look at other people's human beings, and the first thing they got to do is notice the damn skin color or notice where they're
Catalyze people.
from, or it's retarded.
I agree. Or catalyze people, put people in categories.
Oh yeah,
Right.
I hate that stuff personally, okay? Because all it does is feed into the division. That's all it does.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
All you have to do is just be a little different. Just a little tiny bit is enough to get you ostracized.
Oh God,
Yeah.
you got that right.
The
Yeah.
Not
whole
a
thing
lot.
about putting a red dot, like if you put a red dot on a baby chicken's head, the other baby chickens will peck it to death.
oh geez,
Wow,
yeah.
that's
Shit.
pretty deep.
Well, Mitchell, that's what Warren said. He says he thinks that you can be TFL simply because a lot of people see you as neurotypical, even in the slightest.
Mm.
Yeah.
So there could be
I
some
have a-
truth to that.
I got a question myself too. I really
No, I
do
mean, if you're
Oh.
even Steve Hoker brought this up.
Mm.
If you're a little bit aspy or dyslexia or have attention deficit disorder, and you don't know the right people, you're almost guaranteed to become celibate.
Well, that
Yeah, you
sums up
can.
my
It can
life.
help. It can't help you.
I got a question for you guys.
Go for it.
Yeah, I had a struggle with this all my life, and so why do people? I guess back to categories. Now, just making sense about this. Why do people put labels on each other? Let's say black, white,
Well,
Christian.
because I mean, let's face it, we have different cultures in this country. We can't deny being black, white, whatever.
Yeah, I don't find that to be racist to just
Oh,
say
no,
like,
just-
oh, he's black, he's white. That's not racist. It's only racist like he's black, he's more likely to be a gangster or some shit. Like
I think
that's not cool.
Yeah,
These
that
labels are
that
set up.
thug mentality that went around for a long time.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But not all black guys are like that.
No.
A lot of us are not like that. Where you have the guys that went into that thug that was programmed, but they went into like blood crip bullshit and wasted their fucking lives and going to jail or going to die and shit.
I think it's division that's engineered as sort of like this surrogate activity is creating tensions and hostilities between different ethnic groups. These are surrogate activities to distract from the real economic inequality. So it's all engineered by the big corporations at the
Right.
top. That's what I believe.
Like I hear in California prison, it's like you can't even a black guy can't talk to a white guy and vice versa, or talk to a Hispanic guy. They have to kill you if you talk to another race. You can't be if you were friends with them on the street, you can't talk to them no more. So
That's
it's just
absolutely
that's why they want it in the free world. They want it that way in the free world where you won't talk to
Mm.
people of different cultures and shit.
That's very
Jeez.
goofy, and not to mention that look how much you have to pay to even stay in a jail. It's like a hotel.
Yeah, and then just to get decent food out of here, it costs a fortune.
Yeah,
As
it's
soon as you-
insane.
As
It's
soon as you
such
get
a-
out of jail, as soon as you get out of jail, they're gonna discriminate against you too for having a record.
Well,
there's that too.
It's all about big money and corporations. Especially when they put people in jail for like real minor things that people
Yep.
shouldn't have been in there for 2 seconds.
Pot,
And then if you criticize
weed,
and
drugs, petty. Like I shoplifted a video game back when I was way younger. Back when I was like, I barely turned 18, so it could have followed me. Like I got expunged, but I shoplifted a video game back when it was like a $20 video game back in the day, right? And they put me in jail and they threatened me all this time and shit like that. And then then I get expunged anyway. My dad had to pay a lot of fees. He had to pay about $300 worth of fees, and he bought it like a lawyer for like $500. So he paid way more than he had. He could have bought a way cheaper lawyer, but basically it was just a bunch of bullshit because it's like they threaten you with all this time for even a misdemeanor today. They'll fuck up their whole life for petty shit.
yeah,
I've
that's
seen
fucked
people
up.
get screwed up because they
Definitely.
owed parking tickets.
Yeah, parking tickets. Yeah, they can
Yeah.
add up. If you don't pay them, they can hit you with a miss. They can arrest you if you don't pay them.
see, they go after all that petty shit because it's easy, but then like all the violent offenders, If the violent offenders and their families, they have money to bail them out, they'll be on the streets like the next day. At least that's the way it is in Canada. They need to put way more. I think it's the violent offenders who should be locked up. The actual dangers to the public should be locked away. But people who like petty or white collar crime, you can pay
Yeah,
that back with
and the whole
community service. I don't think there's any need to jail.
right, exactly. They waste so much resources they lock up petty guys in there. If I was from a poor family, I go and locked in jail for petty shit. Then I go in there and learn crime, and then I come out a hardened criminal. And now I'm selling drugs, I'm fucking robbing places and shit like that. And then I become a hardened criminal because all jail is a criminal school.
Absolutely.
Just homosexuality and learning how to do better crime. That's all that goes on in prison.
That's pretty much what it is. It's a private prison industrial complex. It's basically modern day slavery if you think about it.
Yeah. There's a road in my town that leads out all on the way out to a bigger city is lined full of prisons. Most of them are private. There's like 3 prisons right outside my town I used to live in.
Do? In private prisons, they basically work you like a slave, or how does that work?
Yeah, you basically work. You don't have to work, but you make. It's good to get out the cell, and they work for like 15 cents an hour to make license plates or to make military dog tags or a various other menial task for pennies on the hour. So basically, it's slave labor because you're getting after a day's work, you're getting a dollar. You're getting $1 pay a day essentially.
Jesus
Like you
Christ.
hear about like people getting killed over commissary things, and I
It's real.
think that they over exaggerate that. Well,
No, they don't. It's real because the prison just makes you angrier. You got guys in there that are already the hardcore guys are already hardened criminals, and they're just gonna kill you over a honey bun. And also, it's not respect too. And also, the guys, the sexual predators in there, will put a piece of like a Reese's cup on your pillow, and then if you eat the shit, not knowing any better, then you owe them butt sex after that.
Wow, god damn, that's fucked up.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, there's guys that they're booty bandits up in there, and they don't consider themselves gay in there. It's crazy how their logic works like that.
Yeah.
There's a documentary called Breaking the Cycle. It basically compares the prison system in the US to the prison system in Norway. And basically the Norwegian prison system, they pay about 4 times as much on the prisoners, but they treat them 200,000 times better. And the reoffending rate in Norway is almost slim to none.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really interesting documentary. Y'all should go check it out if y'all haven't seen it already.
Speaking of that, I got a question for you guys about the prisons overseas. What got me kind of thinking about, I was hearing this some countries like in Europe or so are shutting down their jails, and that got me kind of perplexed. For so many years, I hear about jails shutting down in those particular countries. Like I think it could be Norway. I forgot some other countries. And kind of perplexed. I feel like these so-called prisons basically big business to keep people locked up, enslaved, just for profit. Basically, it's really sick what they do to human rights. That's a human rights violation.
Mia, have you ever heard of Mia Abu Jamal? He was a former Black Panther that he's supposed to even kill the cop, but then they blocked him up for killing his cop, right? So then he's been in prison since like the 80s, and he's been you're never getting a free trial, treated like shit. And he has some journalists let him get out a little weekly radio address, and he talks about current issues, even from in prison. But he calls it the prison industrial complex, the whole system to lock up primarily minorities, and of course, whites are still the 6% of the prison population. Just minorities, we're only we're 15% of the population, and then we're like 45% of the prison population. So it's not like it's way higher than our population out in the free world is.
Yeah,
that guy was from Philadelphia,
right?
I'm originally from Philadelphia, and I can tell you, you have to be careful on the East Coast because some of those cops can be pretty corrupt, and especially if you're someone who's different or someone who might be kind of aspy and kind of beat to a different drummer, and anything can get you in serious trouble.
Well, think about it this way. In those kinds of neighborhoods, I don't know if it's like North Philadelphia or those very dangerous parts of the East Coast. I think a lot of the reason why there's so many of these minorities in prison is because when you're living in an area like North Philadelphia, 10% of people around you are going to be really bad, dangerous people. Even though it's only 10% of the population, that's going to make you very hostile, very not trusting of other people. And then soon everyone is going to not be trusting of each other, is going to be very paranoid, and that's not going to rub cops the right way. Cops are going to be very hostile towards that and more likely to arrest you. So it's really like it's kind of like this weird what do you call that effect? Butterfly effect, where you have like a small 10% of the population at most is criminals, probably even less than that. But then it just creates a whole culture of it's a culture of fear, really. And then there's the economic fear, uncertainty, the poverty, being trapped in poverty. We know governments are not trying to actually help people who need it.
Governments are very
Yeah.
insensitive to it. I just had an experience one time. This was back in the 80s. I got pulled over for running a red light. And so I get pulled over, and because I had like a bandana, had a tie-dye t-shirt on, and I had longer hair back then, the cop called me a faggot and then threw me in the back of the car in cuffs
Jesus.
Damn.
while they were checking my license.
Damn. There's a song called Murder by Numbers by a group called The Police. And it's called it goes murder by numbers as easy as 1, 2, 3 as your ABCs. That kind of represents how I think a lot of cops are they they have a secret group where they can, they'll say like a celebrity died today of a heart attack and there's nothing suspicious. And it'd be like they probably just murder that person, and since they're police, they can just say, oh, they just died. The rapper Prodigy, he choked on an egg, right? Or Prince, he was found in an elevator and he was fully fine riding his bicycle. All of a sudden, he has a heart attack and dies. I mean, of course, that happens in real life. That just happens spontaneously too sometimes. But some of these deaths are very suspicious.
Right, and then cops are going to be paranoid of, like ratting out on their colleague or whatever because he might have more seniority than them. So if
Yeah, have
they're
you ever
gonna,
seen the movie Internal? It's an old like early '90s movie called Internal Affairs with Richard Gere, where he is a dirty cop and he's really afraid of the honest cops and snitch on him. Same thing with Training Day, the movie Training Day with Denzel Washington. He's really afraid that the honest cops gonna snitch on him.
wow,
I
haven't
watched that
seen
movie
it, but I
before.
should.
It's very good.
Sounds worthwhile because that's what I've always suspected. I felt like a lot of people who end up in these bad situations, it's due to it's just the way it's like how they have to survive, right? Like if you have to put on a tough exterior to survive in your neighborhood, that's gonna rub cops the wrong way. It's almost inevitable that you're gonna run a huge risk of getting thrown behind bars just for trying to hold your ground and survive.
Are you think?
Philadelphia,
Mm.
there's parts of Philadelphia. There's an area in Philadelphia that's called the Badlands. That was considered like the heroin capital of the entire United States.
Wow.
I mean, Philadelphia could be a very rough city depending upon where you go.
I know here in Dallas, the downtown Dallas police department, the Grandmaster Freemason Lodge is right across the street.
Of
Literally
course.
right across the street.
Oh wow. Oh my damn. So across the
Now,
street.
right across the street.
Yeah, no, I'm from Dallas originally, but I don't remember exact. I've changed so much as I haven't been to Dallas in 8 years. So
Yeah. Well, I didn't know about that until most recently. They covered the Dallas shooting on the news, of course, and then you can literally
I
see
thought that shooting is very suspicious because
it
it was
probably
like
was.
because it
Was
was
it?
like it's perfect narrative, right? The young black male that thinks that there's too many police shootings, and then so he goes out with he's a military veteran, goes out with a rifle, shoots a bunch of cops. They can't find him, and then they find him and shoot him. So then it's like They got their patsy. They find him and shoot him, just like JFK. The next day, the guy he supposedly does his shoots JFK, even though he was shot multiple times by multiple directions. They find the one shooter. The next day, he's shot by a random guy, a random mob boss. But the guy was his best friend in personal life. Jack Ruby served in a junior military group, the Silver Air Patrol, with Lee Harvey Oswald, and people don't think that sounds suspicious.
It's nuts.
But
One
SBO don't
thing-
think there's no conspiracies going on.
One thing that's weird about Texas, I don't understand, is why do they put so many people to death?
Because they're fucking crazy. It's just don't mess with Texas, man. And don't mess with Texas talking about the government. You fuck up in Texas, they're gonna just murder your ass. The government can kill whoever they want to kill. Think about the military. You're getting paid to kill people. It's okay.
Pretty much modern day mercenaries.
I mean, Texas
Just
is
like the
a
Roman
very
Empire.
still. I mean, even though it's a lot more liberal nowadays in the big cities like Houston, Austin, and Dallas. I mean, Texas has fundamentally always been a very Christian conservative state. Even in the churches, a lot of the doctrines they preach are some of the most brutal that you'll find in the whole world. And it's sick.
Yeah, but now even in Christianity, you have now called the Queen James Bible, which
the Queen the Queen James Bible,
which supposedly King James was actually a homosexual anyway.
Yeah,
and
he was a sick fucker.
Yeah, he fucked kids too. He
was a weirdo.
Little boys in the ass. Yeah, and also the King James he had little boy lovers and shit would knight them and make them dukes of Buckingham and all this shit. And then he commissioned the Bible, even though it has a few things in Leviticus and shit. It's still he commissioned the Bible, even though it has a few anti-gay things. And the Queen James Bible just removed all that. It just changes where you can be gay and shit. So the only morality in the Bible it took out. I'm like,
yeah.
So the next $90 billion super prison or whatever they build, it's going to be called the King James Castle, pretty much. For all the
Queen James
booty
Castle.
bandits going at it, just like King James did.
Jesus Christ!
You ever see Saturday Redemption? They come out, they just step out. Hey,
I ain't going to Texas.
I could be a friend to you. I could be your friend. You like, then you walk away. Then they come out. You're doing laundry. They come out. Hey, I like you, boy. And you're like, sail back. And they all jump on you. Please.
You know, it's crazy when we see all this stuff played up in the movies or TV shows, but an ex-boyfriend of a single mother I dated was just like that with me. I think he had been in prison, and he was like what you said, armchair. Booty bandit. For real. No, he was 100% sure. And he was
Christ.
like, "Oh, what's the problem?"
Another movie example that's similar to that is the movie Friday After Next, where the guy Terry Crews plays a guy that just got out of prison. He sees Tupac on the Tupac had been probably dead by 5 years by this point in 2001, and so he sees Tupac. He starts dancing. Oh, Tupac, you sex. Then he comes out and sees a pimp. Cat Williams plays a pimp in the movie, and so he's like, "You pretty." And then
he almost got
like,
raped.
I'm a pimp.
Yep.
I'm a pimp. I'm not a punk. I'm a pimp. And so then he tries to rape him in the bathroom. He grabs a pair of ice grips and grabs his nuts with the ice grip and says, "Ha! I got you now." He's like, "Please."
Fuck that.
So what's my favorite
Jesus
movie?
Christ.
The Nutcracker.
Wow. You know, the interesting thing, going back to that prison topic, in Norway, no matter what crime you commit, the maximum sentence is 21 years. So they had a man who actually supposedly murdered 77 people, and he still only got 21 years because that's the max sentence that they give you. There is no life sentence in Norway.
Damn.
None.
Whoa.
That's really nice fucking.
And crazy thing is that if y'all have never heard of Halden Prison, that's their maximum security prison in Norway. You look at how they treat those prisoners. A lot of those, the way a lot of those prisoners are treated is better than people that are free, supposedly in America, get treated. They have better lives locked up than a lot of people on the outside.
Yeah, probably better than my life. Yeah, probably better than my life.
Yes, and not just a little bit better, a lot fucking better.
Yeah,
because
no
they're
bed
serious. they want those people to go back out into society as good people. They don't want them going back out just to get locked back up a couple months later, you know?
Well,
I think
in
the
America, it's
difference
totally
is
different.
the difference is I think these European countries, it's more kind of accepted to criticize society and actually push legislation to make it better. Whereas in Canada or the States, people are like, if you criticize society, people will be like, oh, you know, you're just a lazy, you know, why you're just a hater. If you're criticizing these big corporations, oh, you're a hater. Oh, why can't you go, you know, make the money yourself? You know, why don't you pull up your bootstraps? And it's like, and, and I'm like, yeah, well, here I am. I'm working hard, and just criticizing society is taboo.
Basically
Yeah,
censorship. Basically censorship.
Self-imposed censorship by average everyday conforming people, I guess. Huh.
well, and in America, you know, I mean, as a society as a whole, we judge criminals for the criminal acts that they do, but what we don't look at is the circumstance of events that led up to them committing the acts of violence or crime that they committed in the first place. And a lot of it is influenced by the fucked up system that we're under here in
Exactly.
America.
The movie, even though I don't agree with everything that's said in the film series, the Zeitgeist, the third film in the Zeitgeist series, covered that a lot. Where it had a criminal psychologist, like was it Jim Gilligan or something like that. He talked about how the environment shapes people to be criminals, and our society acts like people are just born like this very Christian Bible Belt view of people. Just we're born evil, and that
Yeah.
it wasn't that the fact we were born impoverished, born this and that. Then you join the Blood and Crips if you're black or whatever. Join neo Nazis if you're white, and just wreak havoc. But it was like you were not given a proper shot to at life. You get in the shitty school system where you're taught Christopher Columbus is discover the world, and you're not taught any relevant information. When you come out of high school, you have no fucking skills. You're
American
just taught a
education.
bunch of bullshit about Christopher Columbus and how to add
Yeah.
1 + 1 = 2. You don't have no life
Yeah.
skills. They don't teach you how to.
Oh, they're
They
sure as hell not going to
anything.
teach you.
No, they want you
Teach
dumbed
you money
down,
rules.
basically.
They're
want
not
you
going to
dumb.
teach you the rules of money, or you know, avoiding credit card debt. And
No, they want you to credit card debt.
They purposely avoid teaching you about credit card companies and the predatory nature of that.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a question in here. Okay, an armored chair here. So Christopher Columbus discovered America, right? And so where did he get the army to kill the Indians to steal his land? To steal their land from?
Didn't need much of an army. When you got people just with sticks, or some of them were not even. Some Indian tribes don't even have weapons. When they would see Christopher Columbus' sword and didn't even know what it was and touch it and cut their hand. So some of them, and then also they got sick. They got sick from the diseases that they carried because they had no. When you have agriculture, you interacting with animals makes you more immune to disease. So that's why slavery happened, because most African cultures we weren't just going around and hunting anymore. We had cows and sheep or whatever African animals and shit as livestock, and so we're immune to disease that Europeans had, so we could be enslaved to build America up because we're immune to diseases. Native Americans didn't have, most Native American tribes, very few had agriculture to where they had animal husbandry and shit like that, and they died of disease. There's a book on that called Germs, Guns, and Steel, about how was a West the New World conquered. Guns, germs, and steel, because even a musket, you could have just a regiment of men with muskets, and then boom, every shot can decimate a whole tribe because they just have bow and arrows and shit. But the bow and arrows were the ones that did fight. The bow and arrows were effective, so they had to be careful because they had to stay out of bow and arrow range, because if they hit them and they weren't wearing armor, they're fucked back then, because there's no way to treat the arrow wound. But yeah, but it came from the fact they didn't. The germs kill mainly the Native Americans, and also they gave them blankets intentionally. Spanish realized, oh, these blankets have fucking smallpox. We'll give them some blankets, and they'll kill them intentionally.
We'll
so
give
they
them
get
we'll
covered
give
in
them
boils.
we'll give them some
Biological warfare.
smallpox, right? Yeah.
Strategist. Art of war.
The first biological warfare, intentional biological warfare, was first biological warfare was throwing leopard bodies into cities during like ancient sieges, and also and then them giving germs to intentionally giving tainted blankets to Native Americans. First instance of
Shit.
biological warfare.
I
So
think leprosy was prevalent during the Greek and Roman period.
yeah, I'm talking about that's the first case of
First
biological
biological
warfare, and then the
warfare.
second is them giving blankets to natives.
I would imagine too that a lot of the your sort of Native American tribes on the East Coast would kind of turn against each other or be more competitive because to get their hands on whatever handful of beads the conquistador or Columbus and his men
Oh, they
had.
tried to
They
do
would be
slavery in America with the natives. It just so many of them died of disease that they couldn't enslave them.
so it's mostly biological. Yeah, that makes sense. Because biological, that's a powerful thing, right? We just have to look at
Yeah, that's
how
why you see, that's what Manifest Destiny is.
flu.
When's the last time you've seen a full-blooded, not Hispanic person, but full-blooded native from the continental, from North America?
Well, we have them but most of them are from like northern Ontario.
They're gone.
In eastern Canada, they're mostly mixed with. You're right. Yeah, most Canadian, a lot of them in Canada are mixed with French.
Another good
That could have been
movie on
TFL
that.
related, like all
Yeah,
the
this is another good movie on that. It's about what happened in Australia. A white supremacist doctor said, "We want to annihilate the blacks in Australia. We're going to just breed them out of existence. We're not going to kill them. By the time you cross a black with a British, it will make a hybrid. And then you cross the hybrid with a pure-blooded white, it would eliminate the unwanted race." Let me show you that clip. I put it in the chat. Here it is.
That's interesting. Wow.
Let me show you.
Yeah, I don't want to sound ignorant, but I thought that Australia there's always a lot of racism towards the native and
yeah, I would say this was
Aboriginal.
in 18 when they first went there in 18. This is like 1880. This British doctor was saying, yes, how do we get rid of the Aboriginals? We'll just breed them out of existence. So and then the story follows a young half British and half Aboriginal girl as they try to make her assimilate her into British culture, and she wants to run away back to her Aboriginal people. But then and then he shows a clip to where he shows a mother and a British man, and he shows the baby of the half Aboriginal baby, and then he crosses, and then they force her to marry another British man, and then her child, you can't even tell that you can barely tell that it's almost like you barely tell that they have any type of they basically, it's like almost like how Italians have like about 20% African DNA, but they just have a little bit. You can see they have a little bit. They have the olive complexion a little bit, but you can't tell that they. Yeah, Sicilians. You can't tell that they have. They don't have a broad nose or any dark skin anymore. It's totally weird. Even though most of the European genes are recessive, but if third cross, it's eliminated. So that's what he was talking about in that film.
Yeah, there's no real pure European even, from what I know. Even looking at my family,
When
I have cousins with olive skin.
When Napoleon invaded Egypt, he shot the nose off of the Sphinx because he saw the broad nose of the Sphinx, and he had African slaves. He didn't want them to realize, they built a giant. They were capable of building a giant Sphinx or whatever back in the day. So he shot the nose off, so that you think that you think it was not a. I mean, of course, that means I wouldn't go to Europe and cut the head off of a Zeus statue, but they went to Egypt and cut the head off of an African statue. So
this was Napoleon's troops. What year would this have been?
1820. He invaded Egypt around 18. No, I'm sorry, about 1810. I'm probably mistaken, but don't quote me. It probably might have been 1799, 1810.
No, it's okay.
He invaded Egypt, and he shot. They used the nose of the Sphinx. The Sphinx still had a nose up until that point, broader than mine. And then they went there and used it as musket practice.
Did they restore it?
No, they just blew the nose off of it. It's a black
Wow.
woman's
Oh,
nose,
right.
and you can still
there is
tell
no
that it
nose,
was a
though.
broad nose, but then they shot it completely off. So
I guess I
people,
would have just assumed. I would have never. I would have thought it was just corrosion of like all the
no, yeah,
rocks.
but most of the Egyptian statues have a broken nose because when they,
Wow.
especially the ones that had there's Egypt, just like how you have people in Sudan, they have keen nose, but the ones that have the Egyptian kings that were West African or something, and they have a very broad nose, they cut the nose off intentionally. That's even the Greeks did that before guns. They would cut the nose off the statue.
Yeah, I've met people from northern Egypt and southern Egypt, and the difference they're very different in appearance. Like the guy from southern Egypt said, "Yeah, I'm a descendant of one of the original Egyptian southern Egypt." I don't know what the eh, eh, correct term for that area would be, but he I guess he would be more like these original inhabitants,
Right.
whereas
Well,
people from
Egypt was like the New York City of antiquity. It had
that's right.
every type
Yeah.
of black person ruled as a pharaoh at one point. You have old statues of a broad nosed Egyptian kings, and you have more keen nosed Egyptian kings, and then you had and then Africa is the most genetically diverse continent on the planet because it's so long that you have up here you have a hot climate, down here you have a cold climate, so Africans have be very different in phenotypes. But then you have Europe is more like it's long, the same latitude, it's long, so y'all more European culture, they're more unified. That's why Africa still this day is all fighting because they'll be one couple miles south, and they have completely different tribe, get isolated, and they become their own thing, and they want to fight this tribe or whatever. So
I will say though, Europe is still somewhat close to Africa because, like, I've compared, like, I know people who are Asian and Indian, and whereas some of the European people I know, this is generalization, is some of the European people will have hair, like even in my family, that's a little more, it's more African in nature. It's hard to explain.
oh, they have just curlier hair, yeah.
Yeah, like my
They have
dad
some
has very, yeah. Anyways, I thought that's I think it's very hard to map the spread of people over the years. That's a very complex project. Like where people, like, did Europeans come out of I think they were saying India 50,000 years ago, and then another migration came out of Africa. Like it's very, there's so many different theories. I'm probably
It's like people can't understand the out of Africa theory. It's almost like how some people don't, like when I was a kid, like I asked, like, where do dogs come from? And the teacher said wolves. Like every single dog breed comes from a fucking wolf, and the same, pretty much all the same type of wolf. You can just breed anything you want in a creature, just like in the X-Men series, it says mutation powers evolution. So yeah, you can mutate. You can make a fucking dog that can with such a big head, like pugs have such big heads, they can't even give birth. So you can, but something that would never happen in nature anyway. But you can make any type of fucking thing you want if you have enough time to breed it to have a different phenotype, manifestation of a trait. So it's just over time people can change.
Well, back in the day, you were talking about them shooting the nose off the statue, right?
Mm-hmm.
And nowadays times they'd be shooting the penis off the statue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ancient Greece, they thought that large penises was be frowned upon. So most Greek statues have small phalluses.
right.
Yeah,
They
that's true.
considered large
considered
phalluses to be, I guess,
it's bad for some reason. It's oh, you're too high, too much of so much high of a sex drive and shit. So and that's why another reason that slaves or enslaved, they were either castrated completely. Some of them, if they weren't going to be used as breeders, they would castrate completely or just castrate the balls off.
yeah, like it was considered, I think it was considered vulgar to have a large manhood back in ancient Greece. Although we're kind of coming full circle to that. If you look at how men are shamed, how like Hell by the Dashboard Light says, women are, I don't think women are going after the highest testosterone guy. Like from what I'm
No.
seeing, they're going after the effeminate soy
Beta
boy
male.
types.
Yeah, the beta male soy boy.
Well,
That's
they
what
I was
generation,
told,
my generation is. Yeah, go
Women
ahead.
don't
Rich.
want to be like a strong man anymore, I don't think.
sorry about that. I was told like many times, like when you're out trying to, meet women, that you can't come off like too oversexed. You can't come
Yeah.
off too strong. You can't come off like we were talking about the romantic thing earlier. I think that's a part of
Definitely,
it.
you can't. I mean, that's why I know that some of these PUAs, like the ones that preach direct, are full of shit because that's gonna fucking piss off the typical feminist woman anyway. That all you want is sex, or that you have a libido. That's for some PUAs preach. I'll just go up to women and say you basically all you want is sex, and you basically try to do sex stuff off the jump. That's fucking ridiculous.
PUA is a bunch of shit.
All of it,
Yeah.
even the direct and indirect, it's all a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
And like
All
Steve
fraudulent.
said, just the existence of PUA, it proves that the entire male-female dynamic has been gone to hell.
Mm-hmm.
I
And-
really think that this is something that is socially engineered by, big corporations.
I think so too,
Yeah.
because they want guys clocking in, right? They want.
And I got all. I got
Rabbit hole.
him. I got him. I got a little Thor statue. I got a little King Tut statue. And I got a black woman statue. But it's like I'm not gonna just at the day side. I guess he's evil, right? The man's evil. So
Well, I mean, if you're on a date or if you've got a girl over at your house, hopefully at some point, armchair, at least you can say that you're well traveled. You sure of that?
yeah, I've been to Europe before. I've never been to Africa before. I've been to Europe before.
Nice. I've only been to Paris.
Nice. I've been to Germany.
My
as a
family's
kid.
been to Portugal, Italy, France.
I really
I've
want to
only
visit Paris.
Oh, it's weird because it's the only place in Europe I've been yet. It's the first place I want to go back, and I've never been anywhere else. It's so just the architecture is so beautiful.
I bet. Shit, they got more Egyptian artifacts in Paris now than they do in Egypt.
Oh, that's kind of creepy if they do. I hope not.
Yeah, they do.
Wow.
Although I believe it. If you think about all the wars and whatnot, they were competing empires. Like the French were competing with the German Empire. Each empire was kind of in a race to see what they could loot out of these the tombs of these deceased Egyptian kings, right?
Yeah, exactly. And also they got the whole thing where now and French are going down to West Africa, and they're founding all these countries and shit. And now they are here to get a job. Now you have to have gay sex with a French man to get a job. The Africans have to have gay sex with a French man now.
Fuck that.
Hell no.
So they're just spreading. That's how they're trying to limit the population now. They just make everybody gay.
Yeah.
I have a disagreement.
Go ahead.
I don't think there's a gay conspiracy. In this sense, I think they would rather keep guys straight but frustrated.
That's true, but they're also diverting a lot of motherfuckers to be gay.
Yeah, the gay agenda is really getting kind of bad on social media and shit. That shit fucking foul. Like they pushing the humanism, transgender.
Yeah, and now
man.
in the military now, if a gay guy even comes onto you and you say "fuck off, faggot," he can say he could what is called EO you, or equal opportunity strike you, and now homosexuals are a protected class in the military, so you can't even say "fuck off, faggot."
Nope.
What's up?
Where are you, armchair revolutionary? Are you like in a boarding house?
It's a barracks.
Oh, you live in a barracks?
I'm sorry, sorry to hear you.
You're in the military?
Yeah, I'm in the military, unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay, so they let you do this? This is controversial stuff. They could censor you.
Yeah, no. My internet's private. It's a private corporation that owns my internet, so I can say what the fuck I want. My roommate don't give a fuck.
Okay. So I Okay, you getting any women in your life?
No, hell no. You can't have women in the barracks. And when you're in training, you can't have women in the barracks. Anyway, you want to. They say no females right in the barracks door.
You're pretty young. You're what, 21?
I wish 28.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they have this little sharp thing in the military now. So if a woman don't like you, she can hit you with sharp, which is called sexual harassment and rape. No, sexual harassment and rape prevention or rape response. I forget. But it's this program where basically is made for females. So if a man use it and they laugh it off, if a homosexual comes onto a man and says like, "Yo, give me some booty," and you say "fuck off," even if you don't say FAG, you just say "fuck off," they don't take it seriously. But if you do it to a female, they'll fuck your whole career up.
Yeah.
Armchair.
Armchair, in your opinion, what is the future of men living TFL? You think it's going to get worse?
Oh, definitely. That's the whole point. It's definitely gonna get worse. You're gonna have people. You're gonna have guys looking like a young Brad Pitt and Denzel Washington, and then not normal social skills and everything, and they're gonna be living in. They're gonna have like crab arm disease because they're gonna be jacking off so much.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Are they gonna do like the turf flicker monkey? They're gonna be like just gonna get blow up doll. They're gonna have their assistant say they're gonna say Cortana, play Sexual Healing by Marvin Gaye, and they're blow up, and they talk to their blow up doll and shit, and they come in there. Or it's like Blade Runner, where in the new Blade Runner film, he's in love with a hologram and shit. He's in a synthetic man that's more than a test tube, but his love interest is a hologram that he can't even touch.
Wow.
That's the future of humanity.
Armchair, you're pretty much my age. What would you say was it looking back on your life? What year you think was that? I would guess after you were I don't know, grade 4, let's say. What year do you think of school or whatever? Do you think you had the healthiest relationship with your peer groups and women in general, like girls your age?
Sophomore year of high school and junior year of high school, because I had a little puppy love girlfriend that was like an emo chick, and I went to redneck high school, and the fact that I was dating a white girl, that just pissed them off. So
and what year was that?
What
year
was
was that?
2007 and 8.
Okay, that's interesting because I noticed that 2007 was the start of when things got bad for me.
Yeah, exactly.
2005, 2006, it was like the difference between the way women were towards me before and after 2006, it's like night and day. 2005 was the best year of my life. I was grade 7. It was like women actually want to actually hang out, go to movies, like
exactly.
go over to each other's house and mixed gender groups. I was 12 or something,
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that when
silly
my first
string.
kiss was like age 10. My mom brought over a young black chick, and we would play around and kiss each other and stuff like that. And she never found out or knew and didn't care.
I guess I could have had relationships like that at the time. When I look back, you can always look. There's always regrets that we have, but at least I had healthy platonic like friendships with lots of guys and girls. And the girl, it was just platonic. They would kiss me on the cheek when I was moving on to the next school, like they were sad I was leaving. I would never get that kind of treatment like after years down the road.
Yeah, I feel you.
It was like they were off. I got the sense in college women were obligated to be around me. They would fake being nice to me, but they didn't really want to be around me.
I felt that.
Oh, it is it's so toxic. The zeitgeist is just, and it's horrible. The thing is we look back and we have regrets, but like Stephen and Bill were saying, we've got to come to accept that it's not our fault. It's society.
Yeah, you can be a handsome guy and not get a chick. You know, so you could be a normal motherfucker. I'm saying you could be a normal motherfucker and not get a chick today because they're so toxic today. They have all this fucking shit in their mind that they're
And
taught.
it's and what kind of a sick world do we live in where women are gonna not lead you on, but you can just sense that they're obligated to be with you, whether it's a professional reason, whether it's they're trying to look good to advance in their job or whatever. You can just tell that it's kind of like
It's transactional.
Yeah.
It's just a
I'm not
transactional
I'm not talking
relationship.
about just like cashiers, but women I came across in college, it was transactional, exactly.
You're spot on, John Coke. I mean, that was some of the best social times in my life too. Was middle school, 7th grade and 8th grade. Was fucking almost like a utopia. Like men and women got along very well, and that was back in 2010, 2011. I mean, things were getting bad at that point, but
I
even
mean,
for
it's
us,
like
it
a
was still really
drug.
good.
It's like a drug if a girl would phone and then like my mother would mention a girl had phoned or something and then like 5 minutes later the guy had phoned because he was setting up, what we're gonna do. Are we gonna go on the subway, the train to go meet at this other girl's house, and then we're gonna hang out after, play basketball or whatever at the go see a movie maybe. What was it? Like we fell asleep, and what was it, Mr. and Mrs. Smith? I remember I didn't even we fell asleep through the whole thing, but it was like the time we had to. It was real, authentic time we spent together, and and this was when it was back when it was the flip phones and whatnot. I can't imagine how great it would have been in the 80s.
Oh god!
Like when women were would be pining for, like, I wouldn't get the most attractive woman, but I would have gotten some woman to ask to go out to the prom with me.
Oh,
I
definitely.
would just have to
funny.
summon up the courage to ask them out, and I'm sure they would have at worst let me down politely, and we would have still been able to be friends afterwards.
Yeah, my father. We were taking a trip to Arkansas one time, and we were driving through his childhood neighborhood in Little Rock, and he drove me past the house he grew up in, and he used to tell me stories about how when he was in high school back in the 70s in middle school, his girlfriend lived right across the street in the neighborhood, and he would escape out of the house at night and jump the fence to go over to her house, and they would do all kinds of stuff. It's like, holy shit.
It's crazy.
I never had the opportunity for any of that shit when I was in middle school or high school.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Because
sure.
I a lot of my time as a younger kid, I was either homeschooled, parents traveling shit, homeschooled, or fucking, or I go to some, then I eventually go to some shitty school, and then and then it was weird in 5th grade when I saw when we were getting bitchy then, because like a chick, she would have a crush on me, but she was mad about it and was fucking bully me about it. I was like, you secretly like me, don't you? And she could tell she did. It was just weird back. That's when the women started getting crazy. And that was like the early 2000s. So I saw that in like 5th grade, how they started getting crazy and shit. And then they got even worse.
Yeah, I'm sure. Have you heard of
the
the? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, then it got worse. Like, I did have a girl. Armchair. That's an interesting point you brought up. Like, we were in gym. What was it? Were we playing softball or baseball or something in gym class? And she would be bullying towards me. She'd use all this hard drug because I was terrible at sports. And then later on, it turned out she kind of had a crush on me. She saw me, like, when I was coming back my first year from college, and I could tell when she saw me, she was like, her voice cracked and all this. But nowadays women, they don't want anything to do with men. It's like,
No.
there's not even that even though that bullying behavior of her was kind of annoying at the time, it's I look back at that now, like, longing kind of way, like,
Yeah,
that's
what
dead
taught me
now.
as a kid about that was there's an old TV cartoon called, as I watched as a kid, called, super corny cartoon came out when I was a kid, called Hey Arnold, where the girl would bully the main character Arnold, but secretly she was in love with him. So that taught me that, to where there's a thin line between love and hate, where they're bullying you and shit is just because they secretly like you and they're mad about it. Sometimes that could be the case, especially back then when they had, it was women were
Oh, I
more
remember that
normal back
show.
then.
I remember that show myself. I watched that too with Hayden Arnold. I think her name was Helga.
Helga,
Yeah,
Helga.
yeah, Helga. Yeah, bullied the crap out of him, but secretly we have all type of candles, worship and all that. I said that she was funny to me. Like, oh,
Yeah.
now I'm thinking about like that was actually kind of like a show of a session and shit. Which now I'm thinking about like, wow, that's pretty deep. Now you mentioned
Yeah,
that.
that's what. And then I think other people told me, oh yeah, she secretly likes you, but she's just mean to you because she's mad about it. One female like bitch told me that when I was in like 5th grade. It's like,
She on
oh, okay. So it was like that TV show. I thought to myself,
So hey, Armchair, have you ever heard of the Harbor in Rockwall?
You
can recall that? Oh, it's one of those big, nice outdoor mall/shopping centers in Rockwall on the outskirts of Dallas. But
I might have been there. I know I played the big mall in Dallas that has like the Rainforest restaurant and shit. I forget the name though.
It's not the Galleria, but anyways, when we were in middle school, we used to have every Thursday night. It was tradition. We would have packs of women and men, hand in hand, spending time together down at that mall in Rockwall, the Harbor. And
that's gone.
Like once we all got into high school and the iPhones and the Instagram came along, that pretty much dissipated into nothing within a matter of weeks.
Oh yeah, I bet.
I got a question for you guys. I got a question for you guys, if that's okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, go ahead.
So I have a question about social media. What is that doing to people so that make us everybody isolated, not talk to each other? What's going on with that type of scenario?
It's making women mini celebrities, essentially.
Is that it actually is placing women as mini celebrities, and they want to use it to brag that we're more connected than ever, but in reality we're actually the opposite. We're more disconnected. People have lost their social skills, period.
I just wanted to say something real quick. Meeting people online could be more dangerous than talking to people on the subway in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Right.
Very dangerous. People in general are very dangerous.
But a lot of people don't realize this. Okay, if I was to strike up a conversation with a female on the Frankfurt Owl or the Broad Street subway in Philadelphia, I mean, you would be able to tell where things are going just by the body language. But when you're talking to people online, you don't know what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah, that's why I recommend guys using if you're in a town that's of a moderate size, you can use what's called Meetup, and that's a good way to meet people and not go out seeking to get any romantic relationship, but just use that to get out and meet people. And it's not like you're just meeting a random stranger off the internet that could be a catfish troll or some shit.
That's probably a safer option than dating. I will say in my experience when I did it, there were a lot of the women who went up to those groups were hooked up with a guy. But it doesn't hurt to try. I mean, absolutely.
You occasionally meet single women doing it.
What is catfishing?
That's when a person pretends to be typically the extreme example is a guy's bald weirdo in his basement pretends to be a hot female by posting a random supermodel picture on Plenty of Fish or any dating site. You go like, oh man, she's telling me saying that she's getting wet and wild for me. So then you go out and meet her, and either it's a complete no show because the guy's in his basement, or it's a homosexual man looking for a liaison. So it's either way, it's bad.
That's crazy.
There's a whole TV show on Men TV about it, where they get people pretend to be a hot female, and they're secretly an ugly female, or secretly just a weird male in his basement.
That's
fucking sick.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Sick.
I think though, Armchair, most of the girls our age use online dating as a means to see they're testing the waters. They want to see what their value is. They don't It seems to
Yeah,
me
they're
that they don't really have an intention of actually meeting the guy or getting into deep
they're,
No,
conversation.
they
it's
don't.
attention seeking. It's just they want attention. That's women's currency. See, men get off by watching pornography or having fantasies about having a female in their life, but women can just get off to 1,000 guys and messaged me today, 900 messaged me to yesterday, 1,000 guys messaged me today, 900 messaged me. Oh, I'm losing my looks or whatever. They just use it as a litmus
It
because
builds.
they're so
All
used to.
it does is build their ego.
Yeah. That's why they can be so women can be asked for these demand ridiculous dates and shit today, and you're like, oh, I mean, I'm sorry to using, but female, are you crazy for asking for this ridiculous date? Or I want to go on this date to see some toxic feminist movie. You buy it, and you're like, what? No. If I'm paying for the movie, we're going to see Avengers. We're going to see race car movie or some shit like that. We're not watching some type of feminist movie about how a woman talking crazy to a man for 2 hours. I'm not watching that for 2
Oh,
hours
hell no.
because it's gonna put you in a bad mood. And there ain't no way that even you are a little bit attracted to me. There ain't no way you're gonna emulate the female in the movie talking crazy to the man. So no, it ain't even worth it. You better just cut your losses because some of these females, if they do go on a date with you, they're just using you for a free date and a free movie, free attention. So
yeah, free meal pimping too. They're usually for food.
Yeah. And they'd be like, but I don't need no man. But they be going out milking for fucking meals. And you're like, what? Nah, I ain't be you. I ain't no fucking Red Cross, no charity. I ain't paying you for your fucking meal. You ain't gotta guarantee me no ass, but you gotta be we got our day is supposed to be screening each other for potential romantic connection. But if a female is just out there just conspiring just to fucking use you for a meal and forget your ass, you're wasting your fucking time. You're wasting your time if you see there's no attraction there. And the female doesn't want to fucking connect. And also, I do agree with one thing a PUA. There's one PUA says he's a big bald black guy named the alpha male, but he says one thing that's good that says like if you see that by the third date, I think Bill doesn't like this, but I say by the third date you don't see any type of romantic spark. You definitely cut your loss. I think by the first date you could tell if it's regressing to romance. If the female was just watching them, you will tell you female movies are a bad date for a female first date anyway. But if you do take a female to, I take a female to a fucking cheap ass coffee shop.
Well,
or
I'm
most
not
Starbucks.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
say anything against what you're saying in the overall. If a man and a woman are just looking to hook up and have fun, then I would agree with what you're saying. If you was a TFLer who was looking for a lifetime companion, then I wouldn't agree with you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, I
I
mean, we
think
go
at
through
least
different phases in our life, though. I think
Yeah.
younger guys are definitely looking just to see if we're sexually compatible first before you're thinking about. Because I'm definitely not going to be in no sexless relationship with a female, and because we weren't sexually compatible, she should be ripping my clothes off by the second or third date. I mean, back in 1970, that's the way it was. I hear that's the way it was back in the day. But now it's all like they act like the Frozen, like a bunch of nuns. But secretly, they could be vibrating themselves at night, but they act like a bunch of nuns in the street. So
Actually, believe it or not, you can pretty much tell where things are going on your first date, and you can pretty much tell within the first, few minutes where things are going to go.
yeah, exactly. You don't.
It's
You
very
don't sit there
quick.
and wait. You have to dismiss them at pretty quickly today because there's so many date pimps or female just hoes because the old saying in the pimp community that a female can't be a pimp no way. So you just she's either a hoe or not, but she's basically hoeing for a free fucking meal, in my opinion. If she's a female's going out and she uses men she's not attracted to for free meals, and then she fucks the guy she's attracted in the first date, she's a meal hoe, in my opinion.
Well, this is why when you first meet the female for the first date, she's buying her own meal and you're buying your own.
Yeah, I'm going to fucking Starbucks and I'm getting a tea if it's late. We're meeting at night, I'm getting a tea, or if it's during the day, I'm getting a coffee. You buy your own fucking coffee because I don't even fucking know you, and I'm not paying for a fucking meal.
Well, if I was going to pay for a meal, I'd buy my own and I'd eat in front of her.
Which you legalize prostitution. What is that? If you just legalize prostitution, just might as well at this point.
Yeah, ain't gonna happen to catch him.
I would just tell her you have your hoe for power and I have my whole plate for power. Too bad you can't have any.
Well, in Canada, prostitution is legal to solicit, but it's illegal to buy. So
How's that for a contradiction?
That's a bunch of crock of shit.
Bullshit. That's
Then you
clear
probably
bullshit.
have a pornography studio right next door to the courthouse.
Well, yeah, there you go. There's a lot of pornography
So you
made in
could, so
Canada.
you can pay a woman. The porn directors can pay a woman to have sex with them and film it, but you can't just a normal man can't just pay for sex. So I never understood that contradiction. Anyway.
And then I would imagine that in the south of the border, in the states, the states is more of strikes me as more of a puritanical culture that's going to take a while for prostitution to get legalized. Am I right,
Yes.
guys?
Well, it's pretty much already legal. They just call it meetups. It's all over. I mean, you have these women who operate on Snapchat that run private Snap accounts, and they basically charge 50 an hour or 100, 200 an hour, and they call it, but they use it under the term meetup to basically prostitute themselves out to men who are willing to buy their products.
I ain't paying no woman $100.
No,
Well, I'm only making
$100.
$1,500 a month, and I'm paying $100 for what? Some used coochie that other men had already hit and split.
no.
Fuck
I
out
mean,
You never know.
I want to
the-
wish everyone a good night. I'm going to be
Oh, good
heading.
night. Oh, good night, Mitchell.
But it was nice meeting everyone.
Nice
Yes.
talking to
right
you.
on, Mitchell.
It was right. All I could say is, we all think it's us. Like, what's wrong with us? Why are we having a hard time? But everyone's going through it now.
Mhm.
They are. It's literally almost everybody.
Like sometimes I blame myself. Why am I having a hard time out there? But it's not just me. It's everybody. Even people that are very neurotypical versus someone who might be Aspie. We're all having trouble.
Mhm.
Right.
Probably
Mitchell, the coast of Oregon is quite a beautiful area geographically.
Yes, it is.
I'd been there a decade ago, and there's a certain spot I remember called Lincoln City. Does that ring a bell?
I'm right outside of it.
Yeah, it just gorgeous. It was like the edge of the kind of like you're at the edge of the world. Just really powerful. How the sea meets the cliffs and everything by there, and all the mist and everything. The weather isn't too extreme. It's relatively mild from what I remember year round.
It's mild. Like right now, it's probably about 45 degrees outside right now.
See, that's quite reasonable compared to a lot of the East Coast right now, where we're fluctuating between that and then like below freezing, like
East Coast can have weird winter weather where it could be like, let's say, 60 degrees during the day in January or February, and then at nighttime drop down to 6 or 7 degrees, and then be that way for several days.
Could you imagine being one of these MGTOW guys who lives out of their cars in the East Coast? That couldn't be that wouldn't be a fun experience. Unless maybe
No.
if you had a space heater, but then you've got to power it up. So living off the grid is not. I don't think it's realistically an option in the East Coast during the winter.
East Coast would be virtually impossible. Plus, you'd be dealing with a lot of laws and more harassment by the cops and everything else.
Is there less of that out west? Do you think it's because it's more of a hippie? Like, are people more accepting of transients?
It's like more hippie, like more beatnik, more open-minded. It's just different. Like over here, you could probably do that a lot easier than, let's say, doing it, in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. That's for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Or in my neighborhood, like a suburban neighborhood, people would probably call the cops if I was living out of some microbus.
People would get freaked out. I mean,
and I'm in Toronto, and people definitely would not take kindly to that.
I used to have family in Toronto, so I've been there several times. And what I've noticed, and I haven't been there since the 80s, but Toronto can seem like kind of a very snippy type city.
People are I will say Toronto is very
materialistic. People are very title oriented, very it's very income. It's economic. It's going to be tough to get by if you're working a minimum wage job in Toronto. I can tell you that from experience. It's very, very tough.
It struck me as being a very class-oriented environment there.
It is. It absolutely is, Mitchell. In fact, I have a Jewish friend. He's 55 years old, and he told me that his parents would often set him up with women, but they would want nothing to do with him because he didn't drive a car. Even though we live in a transit city like New York, where you don't need a car, these women, they wouldn't go out with a guy who wasn't driving a Lexus or whatever.
Jesus.
So
No,
yeah,
even if you had a car, but let's say you had a car that's like 5 years old and it's like a Honda or something, they wouldn't want to be bothered.
probably not.
So if you're not driving like a brand new 2020 Lexus, basically they're not going to want to be bugged.
Especially North Toronto, Forest Hill, or Thornhill, any Richmond Hill. There are a lot of very, very class, like you said, snippety parts of Toronto. It's not. People often say Toronto is liberal, but it's not liberal in a hippie way. It's probably more like Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
That's the future.
That's where I used to live. I lived there for a while, and Cherry Hill was exactly that, very materialistic.
It was
Very
like
judgmental.
Thornhill, yeah, like Thornhill, Ontario, which is north of Toronto, a suburb. That's very comparable.
Another thing about Cherry Hill, as I remember, is even trying to fit in there, even if you had money, even if you had a nice car, even that's a big if, because if you're someone like myself that's, on the autistic spectrum, it's not going to matter, what you have. They're going to be like, this guy's a fucking weirdo, and they're not going to want to be bugged.
Right, Orin, I find just being a single man, the modern equivalent of that, the 2020 equivalent for like a millennial guy like my age or Armchair's age, if you're a single male, like we're getting to the age, we're 28, and especially as you get into your 30s, if you're a single male, people who are coupled up or have young families, they're gonna be very weary of you.
Yes.
Like
Unfortunately,
there's a mass fear of single males.
That's why, like, I do nature photography. I'm out, I'm photographing, scenic things like, sunsets with the rock formations out here. I'm doing, shots of Roosevelt elk that come through here, and, eagles and, other things, river otters and seals. And even I was doing the same thing back east. I was basically, focused on doing hummingbirds and butterflies. And I had to be real careful, like in some of these nature centers, because you have like a family with kids, and I'm a single guy by myself with a camera. You never know what could happen.
Yes. In fact, believe it or not, I do delivery work in Toronto. I'll see like a group of kids or something coming towards me on the sidewalk. I'll often make a case of going to the house across the street or do something, go to the sidewalk on the other side of the street. Often, like where I live, there are no sidewalks, so it's kind of like the community that I'm in. It's a newer post-war community, and it's crazy because actually, when my aunt came to pick me up from my place, she said, "Oh, this reminds me of the community, that I grew up in and everything, outside of in this town outside of Toronto." But what you notice now is instead of these people playing on the streets, you'll occasionally get that. Instead, you have speculators coming in because of all the low interest rates. People are buying up these bungalows, tearing them down, and then building 3-story homes with 3-car. The entire front of the house is like a garage, like a 3-car garage, right up to the lot lines. There's no land left because it's all a house. So it's all these McMansions getting built. And for me, that's kind of a symbol of how disconnected our society's become.
And people that are living in these places, at some point, it's going to take one. They're like what, not just one paycheck, but one day ahead of ending up in a foreclosure.
Right, or a central bank raising the interest because their interest rates are at unhealthy low levels. They should not be this low. I think it's corruption. It's corruption to benefit the mortgage industries. It, it really, when they lowered the interest rate this much around the recession, it really hurt people on like seniors on fixed incomes who are relying on that interest from their savings. It decimated a lot of those people, and a lot of those seniors actually, believe it or not, have to go to food banks. There are a lot of people, a lot of people who go to food banks in my area are not homeless, believe it or not. These are people on fixed income.
Wow.
They're basic. I mentioned this about TFL with several people that I've been in communication with for quite some time, and I mentioned the reason why we're in the situation with TFL in the first place. A lot of it is all economically based.
I think that's the majority of it, Mitchell. A lot of people disagree
It's
with me.
not the feminist movement. It's not. It has nothing to do with feminism or any of that. It's all economic.
Right, because people will often say to me, they'll find out I'm from Toronto and they'll say, "Oh, well, isn't Toronto the center of feminism and it's a leftist, this and that?" It's Toronto. It's not leftist at all. It's just how would I? In fact, it's actually pretty conservative. It's
Actually,
just
Toronto. My understanding of the last time I was there was like sometime in the late '80s, maybe early '90s, and I remember it's actually very conservative,
yes,
and they think about issues as very much on a conservative basis.
absolutely,
And as
absolutely.
far as feminism, if it happens to be if the first human being to step on the planet Mars happens to be a woman, so be it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Because I wouldn't describe it as feminist. I would describe it as people just being very competitive. That's all. Women being very competitive, men being very competitive. It's just the zeitgeist.
Yes, I mean, I believe it or not, even in high school and my first year of art school, I've actually had intimacy with women that were total hardcore feminists to the point where they wanted to throw every guy off the planet.
I had close conversations with one of these women like that,
And I've
and I
actually had, actual intimacy with some of these people, but it's not the point. The point is the reason why a lot of us are suffering TFL. A lot of it is economically based.
yeah, because we're working such long hours, and we don't have the time to really um, exercise our own social cues. It some of it could be related for some of us, might be on the spectrum. I know I've got ADD, so I'm not
Right.
going to be normal.
But
I know I might be more paranoid in my thinking. A lot of that's driven by my economic situation and living TFL. Is I'm a very paranoid person, so that's going to hurt me. But it's interesting and unfortunate because TFL just feeds into our existing um, mental conditions and makes them worse, or
exactly.
are are non-neurotypical, and I think, I don't know, our society just it's very neurotypical driven, um, and
Our society is
it's
based
not
on,
willing to accept that people on the spectrum have actually made great creative contributions. We kind of keep that under wraps. We're not allowed to talk about that.
no, basically, if you're a little bit different or if there's just a little bit something different about you, not even a lot, but just a little tiny bit, that's all it takes to be put in a TFL situation.
Right. It's almost like you'll notice people won't make an effort to I don't know. People often don't make an effort to reconnect with me. Sometimes they do, but I wonder if it's just my anxiety from
Well,
everything.
I could say this in a neurotypical way of functioning is everything is more or less a lock and step type of conformity.
Right, and I guess we as artists we're wired differently than that.
Yes, and like if let's say if I'm in Toronto, Toronto would not be a place to be a neuro.
That's a good point. Right, unless perhaps you have something like Sicilian Joe has got a good paying job with driving a train with a pension. If you can get a good paying job where you don't have to deal with people and it has a
Right.
pension, then you're set. I think you're set. Then
It
you
would
can
have to be
actually relax and then you're more likely to find a woman who's compatible with you. But if you're not neurotypical in a competitive and expensive city like where I live, it's going to be a lot harder for you to find that woman you're compatible with, right? Am I-
most of the women there, and it's probably the kind of place that unless you meet people through other people, um, it seems like a Toronto would be a lot more guarded than even Philadelphia itself.
That's possible, yeah. Like I think uh was it I can't remember if you were talking to Steve or was it Sicilian Joe about me. You were talking about going out in the center city, Philadelphia, like
Right.
just to see so
And
that
I
they
found
could see the vibe. Did they ever get a chance to?
Center City, believe it or not, could probably be a lot easier. Center City, Philadelphia could be actually be easier than a lot of other places. It's not that bad. But like some of your suburbs, like in New Jersey, like Cherry Hill, different story. I mean, basically, your Toronto would probably be like a big Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
I would say most of it. There are a few quote unquote hippie enclaves, but most of the hippies have it's all investor bought units now. Like the hippies have been priced out a while ago. And there are student areas of Toronto, but even that is everything's become so expensive that you're absolutely right. I would liken Toronto more to Cherry Hill than say Center City. I think Philadelphia on the whole is still more affordable. And
Yes,
Philadelphia might be more like Montreal in terms of the affordability.
and also culture too. There's a lot of culture there.
Depends on
Right.
where
I
you're
guess
living.
Philadelphia is quite an old city, like Montreal is.
It's old. There's a lot of culture. There's a lot of different ethnicities. It's very diverse. New York City, in some ways, is the same way, but places like a Toronto, it's a place that a lot of people are not going to be able to fit in that well.
Right. Or Toronto is very segregated. People don't realize this, but people, they stick to their own ethnic stock. They call Toronto multicultural, but I mean it's very segregated. If you look at maps of where people live,
Now,
and
if I let's say was a little different, like I am now, I probably would not do too well socially myself.
sorry, what was that, Mitchell?
If I kind of beat to a different drummer,
Right.
I probably would not do all that well socially myself unless I had a lot of money, unless I was making a very high income.
Right, because I think Mitchell, like, or for any of us, like if we had enough money where we could live off the interest, we would be a lot more at ease. We would be able to go down to the beaches or the Lake Ontario or a ravine or somewhere, set up an easel, start painting or start shooting some photos, and you might meet people more organically if you're but whereas if you're plugged into a job, you're just more, I don't know.
Well, Hayden's taking us all on a ride, guys, so our live stream will be on a ride now.
Let's go take a ride around
Sounds
Dallas,
good.
fellas.
But
Sounds good.
I want to wish everyone a good night.
Thanks, Mitchell.
Right.
That's
And
Good talking to you, Mitchell.
you too. And like I said, I mean, I think it's a situation I've learned. It's not just me. It's a lot of people, probably millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of men throughout North America that are, going through issues with people, relationships, being misunderstood.
absolutely. And
Yes,
women
sir.
women won't give a t-shirt and jeans kind of guy who doesn't work in an office the time of day a lot of the time. And that's kind of out of our control at our age.
Now, over here, believe it or not, I know it's Oregon. I know it's like that extreme feminist attitude, but over here, most people are going to be in t-shirts and jeans or more casually dressed. Most of your Western states are like that.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's a good point. I didn't, because I guess I was so young when I visited that area that I wasn't really aware of the dating or the social dynamic between male and female.
I mean, you're not going to be in a pair of dress pants, a pair of dress shoes. You're not going to be like walking on a shirt and tie. You're not going to be like, you're not going to dress like that walking the beach.
Good point.
No.
Or, being in an area that's more organic. Even in big cities like Portland, it's a lot more casual than, your East Coast cities.
Now, have you had a chance to strike up any conversation with any strange women?
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
And believe it or not, it didn't really go that bad. It wasn't really that bad. I mean, I've actually striked up conversations when I'm out on the beach, doing my nature shots. But now, but that's how you would do it. You want to connect or talk to people.
Right, you can't go up like to people like you're out of that movie Saturday Night Fever or
No,
whatever drops.
like you can't go up to people like that PUA wants to train us to be like. That doesn't work.
Yeah, in fact, that's how I failed on my first date. Was I took advice from some of these PUAs, and I could tell from I have enough awareness, social. I don't know. I guess I'm neurotypical. I don't know if it's neurotypical. I don't think you have to be neurotypical to sense the vibe of the woman, Mitchell. Because I bet you're pretty good at picking up on vibes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that shows.
I mean, we're pretty empathic too.
Yeah, I am too. Like people they think that if you're not neurotypical, you can't sense a woman's energy or signals, but I absolutely could. But believe it or not, she paid for the meal for both of us. So
it's really weird. It's like maybe we might have trouble picking up on some things,
yeah.
but you can almost smell what they're giving off to where things are going. It's kind of hard to explain.
No, I totally know what you mean. I wish I had the words for it.
I mean, it's almost like you could almost smell it, but it's kind of like being more empathic instead of like reading, well, if she dresses this way or has her button this way, this means this or that. No, because like if a woman, turned her head around or crossed her arms, that really doesn't mean anything depending on the situation.
That's right.
Yeah.
What psychologists would often say that you could judge by I don't know. I don't know, but I do know, Mitchell, that there's some truth to this way that I mean, it's hard for us to explain it with words how you would sense somebody's body language, but there's one woman I had been intimate with. She said, "How did you know that I wanted it?" or something. She asked me to that effect, and I said, "You just looked at me a certain way," and she was like, "How did you have any idea that you knew this?" And So we definitely do have a sixth sense, whether we're neurotypical or not. I
Exactly.
think there's no
But
debating that.
this, like, the thing about the PUA is I really think that could even be putting other guys in danger too. I don't think
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you went to a bar and you were to strike and you were to act like some, um, I don't know.
if you were to try to go to a bar and act like a Fonzie or a John Travolta, some guy can come up and just sucker punch you and you can lose an eye or something.
Or there could be some guy who's living TFL on the other, like an older guy on the other side of the bar. You know, some parts of certain cities or small towns that are economically depressed, you can often run into a bad element, like get a beer bottle thrown at you.
Anything can happen. I mean, you can become severely injured, and if you do fight back, then you have some King Kong legal issues on you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can't really afford to get physical like you could maybe 40 years ago. That might have been more
I mean,
acceptable.
anything can
But
happen, and I just think the PUA thing is a bad idea. I think you have to let things just happen for itself.
You have to go about it naturally, organically, because why do you want to get hooked up in BS? Because that's what PUA is.
That's
You,
all it is.
I will say, Mitchell, that this one woman I've connected with is she's pretty artsy too. I did meet her through another contact that I know. Like she was a friend. I met her through as her sister, who was friends with this woman that I knew. So almost none of these strong connections I've made have been through um, dating websites or approaching women at random.
No, you can't do that. And you know what? Even if this was, back in the 70s, you probably couldn't do that either.
Oh,
The
you
only
mean like go up and compliment a woman on what she's wearing or read her palm or whatever these
or
guys
any of
do?
these or any of that. I mean, even back then, I mean, believe it or not, most people that you're going to meet is going to be through a closed niche or through different networking. It's not, going up to random people, in a shopping mall or in any kind of public environment. It's not
Didn't you
always.
mention once you were talking with Steve about this? There was some movie where a guy is going to a small town and he's pretending to be a reporter or something and he's chatting up the women
Yes,
and they
it was
didn't
it was
take
like Andy Griffith's show, I believe.
right and they didn't take
That
kindly to
did
him, right?
take kindly to him.
They you said one of the women kind of freaked out or something.
Yes.
and
Oh boy.
in real life, I think that would happen a lot more than not when you start cold approaching strange women. Okay, I would agree with Mitchell. You've got to meet women naturally. So if you're out and about, if you're doing an activity and you meet somebody in the natural state of mind, or if you meet them in a group, like a lot of people meet the woman they're with on a job site, or they'll meet them through a family member or a close
Yep.
friend. It's things like this where you wind up actually meeting the person you end up with being with.
I will say I originally, I guess you could say, got close to this girlfriend of mine through. She sat down beside, right, not only beside me, but almost on top of me. We were all sort of sitting at a couch. It was kind of like a work-related, business-related party. She sat almost right on top of me at the couch, and I knew, okay, in my mind, I'm TFL, and I'm like, why is this happening to me? And I'm like, wait a minute, why would she sit basically on top of me right now? And Steve is right that these women do make it obvious too. So we were able to exchange contact information that night, and the rest was history.
Steve is right, and like you'll know when she's interested, and as far like, but most of your meetups are going to be through closed niche. I mean, as far as like the PUA, going into a bar or going into a shopping mall or a public place, it's never going to work that way, no matter what you do.
Right. I think
Yeah.
in one of the malls in Toronto had to ban pickup artists outright, if I'm not mistaken. One of the more tourist
Isn't
oriented
that
ones
called the
downtown.
Center?
That's right.
So that mall would probably not allow people to try to talk to or flirt with girls that you don't know in that mall.
Right. I suppose at worst, a lot of the women would just be evasive and think you're, maybe you're trying to sell them something. But I think worst case
You are.
scenario, you could get some serious charges thrown up against you or lose your job. I think you could easily lose your job if you're approaching 300 women like these guys claim they are, which
I have
seems hard to
trouble.
believe.
I have trouble with that one, and I have a lot of trouble with that one. When he
Well,
came up on Steve's show and he broke it down that he was alone for
Oh.
5+ years, and he went out and approached 300 women and got a date after the 300 women, and she just happened to weigh 300 pounds, and then she just happens to have 3 kids. I'm sorry, that's as phonies gets.
actually, realistically,
Bill, that turned.
you ready for this? Actually, realistically, if I was to, a lot of us were to even go and talk to about maybe 15 of them, there might be one in that 15 we might connect with. That's number one. Number two, like with the pickup artist saying, go out and approach random strangers and go out and do it in a way that you're trying to bust their bones and all that. That's not going to fly.
No, it'll probably get you landed in jail or get some white knight beating the crap out of you.
Actually, there's no law against you, saying hi to people,
Yeah.
flirting. There's just actually no law, and technically, here's the myth: technically, doing that is not considered harassment by a legal definition. But the problem is, it's like in a place like a mall or any kind of place of business like that, you're interfering with their business.
Yes.
Yeah, well, Drunk Hulk is speaking right now, and Minnie Rodriguez keeps calling you Hayden Rose, and she's decided that Hayden is a fake Christian on top of it all. Oh, and by the way, she also says that never mind, you're a fake Christian, and let's see, and you are,
Fake Christian.
right. And also, Hayden is a screw feminist slut on the first date, like the rest of the
I would have
degrading
to.
men.
I would have to let Minnie Rodriguez know right off the top. Believe in Minnie Rodriguez. You can throw the fake Christian label.
You sound like a robot because you're traveling, but that probably fits her right, Hayden. Okay, she deserves robot talk.
He could be going through an area of poor reception. I
know.
If I was lagging, I didn't know who was lagging there, but if it was me.
Can y'all hear me a little bit more clearly now?
Now we can. Yep.
Now you can, yes.
Now we can. Okay.
Well, used to. You're driving, right?
I turned the vehicle off, so you should be working a lot right now. But Drunk Hulk, you made a good point.
Oh, you're still there?
There's so many
Hayden's got a bad connection.
that can go wrong with
Hayden's got a bad connection right now.
It must be the reception towers, or maybe it's a less populated area.
Yeah, something, because he's sounding like a robot. You're literally sounding like a robot.
Depends how the towers are triangulating the signal.
Yes.
All right.
That's a good point, Mitchell, because actually, believe it or not, the biggest mall in Toronto. I've been there, and I've lost signal while I was in that mall because it happens to be right under a huge uh, tower
Right,
that provides
because
the signal for my carrier.
cell phone signals and radio signals are entirely two different things. Radio signals actually go up, bounce off the clouds, and then come back down. Where cell phone uses a different type, uses more of a microwave, and the signal goes lateral.
Interesting. I
So it
I
goes
didn't realize that.
from tower to tower.
And that actually might explain why when I was in the mall and where the tower was, one of the towers is literally on top of the mall from what I know. So that might be why it cut out when we were right under the tower.
But the only point I wanted to make is no, there's no illegalities and going up and flirting with strange women. You can do that as much as you want. It's not even considered by any means harassment as long as you're not saying anything that's blatantly inappropriate. The legal definition of harassment is to cause another person emotional distress through intimidation or coercion.
Yes,
So if you're
that
trying
would be
to,
accurate.
so if you're being friendly with someone, that's not your intent. However, doing that, they can still kick you out of the mall if people are feeling uneasy with you.
That's a
It's
good
for
point,
security.
but I should mention that there was a case of a pickup artist in I think it was London in Great Britain who was arrested, I think, after some of the women that he slept with the same day he met them, I guess, had buyer's remorse, and soon the word got out, and there was a lot, and he was in the press, and there was prosecutors um, got him behind bars for 5 years or something.
Well, and what exactly were the charges, though? I mean,
I think they said coercion to have. I mean, the UK is a bit of a different animal when it comes to the legal system, and then say the US would be more libertarian, I guess, and as far as laws go.
right.
Maybe less
But I
for
guess
lack of a better word, feminist.
That's everywhere. I think the UK is just exaggerated because they're
Yeah.
yeah, they're just like a bunch. They don't have guns. They're just this little beta male culture in general. I mean, they make fun of Americans for being crass, but then they're a little they're a little sipping on their tea. If you talk to a woman, you're a fucking criminal. So
Wow. Although I don't think I don't know in this day and age what good guns is going to do people, how much protection that's going to give people in America. Like I think
No.
that's people exaggerate the protection. They'll say, "Oh, look at all these people who have arms in the US." But if the government really wanted to get their way, they would anesthetize the entire population in like hours or days. It would
the
take no
government could
time for
have
them.
more stronger, more powerful weapons than the average everyday people.
Oh, absolutely.
right,
And
but
biological weapons.
it's like a big animal stepping to an anthill though. It's like they the guns are important because it's like they obviously think they makes a difference because they wouldn't give a fuck about guns anyway. They obviously give a fuck because they're doing all this shit to infringe
See, I
upon it.
think that's another surrogate topic, like another topic that distracts people from the greater economic inequalities.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to have money to have a gun anyway, but at the
But here's
same
the
Yep.
time,
thing
with the
with
gun,
guns. Ever watch like movies like Schindler's List or movies dealing with the Holocaust? You see how they were taking all these people out to the concentration camps like cattle and slaughtering them. Now, if these people had weapons, it would have given them a little bit of a fighting chance.
Oh,
Exactly.
at the time, absolutely. I just don't know if it would give anybody a fighting chance with the technology that governments have now, and
But still, I don't care if they have a tank. I mean, don't the tank driver have to get out? It's hot in those tanks, and then you gotta get out and shit. You pop him off while he's getting out. Yeah, no, nothing can go up against an Abrams. You can't fight an Abrams directly, just an AR-15, but or even an AR-10. But the driver gets out, take his ass out when he gets out.
But seeing movies like Schindler's List or other movies that dealt with the Holocaust or other documentaries, it makes you think at, if people that were rounding up to the concentration camps, had firearms, it would have given them a little bit more of a fighting chance.
I think
But I think it might be controversial to say this, but I think the Holocaust was greatly exaggerated to how many people died in the Holocaust. I think
well,
the
I
people
mean,
died, but I think that was greatly exaggerated.
I
Yeah,
think
I've heard stuff about that there was a lot of lies, and we
They
know there's propaganda everywhere,
it's
so
a
it's really hard
sacred
to
number.
say.
It's like a sacred number to Jews to say to the Talmudic Jews to say 6 million when actually you only probably like 600,000 died. But they said 6 million because it's a sacred number to their mythology.
well, I think it's not so much the overall number, but the fact that I have a lot of friends and they don't have grandparents, right? They don't have that, or their parents didn't have uncles and aunts, and they don't have grandparents, or they have grandparents who lived through that. It's like a whole cycle, like it literally ripped families apart. It's not so much the overall number, it was how it was sort of systematically
Oh, this is the
done.
guy, David Irving. David Irving, he was a British author that wrote the book called Hitler's War. He said the Holocaust was greatly exaggerated, and he was banned in Germany, and he was banned in a lot of places. I think maybe the UK, but I know he was banned in Germany. Just for saying the Holocaust was exaggerated. Not that people didn't die, but he just said it was exaggerated, and they banned him.
Yes, which is the majority of everything that's being reported is either a lie or it's exaggerated, overinflated.
Exactly. It's
So
like,
that wouldn't surprise me a bit to find that out.
yeah, it's like they and Jews whine about Hitler probably killed Jews for a 5-year period, and then you have still you have the what happened to Native Americans. They don't, no one grieves for them. Nobody grieves for the transatlantic slave trade where 80 million Africans died. No one gives a fuck, but everyone gives a fuck about one Jews dying over a 5-year period
Well, I
over
don't
some
think
shit that they
I don't think anybody really cares about anybody else's suffering nowadays. How,
no.
yeah, I mean, because everybody is so we're so it's so hard for us to survive ourselves, right? Like how can
Unfortunately, back then they knew what was happening here in the States, that people were taken to these concentration camps. But it's kind of the same idea that, we're not going to care what's happening to people in some country in South America or somewhere in Somalia. You know what I mean? It's just people really just don't
right,
care what's
most
happening in
people
the
don't care
world.
about the homeless person even
No,
that they go by every day on the subway.
no, the
Because
people don't care. I mean,
unless it's a charity that's going to enrich themselves, right? Like
but what I
unless
but what I was saying about guns was, I was just giving that as a scenario that people would have had a fighting chance.
of course they would have
right.
if they had an American gun culture, they could have popped off Nazis off, and they'd be stretched too thin. If everyone has a gun, they're stretched too thin to fight to get around everyone up. Yeah, they would still round people up, but you have a fighting chance. I mean, it's almost like a wild ant has a stinger. You're not gonna fucking put your hand in an ant mound because you're not gonna die more like unless you're allergic, but you're gonna have some serious pain. So they want the first thing Hitler did was confiscate all weapons.
I talked to a Holocaust survivor, and one thing he mentioned about he says he respects the German people a lot. This is his own opinion. So this is a Jewish guy. He survived the one of the, I don't think it was Auschwitz, but it was one of the other death camps. And
Dachau.
yeah,
There
he
was
said
much.
that. Sorry, Mitchell, go ahead. What was it? What do
There
you
was
talking?
Dachau, there's Blinka, and there was like many others.
Sounds like the second one. The second word you said. That rings a bell.
Dachau.
Yeah. Or the other one. You said another.
Treblinka.
Yeah, that rings a bell. That might have been it. And he's a Romanian Jew originally, and he said that what was the most, I guess, the most frightening thing is the fact that he knows most German people did not support Hitler's agenda. The vast majority, something like 90%, did not. But they were afraid because they might have known one influential person who was for the Nazi agenda. It's basically a culture of fear, right? If people go against it, they
Well, that would
feel
be
like they're going to get
yeah,
executed.
that would actually be factual stuff because this is what we've done forever and ever and ever, is we push fear, 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 and it's how we control people. I
That's how
mean,
Hitler controlled them,
yes,
right?
and and that's exactly what you see going on now with the psyop, okay, of the video I did the other day that I've got down temporarily right now, but the video I did the other day where I pointed out them 3 articles on the Incel Rebellion, if you really look at it, it's fear tactics because we're in the middle of an election again. For years they used to push the FEMA camps, martial law, Planet X, the coffins, okay, and the guillotines, all of this stuff. World War III, okay, I've seen all this stuff play over and over and over, and they push it really hard during a presidential election for whatever reason, okay? But they've changed it up. So see, Obama did give you change. The new scare tactics for 2020's election is the incel rebellion and the disease out of China, Corona. There's your two fear tactics right in your face.
Wow.
Actually,
Hey,
I
Bill,
think
can you hear me better now?
yeah,
Yes.
Yep.
I think the incel
All right,
thing that's
cool.
been an issue on the media for quite some time, even in the mid 2010s.
Oh, they did,
Yep.
but the articles that I'm mainly referring to, Mitchell, has only been wrote in between January and February. Okay, and they even got a big PDF file out of Texas, making it into this gigantic big deal. Okay, and somebody spent a whole lot of time writing these articles and putting this together to put up online just in the last couple of months. So, and they gave the whole breakdown of the incels for the last decade from 2010 to 2020. And they brought up 2 known actors, okay, that was in this. Okay, so, they even edited the first article. I bookmarked it, waited about a week or a little more before I finally got around to doing it. When I went back to it, they had changed and taken the Patriot Act out of the article and reworded it, okay? And I was noticing this going, really? So you edited this one while it's up online, did you? And then I found that PDF file and I found another article on the same thing. And I looked at the dates on all of them, and they didn't post these things to between January and February. So these are all recent. Okay. So, and when I pay attention to what's going on since Bush Jr. clear up to where we're at now, I watched things whittle out after Trump come into office right in the last elections that they were using different type of stuff. I mean, during Trump's election, we had the hurricane going on up in Texas. Okay, and we had Planet X and BP Earth all over, and that ship in FEMA over in Texas, and the Walmart that was like a FEMA camp. That's what was brought up during Trump's election. Now we're on Trump's reelection, and we're not hearing anything about Planet X, or we're not seeing hurricane, and we're not seeing FEMA. But what we are seeing is the incel rebellion and the coronavirus out of China.
Right. I think, Bill, you know, I
Wow.
think the entire incel thing is designed to, the media is really highlighting that to sort of accelerate society's fear of single men.
Well,
That's
I would agree with that because it's fear tactics for now. And I would suspect myself sometime in the near future or further future, okay, because I'm not going to put a timeline on it. It could be a year, it could be 2 years, it could be 5 years, okay, an example, right?
Right.
I suspect that they're going to try to pull something and they're going to make a move on the manosphere. And when they do, we need to be ready for it. So,
Right, like with that they made such a big deal about that whole Elliot Roger thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing that innocent men and women lost their lives, but it seems very fishy to me that that entire event seems like it was staged.
well,
Seems like
that
it was almost
Elliot
a
Rogers,
sacrifice.
yes,
Like they
Elliot.
sacrificed those innocent people. It
Yeah,
was a government
I don't think anybody died.
government mind control.
I don't think anybody died, okay? Elliot
It's
Rogers
possible.
Elliot Rogers' dad was the director of Hunger Games. I did a video sometime back where I actually showed Elliot Rogers on stage in Hollywood with the big wigs of Hollywood. Okay? I would say Elliot Rogers was an actor. Okay? And of course he's still alive because he was an actor. We know that the Canada thing with the van was also an act.
Well, no, that was a legitimate but it
No,
wasn't
the
incel
Canada.
related. It was because that guy was on all these crazy medications, and the algorithm of his YouTube searches
Well,
were
now that part could be more truth that something could have happened, but they painted it out as incel and deliberately drove over. Okay, and
because I knew because I do know people who work in that area, and they saw the actual um, van driving over the, like, I do know people actually died in that. But Bill, I think it's perfectly healthy for us to question whether this was an incel motivated attack. Like I think it was, this is just more of a general government powers that be taking advantage of a mentally vulnerable man.
well,
And
I
now
I
think
that's
think mind control is not a conspiracy. That's real.
yeah.
Sorry, that's real.
Well, that's 100% real, and I
It's
question now
conspiracy
the Elliot
facts.
Rogers one. I'm sure is fake as fake gets, but now the Canada one, I had only heard, and I know the other guy over in Toronto said it was fake. Okay, and that he had
But
went
we're
by
in
it,
Toronto. It
but
depends where in Toronto he lives, because
I,
anybody can say
yeah,
he
I
can
couldn't,
easily write off it was fake.
yeah,
Toronto.
I couldn't tell you this, but I've known him for a long time, and I pretty much trust his opinion. But if you actually know people and you're over there in Canada yourself that live in that area and actually witnessed them, that puts some credibility to it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I do know people with good credibility who are working and who worked in offices and actually saw that happen. So I know for a fact that happened. However, that doesn't mean the Toronto guy has a malicious intent by doubting it.
Well,
It's not illegal to be skeptical. He should be
it
skeptical.
wasn't Toronto guy that told me this anyhow. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who was he? Is he in on? Does he come on the TFL live streams? I'm just
Well,
not.
he hasn't been on the TFL live streams, but he used to call into my TFL topic show on Blog Talk.
Oh,
And
cool.
okay,
Was
and
that the Just Bill show?
he does have his channel, okay, up on YouTube. It's on my first it's on Kevin. Okay, I'm talking
Oh,
about
okay.
Kevin, okay?
Oh, I had no idea.
So,
Okay,
and
cool.
I pretty much trust Kevin's word when he tells me stuff because he's not a BSer, but he could have also been wrong because it's easy for all of us to make
Well,
a
I've
mistake,
BS'd before, and I've been wrong plenty of times.
Yeah,
So I'm not
so
saying he's a bad person if he's wrong or
I
yeah.
think
malicious intent.
I think the van incident, when you look at the guy who actually did it, it actually looks like and that he was on some kind of psychotropic
He
medication.
was, yes, Mitchell. He was my mother said that when because she's deals in that field. She said right away. She said, "Oh, this has nothing to do with the insult." She said the insult thing with it. She said that's not the motivating factor
Yeah,
behind
which means
it.
that article was still a bunch of lies in that aspect because they didn't tell the truth.
Yeah, and my mother has
Yeah.
way more credibility than I do.
Yeah, so you
I'm just
know,
saying
You
that.
tell by the picture of him and kind of like the aura about him, even in the picture, that you can tell he was on psychotropic meds.
Like his eyes were just sort of
Yes.
looked very glassy. You know, they're
And there
like,
was, you can actually tell by like the skin coloration, and there was kind of an aura about him that even in the photo, it's kind of a weird, it's kind of a, I don't know how to explain it, but
like he's not human looking, like looking at a squirrel or something.
no, you still look human, but there's something about it that you could tell that, you know, he was on some kind of psychotropic, kind of the way he would, you know, carry himself.
right.
They probably had him on some kind of medication like, you know, Haldol or you know, Prolixin or one of these you know, harder core antipsychotropic medications.
Well, they could have easily done that, you know, and that could very well be true that he was all drugged up, you know. And unfortunately, it's sad that it took place. The thing is they put propaganda out there, linked it to incels, and then
And they
they
didn't
even,
link any of it to the pharmaceutical companies,
yep,
these
and then,
bastards who
yep,
are responsible for it. But they've linked it to the male entitlement bill. They're doing it this. They're pushing this male entitlement.
yeah, well, you got that, and then they had to fucking go throw Steve's name into the damn mix when he has nothing to do with any of that crap.
Yeah.
No,
It's
but here's the
such
thing:
nonsense.
all of us, a lot of us out here, I'm just saying, millions and millions and millions and millions of men throughout North America are having trouble with the dating scene, and you know what? Um, none of us, you know, are out there going out killing people over it.
No, we're not. You
Absolutely.
know,
Absolutely.
you're not going to find many people that are actually going to go kill people over this. It's just, it's nonsense to make it look like it's an epidemic out of control of TFLers going out or incel guys going out killing people, because that's just complete nonsense.
Well, if you notice that when a guy, if they can link, if the guy turn out the guy and the narrative of the story, whether it's bullshit or there's any truth, if there's some truth to it, that if he's incel, they'll say like, oh, he's incel, incels are evil. But if the guy was gay or whatever, they don't say all gay people are evil.
Oh
Or the
no, if he
guy's
was
white.
gay, if he was gay, they would cover it up because they want to promote them as the good people for today's society.
Notice
Hey,
how they've
Bill.
never discussed
Yes,
incel.
Steve.
They've
Yeah,
never
can you
discussed
see?
Hold
incels.
on, hold on.
Sorry,
Let Steve talk.
I didn't
Go
hear.
ahead, Steve.
What do you see? What do you see in the background, Bill?
I still see my background drop.
You see, that's a fracking thing in my backyard.
Oh, Jesus, Steve.
Yeah,
I see it.
corporations. They look at this shit.
Fuck.
Oh, you got that going around right there by that close to you?
Yeah, I'll probably have radon poisoning. I better get the hell out of here soon.
Damn,
Fuck.
right behind the damn sewer project they're doing this. What a joke.
That was fucked up.
Looks like a
My
giant.
God, it's so bright back here. This
Looks like
That thing
aliens
is-
are invading.
That thing is huge.
I thought for a minute it was that amusement park on Lake Erie.
big tower. It's a big operation here.
How nice.
Oh, wow.
Just what you didn't need.
Yeah.
This is the fracking, the gift that keeps on giving. Once it contaminates, got chemicals in the well water, and you're going to have radon poisoning.
How nice.
Fracking. I love how people, Bill, say never in my backyard. As well, you can do it as long as it's not in my backyard. Well, guess what? It's in my backyard.
Yeah, there you go.
Literally.
Yeah.
That's fucked.
You know that's going to get into the aquifer and it's going to poison the water. That's exactly what it's going to do.
Man.
Radioactive water.
Well,
That's
this
why
is the state of this is Ohio and Pennsylvania are slated to be the #1 states where they're going to be fracking for years to come until they drain it. And you know, they say it's like a 14-year supply. So what are they going to do when they run out of wells?
Oh God.
I think they'll try to come up with something like they always do.
Oh yeah. Probably a whole lot more scare tactics first.
They probably have 25, 50 years of projected plans
Oh, and
ahead of schedule.
a lot more gouging. You know, we bought a gallon of antifreeze that's pre-mixed that you could buy at Walmart for $7. And
Yeah, I mean these
my
things.
brother bought it and it was $22 a gallon.
Jeez.
These things are huge. These like operations, and this is just one well. You're talking across. They're talking like 10 wells a day they're building across these states like Pennsylvania and Ohio. It's like insane. It's like how much abuse can this ground take when you're putting electrical charge or hydraulic charges under there? You know?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this is definitely fracking. This is the only way they can get gas now is to frack it.
That's what
Oh
they've
boy.
been doing for a long time. They've been fracking all over the United States. Now they're up in Steve's area.
Believe
How
it or
would Steve?
not, Pennsylvania and Ohio were the first states where they discovered actual crude oil.
You see
Yeah.
it? Can you see your screen now, Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, there's a big light shining at me. It's a big, like it looks like an antenna, but it's I don't know how these rigs work.
Have you
Well,
talked to any
Actually,
people who work in the fracking, Steve? Any of those guys working in the?
Oh well,
I'm just curious what the people, the fracking employees would say. Probably just be happy they have a job.
yes.
I think the people that are fracking, they're just enjoying their money.
yeah, well, because it's like these redneck hillbillies that say, "Oh, we're going to get them jobs. We're going to get them jobs." You know, they're such short-sighted people. These freaking stupid rural people that get jobs and
Spend their money on their
godly,
truck, on a
we
big
have
truck.
to we have to have
Yeah.
this country's energy plan. Number one of the problems is I don't agree with this energy independence crap. The Middle East, if we made friends in the Middle East, we could give them all the technology for oil, and instead we'd rather fuck up the United States and mess up all our beautiful resources here. And like they're just going apeshit with this stuff. It's insane. And I don't know what else to do.
I don't know. It looks like with between your dings that sewer project and now doing this, it's time to get
Yeah.
the hell out of there.
Yeah, and then the sewers were another issue, and I told you, Bill, before that when they go out in the Midwest where the water is all from underground, they force the rural farmers or the people in these areas onto sewers, and then the water from the aquifer, instead of getting replenished into the ground, goes into the Mississippi River, which goes into the Gulf of Mexico. So these, Bill, I didn't realize this, but people thought these people were alarmists in the 60s. They weren't. Everything is on plan. I
Yeah.
mean, we're run by a bunch of crazies that, the Italian mafia in 50 generations could never destroy this country like corporations can.
Yeah, they're going right on plan. They're just, and it's going to keep going until we destroy ourselves and the planet.
There's no real environmental protection movement left in the left anymore. I've noticed that.
No, yeah. Have you noticed that there's no anti-war movement
Or
anymore?
anti-war. Yep.
Yeah, the anti-war and the Wall Street was infiltrated by feminists, or it was there were the inside the Wall Street was had government plants in there, and even the Occupy Wall Street movement and the Tea Party have all been decimated. There's nobody to fight anymore. It really is really bad. I don't even know what an environmentalist or a liberal looks like anymore, because
Well, that's the thing. They make nowadays the narrative is Trump is anti-establishment. That's the narrative.
Yeah, right.
People are
Doesn't make
supposed to
sense.
believe that shit.
Good gosh.
Meanwhile, he's probably having eating foie gras and caviar with Nancy Pelosi in her limousine.
That's what they're all
Probably
doing.
so. I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if he's sticking it to her as well.
I
Oh,
could
big
really
time,
care less
big time.
about that, but I just see that this energy independence thing, Trump is responsible for a lot of this, but this was going on even during Obama because the fracking actually started about 8 or 10 years ago.
Oh, the
I
fracking
meant to
was
tell you
going
one.
on
I
a
want
good
to say
10
one
years
thing.
ago.
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi has a nice rack on her.
She's not
Yeah.
bad looking. Have you noticed with these elite, these upper echelon oligarchs like Nancy Pelosi, like they look like 20 years younger than
Oh
they
yeah, she
are.
walks like a 40-year-old businesswoman on Wall Street. She doesn't. I mean, it's like how many 80-year-old women can swing their arms and just walk in it like a suit, like a dress suit like that. I mean, it's like damn well these people have access to something. It's crazy.
These
And
guys are
you'll see her state funeral or whatever it is
Blood
in
of children.
2040. She's going to be around till 2040, guaranteed.
Yeah, I tell you what, all the baby boomers. I'm going to say we won't see the last baby boomer in power leave for another 35 years. The Gen Xers.
Nancy Pelosi will outlive me, guaranteed.
Yeah, she will.
I think you might be right, Bill. I think our millennial generation, and I hate to say it, I mean, no matter how much we try to do well for ourselves and take care of our health, we might be dropping dead in the 50s and 60s, but I don't think that's entirely a bad
I think
thing.
your millennials are not going to make it to 80 and 90. I don't even think
I don't.
I think like your oldest millennial was born in 73 or 83. So we're talking they would be 39 or 36 or 37 now. I don't think these millennials are going to make it into their 60s. I think they're going to, and I think this is something that held on the Dashboard Light Talk races. He says you can see more of them just dropping dead.
Well,
Yeah,
speaking of the whole millennial and that whole incel phenomenon, I know I'm supposed to, respect the freedom of the press and the media. Well, the media did a piss poor job covering that whole, the incel, and they're highlighting, the couple of mass shootings that happened with Elliot Rodger and all that. Okay, fine. If they want to cover that, all the mass shootings, shouldn't they at least acknowledge incel suicide first? I'm not saying I identify as incel,
there's
but
a greater chance that an incel is going to suicide than shoot up a place.
So that's what I would want to. I would want to hold one of these big media conglomerates to account. I would ask them. I would ask them that point blank. I'd say, why haven't you covered incel suicides if you're going to talk about the subject matter?
Yeah, because they're only gonna highlight the points they're told to by their owner.
Yeah, but if they want to claim to be objective,
well, they never make a claim because they follow their orders. The great little order followers, I mean, I understand what you're saying and I agree.
Because some of them claim to be in depth, going undercover, going.
Oh yeah, right. I mean,
if
they
you
make
watch YouTube, they're like,
lie.
"Oh, we're an investigative journalists. We're a nonprofit."
Shit. Today's society, when it comes to investigative journalists, good luck finding one. Their investigative journalist is okay. You handed me this story; it's all wrote up. Okay, let me practice my script.
Right.
The thing is, Drunk Hulk, is that I think part of the problem could also be is that a lot of the men who kill themselves due to TFL, it doesn't get released as a TFL related suicide. They play it off as, oh, he lost his job, or oh, he was dealing with depression, but they would never actually put the TFL on it.
No,
even though it was TFL, they would probably label it something else. Depression, drugs, whatever.
I agree with that. That's about what they do.
So it would be hard to pinpoint exactly how high the percentage is for suicidal males being caused by TFL. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Believe it or not, TFL is bigger than people think because it's a lot bigger than people think. That's why you have the gangs, the drugs, the violence, and all these other social problems because of TFL. It's a lot bigger than we could ever imagine. It's a lot bigger than what our group could even brainstorm. It's something that's pretty big.
Yeah, that's what First said. He said, "Why would a man be willing to leave Europe to go join an Islamic terrorist organization if he's got a girlfriend and a family back at home?" It just wouldn't make any
Absolutely.
sense. It's an incel-related organization, in my opinion.
There's a lot of benefits to the government for there being TFL. Like most people that join the military, believe it or not, are guys that have been just jilted by their girlfriend. Most people that will join the army or the Marines or the Navy are usually guys that have just been, jilted by a girlfriend that they were very much in love with.
Hmm.
That happens, then you have the other guys that join it and their girlfriend jilts them while they're in there.
Oh yeah.
I've heard of that one. Yeah.
But I mean, there's a lot of money made on people, being isolated and trying to pursue it and trying to pursue something that it's never going to work out.
Yeah.
I think
There's
maybe
a huge amount of money.
the few women that actually might crave some sort of male companionship are these women in their late 30s and older, or single mothers where their husband is enlisted or whatever, is away, and maybe they would be craving to meet. So maybe if a guy was desperate, he could go to one of these small military bases or whatever, small towns, and hook up with one of these mothers who's on the verge of divorcing her spouse who's in the military.
And even that's not a good idea because
Well, that could get you in a lot of
That
shit.
could get
But
you
yeah,
killed.
So what do you think that could open up a can of worms or something? Or
that could put you in a very bad situation. And unfortunately, there's a lot of us guys, and I could have even been one of them myself.
I could have too. I actually had a woman from the States. I mean, I never went down to the States to chase tail or anything, but this woman sent me nude videos and nude photos over Skype, and she was married with a
Oh
kid.
yeah, there you go. She's
Wow.
married. She's willing to cheat on her guy behind his back. Oh, but all men are just so evil, ain't they?
So I mean, if I was really looking for sex as the primary thing, I could have probably got a Greyhound ticket to Texas and I guess whatever motel room for a couple of nights, and for a couple $100 I could have had quite a bit of sexual encounters with
Yeah.
her. Probably some pretty good sex too, but that's not my primary focus when it comes to women.
No.
I guess I'm not to sound pretentious, but I'm just saying I want somebody I'm compatible with, not some. And she struck me as a bit trashy, and not necessarily through a fault of her own, but just the way she carried herself and tattoos.
Well,
Well, there's a lot of. Oh, sorry, Mitchell. Go ahead.
you really don't want to get into anything that's going to have all kinds of strings attached or bad things floating around in their orbit.
Well, they got a lot of dirty laundry. Leave it alone.
Yeah.
And I don't mean it's their clothes. I'm talking about dirty laundry from other relationships and drama and all the stuff that you can get involved with and strings attached to it. And
I could have probably if her husband had found out, I probably could have gotten severely beaten up physically or something.
bad things could have happened, yes. And unfortunately, you do have family destroyers out there, men and women both, who will gladly, behind your back or your spouse's back, do you. And I mean, I like to call them home wreckers. They don't care because it's all about themselves.
I mean, this was before I sort of my relationship with this girlfriend I have locally kind of took off. So I was very living TFL at the time. I could have justified digging my head in the sand and just turning a blind eye to the fact she was married. This woman over Skype in the States was married, gone down and had an encounter with her. You see what I'm saying? I almost wouldn't blame
Yeah.
a guy living TFL for getting that desperate.
Unfortunately, that happens quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think, you know, something else is that even if you have the opportunity to just communicate with women just on a basic interactive social level without any physical intimacy involved, that's still a hell of a lot better than not having any contact at all with the women, because sometimes you just need to be able to chat with the woman and have a good conversation, and that'll lift your spirits up,
Yes, it does.
whether it's at work or you see somebody at the store and you have a chat with them. It's just it goes a long way. It's a hell of a lot better than nothing at all.
Hey,
Plus
Bi-
it
hey,
helps out with
Bill.
your social skills too.
Bill,
Yes.
how's everything going in the chat regarding the picture? Does anybody recognize this guy?
Yeah, good question.
I hope they do.
Outside of that one name that I was given, that I was doing a little looking while I've been on the live stream, and
Well,
I can't
I'm going to
find it.
finally turn the lights off, so I want to wish everybody a good night.
No worries. Thanks for the chat, Mitchell.
I'm gonna leave
See you,
too,
Mitchell.
guys.
Have a great
Good
day,
night.
y'all.
All right, Mitchell, have
Take
a good
care.
one.
You too.
Peace.
Bye.
Yeah, but that's all right. I can fly this background for a couple streams and let this guy be really recognized.
Well, good night, guys. I'm going to bed too.
Yep,
Bye.
I
Take
don't
care,
blame you.
Armchair.
Nice chatting, Armchair.
Have a good one,
Thanks.
brother.
You too. You too.
Take it easy.
Good chat. All right. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
How many people you got in the chat, Bill?
Well, we just dropped down to 4. How's that?
No, it can't be that many.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
you mean
go-
in the chat? I'm gonna check online and see what you have.
Oh, in the chat. Okay, we got too many chats going here. We got 46.
I see the photo of this guy now, on who you have as the backdrop for the video.
Right.
I almost can't believe this is. If this was him, you can see how he would be so driven to troll to troll a YouTuber's channel, like TFL channel like this.
Yeah, well, this is him. He accidentally turned on his cam and didn't mean to.
Jesus.
It looks like
Minnie Rodriguez keeps calling me a boomer. I'm not a boomer. I'm a Gen Xer by 7 years or 5 years. What is she talking about?
Manny Rodriguez is all over the freaking place.
Plus, they asked me how many sex partners I have. I don't want to get into that here, but I can tell you right now, I don't want to.
I would just answer it like this, okay? She even asked me the same question, how many sex partners I've had, okay? I would say a whole lot less than you.
That's what. Yeah. You know, she said that she was raised in a Mormon background, from what I've heard from people, but it doesn't mean that she didn't decide to go on the crazy side.
Right. I'm probably sure she hit the streets and made as much money as she could.
Jeez.
I'm sure she's had a whole lot of sex partners than anybody on the show put together would be off. I mean, we couldn't even add up to her number, all of our women together.
She's trolling me. She's quoting things I might have said. She's just she's a riot.
Oh yeah, that's what she's doing. She's trolling.
Yeah, she says I'm a boomer degenerate. No, I can't stand boomers. I'm nothing like a boomer.
Oh, she's had 300 partners. I see that. 300.
The boomers, a lot of the boomers used to sort of be these hippie types in their teen years, and then as soon as they got into a foothold in the corporate world, they totally did like a 360.
Hey,
They
Minnie,
became
I have a special. If you can give me your email address, Minnie, how about if I invite you into a live stream and I will do one with you, and we'll do either a pre-recorded interview, and I would love to have you in, and I would not disparage you. We could talk and maybe we just do it so that Mr. Trollmaster here doesn't get into my chat again. But I think we could do that.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a great idea.
yeah, like a lot of these boomers, they sort of started out as hippies and whatnot, and that up in that hate Ashbury.
No, I won't dox you. Minnie, I've never doxed anybody. I've never done that. There's about 5 or 6 people on YouTube that I could dox tomorrow if I wanted to. I've never doxed anybody. I don't have any desire to do that because you know what, Bill, you know me. I'm real. I don't play games like that. That's childish. The reason I put this guy's face up on your chat or gave you the picture, Bill, is because this is the guy that came into my stream yesterday. This is the guy.
Yes, it is.
She says I was a player back in the day. Well, that doesn't change the fact that there's TFLers out there. Millions of men are living this.
Then again, that girl from Great Britain that Mitchell was in a relationship at one point compared him to Player Supreme. So a lot of women are very off base with what they say. So I don't know many. I'm not casting
Have you
judgments,
seen
but
what
I'm just.
Minnie looks like, Bill? Did you actually see her picture?
No, she hides her face.
Okay. She could be a trainee for all we know.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, a lot of TFL guys, that's kind of what their future is.
Yeah, somebody said they saw that on Facebook about the fracking behind my house or near my house, and yeah, it's major. I mean, I'm going to start passing out. We got to have this is insane.
Wasn't there a lot of chemicals or something dumped in a river near where you are in Cleveland? Like
Yeah, well, there was the
something.
Mahoning River. That's out near. There's an organization called Ohio Citizen Action, and they follow all this stuff. It's crazy. This stuff is insane. But yeah, there's all kinds of pollution.
Oh boy. Yeah, it's crazy. Steve, didn't you mention once you were on? I forget if you had met this woman online, but she made you sit perpendicular to her on a sofa or
Yeah,
something.
that was weird. Oh, that was kind of weird. Yeah, she wanted me to be her like eternal friend. It was a weird situation. I don't even like telling this shit. I'll tell you in another chat because I'm just too many
The
trolls in this
trolls,
chat.
yeah. I know. I'd love to hear more of that because I think I've been involved with a woman. It was a while ago who was
She
similar
wanted a
to
beer.
that.
She wanted a beer drinking buddy that did just kind of, and she was on the fence about it. And I thought to myself, I don't know. It was just, and she had some weird. It was really weird. She was a girl that probably she was on meds, and I didn't want to get involved with a girl that was all whacked out.
I had a similar opportunity, and she was actually mildly attractive. And then it was a girl I'd met at work, and then the strangest thing happened. She never contacted me till a year later. We had
Holy
only
shit.
talked to each other once after work, after we both finished work, and she phoned me a year later and said, "I need help with something." And
Yeah.
I was very paranoid at the time. I mean, maybe I am a paranoid guy. I don't know, but I didn't want. I was too scared to phone her and find out because she was definitely psyched out on Xanax or a combination of psychotropic medication. She sounded like that girl you sat who made you sit perpendicular, like you couldn't be romantic with. She was a basket case.
Wow.
A lot
Hey,
of these
drunk.
women, when they get older, when they get into their 30s, and they can become real basket cases, I find.
Yeah.
Hey, drunk. Have you ever dealt with a woman that has borderline personality disorder?
No, I've possibly.
possibly had a woman that I've had a long distance relationship with online. Yeah, she was a single
Yeah.
mother.
Yeah. I had dated a single woman for about a month, and it was very short lived because it turns out she had borderline personality disorder. And I tell you what,
Did she have delusions
those
and
women are
accuse you?
very,
Did she accuse you of doing
oh,
things
she would
before
accuse,
she could?
she would, yes, she would accuse me of everything. And literally like it's one of those situations where you can say everything right, do everything right, and not hurt a fly, not do anything wrong, and she'll still deliberately find ways to try to put the blame on you for just about anything. And it's just like 1 minute she seems to be all fine, everything's cool, y'all are having a good time, and then a minute later you say one thing that ticks her the right way, and it's like a demon possesses her and takes over her whole body. It's the scariest shit ever.
Welcome to the 2000s. This is how women act all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, oof, I dodged a bullet with that one, though, I tell you.
Wow.
And a lot of these women who have that borderline personality disorder, because I've dealt with a few of them, they come off very sexually promiscuous. They're very seductive, and they know how to pull guys in.
That
That's
was
how
like a
they.
documentary I was watching earlier today on
Yeah,
Jodi Arias. Arias, that the girl who
yeah.
murdered her Mormon. It was like the some big shot in prepaid legal.
Mm-hmm.
He had a ton of cash and everything, and she knew how to use, like, he was a bit of a dope, I guess, when it came to trusting women.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she had shot him, almost beheaded him, and everything. Once it was all said and done, because they had agreed to split up or something, but even though she said she didn't want to see him again, she moved to the same town he was living in.
Yeah, it's an insane situation. You know, a lot of these women who have just scary personalities, they can oftentimes be very, very attractive looking, and it's very deceptive.
Yeah, I like this girl I was talk well, I don't know if she's a girl, if she's a single mother. She told me she had green eyes. Then it was like towards the end of when we were talking to one another, and we'd done like phone sex and all this stuff. She told me, "Oh, by the way, I don't have green eyes. I have brown eyes. These are contacts or something."
Yeah, I mean, that's a problem. Even if it's just a simple lie like that, it's just how many of these women can you really trust? They'll tell you that they care about you and that they love you, and they'll tell you all of these different things to butter you up and make you feel like a man, and then they turn a full 180.
I
And next
think
thing you
Minnie
know,
has a crush on you, Hayden. She
does
keeps
she?
she keeps slamming you down, so I think she's having a crush on you.
I thought it
What
was
is she
Steve.
saying?
I thought she
Because
had a crush on Steve.
she's got a
I
crush on
don't.
all of us.
There you go. I think that's the answer. She has
She's
a
got a
crush
crush
on
on all of
everybody in
us.
her. Yep.
That's why she's in the chat. That's why she's spending her
Well,
time here.
I'm just kind of perplexed. Why? And clearly, if anyone's listened to my diatribes, I don't have anything against women in general.
None
I
of
blame
us.
society and economics, but it's just perplexing to me why a woman would be so obsessed with this TFL subject matter. Do you guys know why?
Outside of trolling, I can't figure. I would
I can't
like
Maybe
figure
Steve
it
knows.
out.
if you can get women in here that are actually willing to be honest, and Jane had done that, and Minnie went after her. So I don't know. Maybe Minnie has a crush on her too. I mean, I don't know, man. She could swing both ways.
Well, I
She's
think,
she's
Jaina's at an age where she's able to, when people reach a certain age, they're able to listen more. I think she was able to listen to what you were saying, Bill, whereas most younger women are not going to take the time to listen to
Well,
what
that's
another
true
experienced
because
guy has
Minnie.
to say.
Well, that would be true because Minnie didn't even listen to Jana properly, so Jana had to make another video at Minnie because because Minnie's ears didn't quite work right.
Like, I mean, women my age and younger are engineered to have zero attention span. It's just
Yeah.
our society, right? It's not, I'm not blaming them. It's just the way it is. It's what it is.
If a group of younger women our age, or my age specifically, but in their 20s, were willing to actually come onto one of these chats and have a serious discussion without any joking or trolling, I would sit there and be willing to hear them out on why they say they don't want to deal with women or this or that.
Yeah.
But the question is, would they be willing to listen to me regarding what I have to say, or
Most
what
people
any
don't.
of us have to say?
You know what I say? I think most people don't want to listen to us. Most people don't, or even give us 20 minutes to hear us out. Most people would rather put on a strongman narrative. Even women will put on a strongman narrative. Blaming yourself. You're the problem. You got to pull up your bootstraps.
See, this is the part that Mina Rodriguez clearly didn't understand. Maybe Minnie Rodriguez should try to go to Jana's channel and look at the reply Jana made to her. I don't guarantee it'll register in your brain then neither, though.
Sometimes I wonder if
Yeah, oh,
Minnie's
she's a
just
swinger. Ah,
a
Minnie's
troll, or
yep. She's a
or a,
she swings with trolls.
she. I mean, have y'all actually spoken to her? I used to think she was just a man masquerading as a woman.
I've actually spoke to her, and
Okay.
but she does hide her face, and I don't know if that's because she's obese or what it is. Maybe she's a land whale. Who knows? She likes to throw them words around a lot in the manosphere. I've noticed land whale. So you never know.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, Drunk Hulk, Steve, I know y'all could probably relate to this too. You could come across a woman in her pictures where she just has the photo from the chest up and pretty face. She looks like she could be very athletic looking, but then once you see her in person, oh God.
Oh yeah. No, that was like the woman I talked to online who possibly has borderline personality.
Yeah.
She
Hey,
did lose
Bill,
weight
Minnie
though later
Rodriguez
on.
is yelling some nasty stuff at you about Gina.
I know she is. You know the problem with her is she's full of mistakes herself, and she hides them all like she hides her face. Okay.
Right.
She's not willing. I don't think she's.
And she's going to call Jane out for Jane. I'll tell you what, Minnie. Jana was more of a woman and more bold than you could be on your best day. She came up and told some truths, and you're trying to use them to slam her with while you're hiding your face and hiding your own mistakes. But you did openly, willingly admit you were a troll, and in my book, that makes you pretty much a lowlife.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Why does Jana hate us so much?
Jana don't hate anybody so much.
I mean, not Jana, but Minnie Rodriguez.
I think she's jealous of Jana. Or she has issues herself, okay, that she's not gonna come up and own up to. And this is where Jane already put her to shame because at least she admitted some stuff about her personal life, which is more than Minnie Rodriguez has ever done. The only thing Minnie Rodriguez does is hide behind a name and hides behind an icon picture and runs her mouth.
So Minnie's in the chat. Hey Minnie, I know you're talking smack or trolling, whatever. I would invite you to take my email. You can add me as a friend here on Zoom and we can have a personal conversation. What do you think about that?
And that's right from Hayden to you, Minnie.
You know what I realized is a lot of these, you'll see a lot of these couples in their mid to late 30s, and maybe they'll have an infant or a young toddler or something. But what you don't realize is if they're living in expensive areas like our big cities, on average, these people who are up to the hilt in mortgages, they've got $80,000 in credit card debt. These are like averages, and they're in a sexless marriage.
So if
See,
you think about
that's
it, in a way, we're dodging a bullet so far.
that's a nightmare. That's another thing that's not taken into account is the amount of sexless
And
marriages that
TFL within marriages. Yeah.
TFL within
Yeah.
marriages. That's more of a disaster than just a single man living TFL, if you ask me.
Well, I think for a single man, you're ostracized. You're not going to really have a social life except with other single men.
Yeah. Well, even
Mm.
then, a lot of single men, even though they realize that they're in the same boat as you, they
Oh, they
still
see you
don't
as
want to be.
competition. They see,
Yeah.
All right, guys. I have congratulations on many. I am now officially a CIA agent. And that's pretty hilarious. But don't
Bill, if you
worry.
were a CIA agent, you really pulled the umbrella over me.
Oh yeah, I know. It's just awesome, isn't it? I'll bet you the CIA don't even know that yet, many.
There's so many webs of deception.
Oh yes, you know.
It never ends. Everything's a new layer of deception. Apparently,
Well,
there's
I
more.
had a couple of people in there right away telling Minnie to come on my live stream, to come into my live stream right now, you know. And of course, that would be a joke. I could bring her in because she's in my contacts list, but
Why doesn't she? Does she want to come in?
we'd go into overtime with insults, wouldn't we?
Well,
Well, you're
I'm not looking to insult or be what's the word? I'm not looking to say anything that's derogatory. I just want to hear her out, what she has to say. Why is she so obsessed with the TFL subject matter to begin with?
yeah.
It's just bizarre.
Yeah, that's what I would want to know too.
Like what is her obsession with TFL as a subject matter?
She's dodging it. She's already spoke on SPO's channel. Okay.
I want to hear what she has to say for herself.
She wasn't that same girl that was talking about having multiple sex partners, was she?
No, she's the one that I did the interview with. Minnie Rodriguez is. She's in my Zooms list. Okay. So it isn't like I couldn't bring her in, but I don't know how many guys would actually want her in here. And then it'd probably be what? Just calling names fest? What would that
No, well, I'd be
what that
curious
give
just to hear what. I mean, if she's gonna resort to calling names, then she'll get kicked out of the chat. But if she wants to actually have a rational discussion, I'm totally down for that.
Yeah, I don't
I want to hear.
I don't think
what
she's quite that brave.
I want her to answer my question.
Yeah, you're right, Drunk Hulk. But another thing, you mentioned the cost of living and how expensive it is to live in a lot of these big cities. One thing I'll say as a Southern person, just I've always loved the city of Dallas because the costs of living in Dallas are relatively cheap compared to a lot of other big cities in the country like LA, Miami, New York, etc. So it is possible for single men such as myself to still hold down a full-time job and have your own nice apartment and live a pretty comfortable life. But I just fear that in due time, the cost of living here in the South are going to be typical.
Well, once the meme gets out, and then you'll have all these transplants from LA or wherever moving there.
Well, they're built. Yeah, I mean the California immigration to Dallas is absolutely astonishing, and it's not astonishing in a good way. I mean, it's created a lot of jobs for construction workers. I mean, they're fucking building apartment complexes out the ass.
Where is this in? What state?
This is Dallas.
Oh, you mean it's all these out of towners are moving to Dallas now?
Yeah, there's a huge immigration from California to all the cities in Texas, Dallas, Houston, Austin. But there's also, crazy enough, there's also a lot of Muslim and Ukrainian immigration to Dallas too.
I'm Ukrainian descent, but what the hell's up with all these Ukrainians coming into this country now? What the fuck?
I don't know what's going on. I go to Walmart. I hear languages that I've never heard before in my life when I go shopping these days. It blows my mind.
Well, I'm just wondering where all these Ukrainian immigrants are coming from because, you know,
That
I
would be
think
a
they're.
really good question.
I mean, I want to say they're coming from Ukraine because last time I heard, Ukraine was a fucking shithole for the youth
yeah,
these days. I don't know though. I mean, that's
it's a different breed. We get a lot of them in the Parma area too, and because see, Parma has always been a predominantly Polish, and a lot of Ukrainians live there too. But we're getting a lot of them. I call them 747 immigrants. They're not off the boat; they're off the plane. You know.
yeah.
So I mean, I don't, and a lot of their values are different because they're from a former communist country, and they've got some of them got bad attitudes. I don't
Was
know.
it
Some of
very hostile and competitive?
some of them
I
won't
don't
even
know.
speak English.
Yeah, some of them do and some don't.
It's just it's kind of feels weird feeling that you're a stranger in your own country, a country that
Well,
once
you
used
know
to
what?
feel like it's
I mean,
yours. It's
people can make that argument. Well, it's we're all a nation of immigrants. In a way, there's a lot of hypocrisy to that because you're right. Because if you think about it, everybody at some point came to this country, whether it be, you know, you got like Irish immigrants came here in the 1850s, but there are still Irish immigrants that emigrate here now. So
yeah.
it's hard to really say, oh, you don't have a right to be here. But listen, I don't know. I don't know the country I think these Eastern Europeans, they're on a lottery system, and they're able to get in through what's called the lottery system, which means that if you have a certain skill and your dad, let's say, is a university professor, then you can bring your family here.
Yeah, I don't have any knowledge on that matter, but you could have a good point on that point.
Yeah, I'm like first generation on my dad's side, but then I'm like third generation on my mom's side as far as like the Ukrainian stuff. But I can tell you that I don't speak the language, so they're just as foreign to me. And it's weird because, I mean, if you don't speak the language, you can't really get in their culture, anyways.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing. Or if you're half, if one of your parents is a different ethnicity than the other, I find that kind of screwed me in a way.
What ethnicity are you?
So on my dad's side is partly it's like he is culturally Jewish if you go back a ways, and then my mother's side is Polish and French.
Oh, so you're a Polish Jew, right?
No, that's the weird thing. My dad's side is partly English and then partly Sephardic Jewish, and then my
Okay,
mother's side
Sephardic
is
are
Polish,
not. Yeah,
Polish and
Sephardic
French
Jews
Canadian.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sephardic Jews are actually real Jews. The Ashkenazi Jews are converts, really. That's the big controversy. But you're not allowed to say
Yes
that.
and no. Yes and no. Actually, if you might want to talk, I don't know if Mitchell's got any. He's pretty chill, kind of
Yeah,
secular, from
he's
what I know.
100%. His both of his parents are Ashkenazi Jews.
Yeah, he's pretty chill and more secular hippie, from what I know. So
Yeah.
I don't know how much knowledge he has on the subject, but there's a good book called History of the Jewish People by. He's a Gentile author, but he's very respected by a lot of Jewish historians, Paul Johnson. And
Yeah,
it
I never
turns
heard of
out
him.
that Jewish people, ironically, the half of the ancestry is from Romans, the ancient Roman people. So they're
What about him?
what was considered to be the enemy
Right, but they
the
weren't
Jewish people.
Ashkenazi Jews. I don't think Ashkenazi Jews came about until like about the 7th or 8th century. It's something like they're a Turkish Mongolian tribe. And there's a lot of controversy on this subject of the
No, but
Ashkenazis.
those are called I know what you're talking about. Those are called Bakarians, the mountain Jewish people. That's like
Well, no, there's
5% of
a
Jewish
tribe of
people.
Jews called the Khazars, and they were a Turkish Mongolian tribe that converted to Judaism in like the 7th or 8th century AD. And they decided they had to choose a religion, either Christian or Islam, and they chose. I don't know. They would have
No,
to
I know what
with
you're
all this.
talking about. That's a conspiracy theory with a little bit of truth to it, but the majority of the Khazars are Muslim people nowadays.
So you think Khazars can really have rightfully claimed the land of Israel?
I think honestly, on average, I would say Middle Eastern. They're called Mizrahi
They don't
Jews.
look. I mean,
And
they almost look.
Sorry, just a sec. The Mizrahi Jews and the Palestinians have about an equal claim each, because a lot of those Palestinians are from migrant workers who were hired by the Ottomans. So a lot, if you look at their last names, some of them came from the Gulf Arab countries.
Right.
Some
So you're
came
saying that
from
even a lot of the Palestinians are like only been there like 3 generations or so, or 4.
it's about half and half. The other half are more like the Syrians, like they've been there the whole time. You have Palestinian Jewish people, a small number,
Yeah.
something like 10,000.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's very complex.
Yeah,
I
I know
think
it is.
most people,
Ethnicity is a complex.
none
It
of
is.
us can really judge it. I think without, well, we can judge it to an extent, but without, like, I haven't been to Israel, so
I think Israel was the best invention for the Jews because it gave them a place. It gave them a place to go so they could be safer. I mean, I think it was a good idea. I think it's sad that
Right.
they're so brutal to their neighbors.
Right.
But
Well, that's the thing. A lot of the very Orthodox, they don't like the idea of Israel because they felt that it could only be that Israel, they could only create Israel once the Messiah came. That whole religious idea. But if you
yeah,
look at it from a practical standpoint, like they were almost obliterated from the earth after the Holocaust. So how can
not real.
Jewish
No, the
people
Holocaust.
realistically
There's so
trust
many more.
any?
Yeah, I don't think they were totally obliterated because there's so many survived it. I mean, they had
And
more
that's true.
survivors than died. It seems.
That's true. Something happened midway. I think in the last year they realized
Yeah.
they were going to lose, and then people got mixed orders. Some of the camps said stop putting people in the chambers. They said they're just going to treat them like work farms. And then other camps, they accelerated the deaths. They said
Yeah.
we got to kill as many people as possible. Because think about it, people didn't have cell phones back then. They didn't get the orders from their higher ups as efficiently. People would get mixed messages. These whatever, the angel of death or whatever it was, who were in charge of these camps. But no, I wasn't raised Jewish, so I was raised in an area with a lot of Jewish friends. So,
Do
yeah, so I'm not a
Jews?
Jew myself by any means.
Right.
But I guess my ancestry would be, if you put me through
Yeah.
it would show up as, there's no detection for Sephardic. Interestingly, they say Sephardic is the most mixed with European, so that would be Spanish and Portuguese. It's actually
But
a misnomer.
I would say that the Ashkenazi Jews have intermarried a lot too.
Oh, I'm sure. It is probably a lot of variants. Like, I think the one that's generally more linked to Israel would be the Mizrahi, and Mizrahi would be anything from Persian to Turkish to Lebanese Jewish, that kind of thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of Middle Eastern Jews too.
A lot of Moroccan. Like I've got a good buddy of mine who's Moroccan Jewish ancestry.
I think Paula Abdul is a Moroccan Jewish, or she's like Middle Eastern Jewish.
Iraqi. She's Canadian too. Iraqi. There are a lot of. I notice. It's so funny with Hollywood when you dig down and you notice all the obscure. A lot of these actors, they all come from like some Jewish background in some obscure part of Canada. It's always Canada. I'm like, oh my God, she's from Montreal or Winnipeg, and it's like, and America's so much more vast than we are.
Yeah. Why do so many incels, in your opinion, come out of like Canada? Like, why do you think the involuntary celibate community, why there's so many PUAs that come out of Canada?
Oh, I think it's like what Mitchell was saying. I think the economics in big cities of Canada being so expensive makes everyone super competitive and super paranoid.
So that anytime you have competition, it drives up the value of.
Oh yeah. Oh, trust me. Yeah, you got to trust me with this.
Like, I mean, is it realistic to say that if I were to go to a bar in Canada and talk to girls, that they'd just scoff you off?
I think they would
make small talk with you in a lot of cases if they've had something to drink in their system.
Yeah.
But you kind of get the sense that they're just obliged. They're making friendly conversation, and then they'll make an excuse to leave, or they'll
Yeah.
hand you give you a dummy
Oh,
number or
who
something.
exactly is procreating in Canada then? Like if you got this TFL problem with all these, who's making babies in Canada? Is it just
Filipino, a lot of Filipino immigrants, I would
yeah,
say.
because it seems like Canada's obsession is not for white people to procreate, it's to bring more immigrants in. Isn't that fucked up?
Indians, East Indians, they're doing very well. I noticed, like Asian immigrants are doing what it's like what Hell by the Dashboard Light, what Alex vents about, what he's seeing on this campus in Buffalo. It's like times 10 in Toronto. It's you never see
I don't
a
have a
white guy.
problem. I'm not afraid to talk about the racial issue. Maybe Bill is, but we have to be realistic about the fact that white males are being marginalized in this society. I mean,
Absolutely.
you can't sit there and hide this fact. We can have a black guy on our show and we can talk civilly to him, but I'm not going to sit there and hide the fact that white men are probably the most polarized by this TFL thing. It's unfortunate.
Yes, that's 100% fact.
And it just, I know a lot of black guys are living TFL too, but I have to see it for what it is. And I don't see Hispanic males having a problem with women. I don't see Asian males having a problem. I mean, I give an example. Here's how I look at it. If you were to take a blonde hair, blue eyed, beautiful woman and bring a bunch, like let's say the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders and bring them to Japan, men would be drooling all over them. But if you brought a bunch of like models from Calvin Klein, male models, the women would feel their muscles, but they're no way ever going to sleep with those guys.
No, they would take photos like it was some exotic animal.
Like it was a pet dog or something.
Yeah, exactly. And they would be there with their going home with their Asian boyfriends.
Exactly. That's exactly how Held by the Dashboard Light described it. He's right, because it's just
so many guys, like you'll see in the chat, they'll still beat the same old tired tropes that Asian women love white men because of all these XYZ dating statistics show this.
Crap.
But these dating statistics are literally 20 years or 25 years out of date. It's like 1997.
That's
right.
I mean, that's total crap.
You might see that with guys who have gone to Vietnam and then they'll have brought a bride back. But these people are like in their 50s with skin like leather. Like the guy and the guy's like some old, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you never see young.
I'll tell you one thing about Filipino women, though. If they love you, they will give you sex, and they'll do it like as it's normal. Like I talked to a couple of Filipino women, and they're like in their 30s. And the one girl I talked to, and I said, like, would we be able to have sex? She goes, well, yeah. Is that what normal people do? I mean, they're kind of like, they don't have a reservation if they like you to want to be intimate with you. If they want to, they know you're going to have a relationship with them. So I think that's one of the differences I see with Filipino women.
Did you have any intimate encounters with any women in the Philippines? I think you might have mentioned that, but I didn't.
I don't like to talk about that because I wasn't chasing prostitutes. I was with really one girl. I really don't want to get into that now because there was somebody was trolling me, but I did. I was just there to meet one girl, really.
There's
most of us
actually
guys.
nothing wrong with that,
Yeah.
There really isn't. I went to the Philippines and
I had other people telling me that like go to Angela City and all that stuff, and it's like Angela City is a place of prostitutes. It's like, and plus it's mostly fat American guys. I don't want to be around a bunch of fat American guys,
Right, because then it's guilt by association. But I feel like nowadays just being a white guy is guilt by association. Especially if you're a tall, masculine-looking guy, I think women find that scary, and they think of.
I don't think there's. I tend to think that the whole. See, to me, I kind of look at it maybe objectively because I've lived in a different era But I think that a lot of young men, they might adapt to this. I mean, like I said, I'm of the opinion that if guys are young enough and they've never had a girlfriend, they may just accept the fact that having a woman is a luxury that is afforded to only the rich and the lucky.
Yes.
I would have to
Although,
agree with that because I think Steve's statement's going to have some. Give it another 20 years, and I think that's what it's going to be like.
I mean, you will have some guys that will act out, but I think that most guys are going to just like you underestimate human beings' ability to adapt. People like look at the society we live in now, Bill. The authoritarian society. People have learned to adapt to this.
They
So
have.
why? So if they can adapt to an authoritarian society, who's to say they can't adapt to a society that deprives them of a woman? I mean, you know, I
I
just
think Steve's right on point. Okay, because societies have provenly adapted to all kinds of BS over the centuries, and I think Steve's on point. I think it's going to
and
get bigger, and it's going to become to a point where men are just going to accept the fact that they'll never have nobody, and it'll get to where that's how it is, and that's normal.
yeah,
Well, Steve, you're 100% on the money on that point because I've
yeah.
tried to speak about this TFL issue with my parents, and they're both 59 years old. You would think they would have a sense, but they don't have a clue how bad it is. They don't have a
Uh,
single clue.
Yeah, but and they've adapted to the change, and the other adaptation is your parents are going to adapt to the fact that they're not going to have grandchildren. So everyone's
It's
going
a
to have to learn to
possibility.
adapt. Yeah,
Well,
so
the
it's
thing is, my parents, I come from a Christian family, so obviously they're both Christian. When I try to, mingle my way into their brains and try to get them to see what I'm experiencing, the main assertion that I get from my father is, "Oh, well, you just need to go to church. You need to get involved with a ministry. You need to meet a nice Christian woman in church."
no,
And
no,
it's like,
because
it
no, that
doesn't work
doesn't
that
work.
way.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. And if you go to a church as a single guy, they may suspect that you're only there to meet a woman, and they might give you a hard time about it.
Exactly.
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. And I find like a lot of these, like when I grew up, I wasn't raised Jewish. Like I've only been to Catholic cathedrals and midnight mass and that kind of thing, and it was just tons of like the demographics there. A lot of immigrant families, very few single men there, from what I remember.
Well, Steve, I know that when
Like
you were growing up, you said there was a Christian singles movement in the churches, but it's died out. It doesn't even
No, yeah,
exist anymore.
they have died out. There is no Christian singles groups anymore, and that was huge in the 80s and 90s. I mean, we'd go to those; they were fun as hell. I mean, yeah, they were, and it was like girls would like come on to you right away. I mean, they would be real friendly, and you'd find it. These are the kind of girls you could wait till marriage if you wanted to, and they were really good women. But that's all changed now, and so the churches the churches today are a reflection of what's happening. The girls that go to church today, if there are such things as girls going to church, they're all products of the Tinder culture. They are.
Well, I know that in a lot of the really big community churches in Dallas, they have ministry organizations that are geared towards teenagers
Co-
and younger
yes,
singles, but the
college and
majority of
career,
it,
and yeah,
yeah, but the majority of it is just packs of women going together. They're not there to go meet men. They don't care. They
yeah,
don't. They could give a crap less about trying to socialize with men at these ministry groups.
yeah. It
It's
even the Mormons had a good thing going. But like I said, they don't. It's really horrible that it's had to get this bad because I don't understand. It seems like it would be normal that there would be enough women for men and every man would find a woman, but it just doesn't. The numbers just don't add up. Something. I mean, obviously, I've talked about the dating limbo phenomenon, but the numbers just don't seem right.
Steve, do you think if you grew up in a first generation Ukrainian immigrant family, you'd be hooked up with a woman, like
Oh
a
well,
main
yeah, you
squeeze?
would, but that's going to change once they have kids. Then those kids are going to be incel. I'll give you an example. Most of these guys living incel in Toronto, Canada, the white guys, They're
Yeah.
all Eastern European, most of them. There's first generation or second generation. Their parents came over here on a 747 in 1977, let's say, or 78.
Yes, that's a very good point. Like, I think people have either said that I look either like I get so many mixed responses. I've been told anything from French, English, Italian, Turkish, like all I so obviously that's why I was kind of given this tribal look by those groups of guys when we were traveling down through Ohio at that Waffle House. They kind of stared me down this real tribal look. So I can't really. I would never fit in a small Anglo town, but at the same time, I would be too white for a lot of these newer ethnicities coming in from the Asian countries. They would see me as a threat. So it's like I'm screwed either way. Do you get what I'm saying?
That's a good point, Drunk.
Like, because a lot of these people from these small towns, they can kind of tell if you're part of their tribe. Like you mentioned that, Steve, earlier, and it might sound like something out of a Hollywood movie, a script writer, but it's just the way it's the way we're wired or something. Like people are wired
Yeah,
that way. Maybe I don't know. What do you think?
it's not like out of a Hollywood script, because when I take family trips up to Colorado during the holiday season, and you drive through these small towns through New Mexico and far west Texas, right outside of Amarillo, you can pretty much tell who's local and who's traveling through. And the people that are local tend to have a much different aura about them than the people who are
Yes.
traveling through. It's huge. It's a huge difference.
I know in California, like Alex Ansary was living there one time. He bought a piece of or I think he was gonna buy a piece of property. It was some homestead or something, and the locals were all Hispanic people, like who had relatively nice suburban homes or cookie cutter suburban homes, and then they were battling with all these kind of poor white transient types who were living out of their little sheds and things they had built themselves,
Wow.
off the grid without. And it was really like intense, an
You
intense fight.
Speaking on one of the economical issues, in Dallas right now, well, I mean, it could be in other cities as well, but I know for a fact in Dallas, there's a huge demand for blue collared trades jobs, because a lot of these HVAC, electrician, plumber positions are not being filled now that a lot of the older men are retiring, and those positions are not being filled by the younger men, such as myself. And I think a lot of that could be TFL, because I've had my family and some friends try to encourage me to go into the trades to get a job to be an electrician, or get training to get certified in one of those fields. But to tell you the honest to God truth, I am not motivated to increase my um, career prowess, so to speak, to become a trades worker or a blue collar skilled labor worker.
Only to have to
Because
swipe 1,000 times on these apps, right?
yeah, I've already got my truck paid off. I've got my own place. I'm doing well for myself. It's just like I'm not going to be in any better position. The only difference is I'll probably be making a little bit more money than I am now.
Yeah.
But
What
it's like,
what
what's
you're
the
gonna
point
be
of me having all this shit and I'm just going to be single and fucking lonely? What's the point?
you're gonna be an basically you're gonna be an incel guy that's got a good job, and that's a lonely way to be when you make money but you have nobody to share it with.
Exactly. Exactly.
And
I
I'm
mean,
looking at you. You're not, I know you're a little scruffy with the beard and stuff, but you're not ugly. You should have
no.
a woman. And there's a lot of guys I see that look like you that have women, but those are the lucky few, or maybe the cursed.
Right. Well, I could care less, honestly, about. I mean, I keep my beard trim and I trim my mustache. I mean, I know when I'm not looking as best as I could, but I really don't have much concern for having that picture perfect Hollywood look, getting a high and tight fade on the sides like most men do nowadays. I mean, it wouldn't be hard for me to go to the barber shop and pay $40 to get a really good haircut and a really nice beard trim. But to be honest with you, Steve, I just think most women don't really give a shit whether you have, a perfect haircut and a trim, or just whether you have your hair grown out. You really don't care. I don't think it makes much of a difference,
I'm not
when it
motivated
comes
to
to the
cut my
dating
hair.
scene.
No,
I'm not either.
I've got really long hair now. Mine
No.
kind of grows outwards though. Kind of looks goofy, like almost
Yeah,
almost into an afro.
I went through a really bad stage with mine, but now that it's been like 18 months since my last haircut, it's kind of past the awkward stage and it'll just flow down now. And
The way
I'll
I
grow
look
my
at
hair
Like,
down to my
what's
ass.
the
I don't care.
point? What's the point? I know what you're saying because I felt that way too. It's like you finally get to a point where you can get a good paying job, but you see the fact that it's not going to impress a woman that you make 50,000 a year. Or let's say you're making maybe more money. If you live in Austin, you better be making 70, but you can make 70 grand a year in Boston if you do HVAC. But or I'm not Boston, but I mean Austin. But it's like, it's a shitty feeling knowing that it does not impress women that you have a job. It doesn't mean anything to them. And
Absolutely.
it's not because they can make the same amount. I don't think it's even hypergamy. I
No.
think that women are just not interested in men anymore, and we have to accept that. That's the biggest thing that I see that is so glaringly obvious with modern day women. They just are not interested in men today. They
They're
just
more
aren't.
interested in boxed wine and being with their girlfriends or whatnot, right? Or going to
Well,
the bar. They'll go to bars like you said, Steve, but they'll be sitting in their own little groups. I've seen it too in Toronto, even higher end places like restaurants. You'll see a lot of people in restaurants, like
Right.
even though you see statistics are saying more people are staying home because of the economy. You'll see a
Right.
lot of people out, but it's all these women who work in these office buildings, and they're not with men, not the lunch crowd
No, they're
yeah,
downtown.
not.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I mean, I'll be 100% honest with you, Steve, drunk Bill. I mean, if I knew for a fact that going to the barber shop to get a very nice haircut and a beard trim would astronomically help me with my dating situation, I would do it tomorrow. But the
Yeah.
fact of the matter is, I just don't see enough evidence in my personal life with everything I've observed to conclude that doing such a thing would actually help me, because I don't really think it freaking matters.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I've kind of got a bit of a high hairline, so I prefer to have my hair long.
Yeah.
But like, for the nature of my work, I don't work in an office, so and plus I'm not gonna realistically, the woman that I'm with, we're probably not gonna get married, so or anything like that, or I'm not gonna be at a wedding
Right.
anytime soon. So it's like, what incentive do I have to? I don't want to
That's the
conform.
that's just the problem. I mean, men, it's just like Steve and First have said many a times on their streams. Men just don't have any fucking incentive to want to participate in this society nowadays. I mean, you have to have a reason to work hard and contribute. And if you don't have a reason to work hard and contribute, what's the point? You might as well
And
just
you know what? I admire you. I admire you for being so blaringly honest about this because, I'm looking at you and I'm thinking, I cannot imagine a guy at the gym talking like that. I mean, we need to have more men that are honest about this subject, and we need to go forward with it and talk in the media. Like I'm like, I mean, I could see this. Like, I think that we need to explain to people why men are not motivated anymore. There's no one to love them, and there's no one on the receiving end.
Imagine striking up this conversation at the gym, Steve. Men at the gym are just
oh
super
Lord.
like standoffish. Like it's
I talk to guys at the gym, but it's like small chat, like small talk. It's like maybe how the
Right.
like the
Cavaliers.
Browns or something.
Yeah, you can talk about the Browns. You can talk about maybe the coronavirus or something. You can say small chat, but you don't want to get an in-depth conversation about women or men can't find women because if it's a married guy, he's not going to understand it, and if it's a young guy, an incel guy, he's probably going to be like, he's going to be embarrassed to even talking about it. So
Yeah,
it's
or
not.
scared. He might
Yeah.
know. He might know on some level that it's true, but he might feel scared to talk about it.
right?
Yeah.
Because I know for you, Steve, and even for me, compared to when I was in my early 20s, I'm not trying to um, impress women anymore. I know PUA is a scam. Basically, I have nothing to lose because I know this is a society is the problem, not me. So I have no problem talking to people about TFL. I've done it before.
I
Steve's,
just know that. Oh, sorry, Bill. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say Steve's cat is in the live stream and he's talking about TFL topics.
By the way, my cat is 16 years old. She's had 2 litters of kitties, and so she's never lived TFL.
That's insane. Fuck.
Is that a cat named Spunky?
No, this is Sasha. This is my other cat, Sasha. That Spunky's my lighter colored cat.
Wow, that is cool. I mean, I gotta say I love cats. I don't know what it is.
I'm
I'll be
scratching
out.
her. She just told me she's never been incel.
There you go.
I'll be out and on the go, and cats will just gravitate towards me. Like I had one follow me for an entire block, and another one jumped on my shoulder.
Yeah.
I was the one while I was delivering a parcel. One of them was jumping on my shoulder and was between houses. Like I was going between different houses.
Right.
And then people looked so amazed. They're like, "How did you get here?" Yeah. I'm like, "I don't know. She was just a friendly cat. She wanted to go on my head too."
Hayden, I feel for your pain. I know how you feel. I can almost see, and I can almost live. You're what, 28 years old?
24.
You know, it's like you're at an age where you should have lots of girls showing attention to you, at least one good one. And you, like you just say, basically you're invisible, right?
That's just what it seems. I mean, one of the things that makes it so darn frustrating sometimes is I had a lot of relatively attractive women during middle school and high school show me interest, but the crazy thing is those very same women wouldn't touch me with a 100-foot pole in today's day and age,
No.
But I mean living this bachelor life, working the full-time job, paying for the rent and all that stuff, I don't see myself living this lifestyle for very much longer unless I have a woman or a family to motivate me. I'll just be straight up honest. I'm looking
Were you the
towards.
one who said you'd want to end it after, like, if this is like goes on for another 5 or 10 years, you'd want to end your life?
Oh, I was saying that this was actually in a stream that I was in with Bill, and we were talking about how if I were to live to your age, Steve, 50 years old, and if I were still living TFL and sell at 50 years old with no hope in plain sight for any type of a future in the dating market, then I don't think I'd have any strength left to live on.
Guess
I'd probably just end it.
But you want to know something? You may adapt to it very well because, like I mean, like I said, I've had relationships in the past, but I've never been married. But here's the point: is that Bill and I will both agree that if you've been divorced or haven't dated in years, you in a way are not much different than a guy maybe that hasn't, because you understand it still gnaws on you either way. I guess the only thing I'll say about the guy that's never kissed a girl is that he maybe feels completely worthless. I mean, it's
right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
women
very
are the
thankful
gold.
that it's like I'm very thankful that I've had at least some good experiences in my past with relatively attractive women, even though I don't really experience that much anymore. I mean, it still helps you hold your head up high knowing that you've at least had some type of intimacy and success in your past,
Well,
I gotta say, making out with a woman, like kissing, the best memory I had was nighttime in a park, making out with this girlfriend of mine. We're kind of on and off, me and her, but that was better than the sex. Almost was just having a passionate kissing.
I mean, just
Honestly.
having intimate moments like that. You're right.
You've had much more meaningful connections than most people in sexless marriages probably will have for the majority of their years.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a bit of a honeymoon earlier on, but those sexless marriages, when you think of this financial stress and everything, it just seems the masses are asses.
Well, Yeah, it's like I told Bill, I'd much rather be where I am right now than to be in a toxic relationship, but I'd much rather be in a great relationship than to be single. So,
Well, I always wish that for you, Hayden. I also wish that for anybody out here. Just the
yeah,
reality is what it is. The one thing you may find out, like Dave or like Steve, as you get a little older, if you still ain't got nobody in your life, which I hope don't happen, but as the years go by, you probably figure out other ways that you'll become stronger with living,
yeah,
okay, by yourself and not having nobody. So it may not be as bad as what you're thinking, because I think Steve's onto something, and I do believe that the longer this goes on, it's going to get to a point where men are just going to think it's natural to be privileged to have a woman.
right. Well, I know Steve's mentioned it a bunch of times. I think I'm just at the point in my maturity stage as a man that I'm willing to be honest about what my intentions are for everything I do. If I go to the gym, if I work a job, if I have all of my payments paid, I realize as a man that my intention for having things the way they are in my life is so that hopefully one day I can meet a nice lady and build a
Yeah.
relationship. I'm not going to be one of these men that just says, "Oh, I want to go to the gym because I want to look good and feel good for myself." That's a lie. That is not the reason why the vast majority of men do what they do. They do it because in hopes that they can find a partner that's going to love them for life.
Yes,
I mean,
that is
it's you're not
correct.
going to you're not going to get the majority of men, unfortunately, to be completely honest about that. They'll write it off, or they just won't have a discussion with you about that in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, they'll hide it.
Yeah, like
And
most of these men, you think they really want to work all those hours to buy those big trucks and those three bedroom, three bath, three-car garage homes, all $600,000 homes, whatnot.
well,
I think most men would be perfectly like me. I'd be perfectly content staying in the sufficiency.
yeah, well, that's just it.
Well, I'm going to say the same thing too. I'm thinking that one of the advantages of being MGTOW, you're going to see a lot of men traveling around unless they pass the fucking Real ID Act and restricts your travel. That's another subject altogether. But I think there's going to be a lot of vagabond men running around the country. But here's the thing: if you have a good trade skill like air conditioning or plumbing, you're going to have work everywhere you go. So you can be as flighty as you fucking want to. Work for 3 months. It's like Dalton in the movie Roadhouse. He says, "Once the job's done, I'm walking." That's that kind of life that I dream that MGTOW men can live, where you don't have to be burdened down to a fucking career. Like, I have siblings and I have relatives, late distant relatives that all work for a company for 20, 30 years. I like being a free soaring eagle. I think the MGTOW lifestyle is going to give that to people. It's going to, if the guy
Right.
who's an air conditioning tech or a plumber or an electrician is going to be able to say, "Hey, tomorrow I live in Cleveland today. I'm going to be in Omaha in a couple days, and I'm going to start." And you can work here 3 months and just take off. And I think
Right.
that's going to be not a bad life. If there are going to be alternatives or maybe a year you might live, maybe sign a 1 year lease or 6 month lease and get the hell out. I think that that's going to be the future of this society until, I mean, they're getting their way with the population control. It's
Yeah.
working. Just women. I had this discussion with an ex-girlfriend of mine not too long ago, about in the last month or so, and I told her, and I wasn't being, me and her are good friends, and I said to her basically that one of the problems with the segregation of the marriage thing, she doesn't have any kids, this girl. And I said to her, women control whether or not a man is ever going to have children. You realize
Mhm.
women have all the power in procreation. My body, my choice. My body, my
Yeah.
choice. Well, once, if my body, my choice continues, it's all over. There's nothing you can do about it. My body, my choice means you're not going to have children. You're not going to be able to raise children and to another generation and have grandkids. So it just my and there's a fantastic book on it. I'm reading it. It's an ebook, and But I'll talk about that another time. But the point is that women control all the cards when it comes to procreation, and because they
Yes.
do, we can live without. You can live without pussy, but you can't. The human race cannot continue without some sort of proper means of procreation, and women control all of that. And if they
Right.
control all of it, there's nothing else you can do.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
there
It's a
isn't. You cannot force it on them, so you can't make it happen. But it is helping the elite, isn't it? They're getting their population
they
Oh,
raised
say
it's
again.
helping the elite because men, I like Bill. I agree with one thing. I know you get big on this big dick in a hole thing, but the thing is, I think all ultimately guys want to settle down with one good woman.
That's it. That's
right.
exactly it.
It's so bizarre. Like how you'll see some of these extreme, f- more sort of feminist leaning YouTube channels or feminist figures in the media who are like, my body, like they'll be super defensive over my body, my choice. What is a threat against a woman's body in the West? If you think about it, I mean, she's got birth control, or she's on SSRIs, antidepressants. Um, then I don't really see any threat to women's bodies in the West. I mean,
I think it's all
unless you
just
believe Annika talking about all these guys going around on bicycles and
Yeah, right.
it's
like,
a
isn't
lot
it
of men,
more the men's bodies at risk? Like if you get
pretty
a woman
much.
pregnant.
You know,
What it is that they feel that if they don't want to have kids, they don't want them, and there's nothing you can do about this. I mean, this is one thing that if men had at least a means of getting surrogate mothers to carry their kid, or they could maybe, if there was an artificial womb, men could at least say, okay, well, I'm not going to have a woman to have sex with. At least I can procreate and leave my offspring. But men don't have that option. They don't, and sperm banks are no good either. Here's why: sperm banks are very discriminatory. They only are going to, sperm is so cheap that they only want the best sperm. So if they're going to take a
mm,
man's sperm, they want a tall guy, particularly Anglo-Saxon, over 6 foot tall, high IQ. They will not take an ugly Jewish guy's sperm. They're very discriminatory toward whose semen they take, and it's sad, but that's how it is. Sperm banks, the sperm is so cheap. I mean, this is one thing I will disagree with you, Bill, about. You used to always say, last time I heard, it takes a man to make a woman. That's true, Bill, or to make a baby. But sperm is so cheap, Bill, that men are almost irrelevant at this point.
Well,
Think
Could you
about this.
imagine? Could you imagine, Steve?
unfortunately, I can agree with you, Steve, because reality is nowadays, I think they've even got it down to a pat where they can create this shit in a military lab and put a baby together and they don't even really need it.
Well, not even that, but you could have, for example, say some female YouTuber, and maybe she's got like 2,000 subscribers. She could be having a live stream where she auctions the opportunity for all these TFL guys to send their sperm to her, and they have to pay for it. So the highest bidder is and once she approves, that's whose sperm she's gonna, you know,
that's,
take
Yeah.
I
on.
mean,
It would be you'd have guys like for the chance for them to procreate. They'd be
I
paying
would say
eight,
most
nine, ten
men,
grand.
most men would put their semen in a jar and send it to a woman if they knew they could at least get the opportunity to procreate. That's how bad it is. I mean, it's like I think that we have to be realistic and understand that this is the reality that's going to happen, and we're living in it right now. And that basically is that there's most men are not going to procreate, and most
yeah,
women are not going to procreate. You got half the white women on they're not going to procreate.
Well,
I
I know
don't this
my
Yeah.
sperm is worthless. I mean, I'm tall and I'm pretty much Eastern Europe, Polish looking. So
well,
right
I'm
Well,
of,
there,
you're
that's a
yeah.
huge strike against me.
you know, I'm 6'1" and I'm of Scottish German descent, but I really don't think it makes much of a difference.
Doesn't it used to make a difference, and I guess
Yeah.
it don't make any difference now.
No,
It's
Well,
weird.
Oh
nowadays,
no.
nowadays just being born a man is like a crime.
Yeah.
You know, Steve, you made a really interesting point. It wouldn't entirely be a terrible idea, the thought of men being able to procreate with an artificial womb if they were willing to take on the responsibility of raising their children as a single father with no baby mama, obviously.
Yeah, but there's
But
that option is not on the
it,
table.
No,
exactly.
sure isn't.
I don't think they
It's
would
not.
ever
I
make that
mean,
an option.
that option is not there because there is no artificial woman. That's just propaganda, just like the sex dolls. There's not going to be a sex doll to replace
Yeah,
a
the
real woman.
sex bot. No, there
No.
isn't. I've heard some complete BS on this about sex bots that have an artificial womb. Well, that's a nice dream you're having. Can I pinch you and wake you up?
Well, even if it did exist, the cost would probably be so high most men wouldn't be able to access it anyways.
Yeah, I believe it's nothing but a psyop. It won't never exist. It's to give false
Yeah.
hope. That's all it's about, giving false hope again.
I do believe Steve is right to a point, though, that men are perfectly well capable of adapting to this situation. I mean, all throughout history, cultures and tribes have adapted to a lot of different hardships, and this is just another form of hardship that we might just have to put up with and learn how
What
to
I
be
resent,
positive.
what I resent, Hayden, though, is our society won't talk about it. God
Yeah.
bless it, damn it. I'm sick and tired of the fact that this subject is taboo. If society talked about it and said, "Hey, this is just the way things are going to be," it would be painful, but it might be more relieving. But they don't want to talk about it. They want to, and they want to lie about it. They want to shame you about it. Well, no, you're not good enough. You're not doing this enough. In reality, it's got nothing to do with you. It's a societal problem. It's got nothing to do with you personally.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
And if it was all about you not being good enough, then how come there's men who aren't anywhere near close to you in terms of accomplishments or career status who are able to somehow have a bunch of different children with different mothers?
Oh yeah, like homeless guys living out of Greyhound bus lockers. Like I'm serious. Like the full on tweak. I'll see full on tweakers with like patchy little beards on their neck. Like they don't even have a proper beard like you do, Hayden. They've got like no jaw to speak of, bug eyes. Like they look very effeminate and wimpy, and no hygiene whatsoever. They talk about, oh, you gotta take a shower, bro. These guys with these women with them, they have no. They'll just do the Italian shower, the Febreze or whatever, with no. They won't shower for days. You think
You're
they?
absolutely right.
And
I
the
see
women, it's the wounded bird thing. If they see an effeminate looking guy, they'll flock to them.
It is. It's wounded bird theory. That's a lot of it. I see these freaking goofballs all the time of all races with wives, girlfriends, kids, and it's just like,
You can see
man.
why Alex gets infuriated. Like today, I was seeing nothing but these oofy doofy couples. A lot of them are Indian guys with Indian girls. I've seen Asian guys with fairly attractive Indian girl.
Yeah.
I've seen, of course, all the attractive Asian women are with Asian guys. I saw one white guy with a girl today.
There's a
She
few.
was either Eastern European or Jewish. I couldn't tell, and she looked just as attractive as he did. So they stood out because it was a normal couple.
You know what? That would be an interesting thing to see how often you see a pregnant white woman, which is very rare nowadays, and how often you see a white guy with a white girl. It's almost unheard of.
I wish I had taken a video of what I saw today. I walked down one of the busiest streets in the city. I saw one white couple, one black couple. The rest it's like East Indian couples and Asian couples. I mean, Toronto is still majority white. People don't realize that. It's
I
a lot
don't
of
believe
Eastern
that. I
European.
don't believe that for a minute. Toronto is
Depends
majority
on
white.
it
I
depends
find
on
it
the
hard
neighborhood.
to believe.
It depends on the neighborhood because you've got a lot of, the old stock Irish, French. Then you've got the older stock Italian tend to stick together. The Sicilians stick together. The Calabrian people stick together. You've got
Yeah, but the way I look at it, it seems like it's mostly Indians and Chinese that are in Toronto.
yeah. That's probably together. That's about 30. 7.38%, which is a huge.
That's
Like there's
huge.
nowhere. Yeah, it's very noticeable, and they're all
Steve,
doing very well. You know,
yeah,
they look happy. A lot of them have families.
it's incredibly rare to see white couples in the younger age bracket. I mean, the vast majority of the white couples I see where I live, at least, it's the older boomers or the Gen Xers. But as far as
Yes.
seeing white men and white women that are my age or drunk Hulk's age, it's extremely rare. I saw a pregnant white woman when I was at Walmart during the week, but lo and behold, what kind of a guy was she with?
Well,
Overweight, fat goofball. Not a Chad. Not a Chad.
The only time I see pregnant white women is when they're lower class white women. And I just ran into one the other day, and she was nice to me. I wasn't judging her, but she was a cashier at a place, and obviously she doesn't have money. She's making probably minimum wage, and no, you don't see pregnant women much. I mean, it's bizarre. It's like there is like a blackout on this issue. I would say probably 50% of the women are probably never going to get or have children either. I don't think it's like 80% of women have children, only 20% men. I really believe that 50 to 60% of women of the whites will not have children. I really think it's going to be 50% because you got to understand. I mean, if the poor may have the children, but it might be close to 50 to the women that won't have children either.
Yeah, and I think there's lots of reasons behind that outside of TFL. We have a lot of guys sperm count that's dying off, and we have a lot of women who spend a long time trying to get pregnant and can't. Okay,
Well,
not even counting TFL, that shit's going on. And it's because of the stuff we're putting on our bodies.
I mean, I figure that if things don't work out with this woman I've been seeing, and I'll probably plunge into another decade of TFL. I don't think I've seriously thought about offing myself, but I might end up just gorging myself. I'm vegetarian, so I end up often eating a lot of junk food. It's kind of like a comfort eating. I may end up just gorging on so much junk food that I kick that does me in ultimately. And probably probably a couple of years before Nancy Pelosi does her grand, everybody's shedding their crocodile tears for her.
Yeah. Well,
I
guys,
wouldn't blame you, drunk.
Well, guys, we've been up here almost 5 hours, so I'm gonna get out of here. But hey, I do appreciate the show tonight, and Steve, I think I'll do you the favor and leave the backdrop up for a couple of shows.
It'd be interesting to hear what Minnie would have to say for herself if she could have an honest discussion with
I
Steve,
don't know.
or maybe a couple others.
She kept flipping it. She never came on Zoom, and she kept flipping it that if you guys want to talk to her, come on a live stream. You have to go to Espio's channel to do so, okay? And then she threw a statement in she shouldn't have thrown in, so I took her out.
Has she been consistent? Like, has she been consistent on her viewpoints, or has she flipped the script?
She flips back and forth. If you watch her, she goes back and forth. And tonight she was doing nothing but trolling. Okay, but
I thought you got along with her. Didn't you talk to her for a while?
Well, we did, but she's been going back and forth. And then tonight she was slamming the hell, which I didn't really care until she brought up the point that I'm on disability collecting government's money because I'm lazy and shit. When she started throwing that shit,
She knows nothing about your character, Bill. Nothing.
Exactly. When she
That's
said
the
that
strong
shit,
man narrative. She's probably a paycheck away from homelessness herself, and
Yeah.
she's putting on that strong man narrative like all these Trump voters. I'm not saying all Trump voters are bad, but I'm saying there's a big contingent of these.
Yeah,
a lot of
but with me, you gotta understand that hits a little bit too low to the belt because I'm not working, yes, but I'm not working because of not my choice. I'm not working because of what happened with my health.
Yeah, but that's none of her. It's none of her damn business what you do, Bill.
Until she walks in your shoes, Bill. Right? Until
she doesn't walk in your shoes.
No,
and
she
I don't
doesn't.
understand how does a woman who came from a oppressive religious background not have sympathy for other people? Because what it sounds to me that she's doing is she's had a rough life, and instead of sympathizing with people that have also had a rough life, she attacks them. That makes no sense.
Yes. Now I would agree with what you're saying. So I took her out. I removed her again just because of that, because there's just no call for that. You want to throw insults, that's one thing, but you don't know the first thing about my life, and you're not going to go there with me without me saying bye, get on out of here. So, she didn't want to come in anyhow. Everybody was encouraged her, come in, get in there with us. I would have brought her in if she'd come at me on Zoom and said, okay, I'm coming in, right? I'd brought her in, okay, but she didn't do that. She's offline on Zoom, and she made it clear that if Hayden wants to talk to her, she says you can come to SBO's channel tomorrow, and she'll have a respectful talk with you. So she says.
Anything
Okay, well,
else? Yeah.
I'm being honest. I'm not trolling her. I'm not trying to be a dick. If she wants to have a serious, honest discussion, I will have that with her.
Yeah, so that's where she told us to come. Okay, so I left it at that. So, but I'm gonna get out of here because we're right at the 5 hour point almost. So it's getting late where you're at as well, right? Or early.
Hey Steve,
Oh,
I'll
buddy,
send
yeah,
you my
253.
Hey
253 Eastern.
Steve, I'm gonna send you my email so you can add me on Zoom.
That'll work, guys. Okay, I think Steve heard you there.
All right.
And I'm gonna truck on out of here, and we will all talk later. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Bill.
Yep.
Good chatting with you guys.
Okay, you guys later.
Hopefully we'll have a good chat again sometime.
Oh yeah, we
All
will.
right.
Yep. Bye bye.
Cheers,
You guys
guys.
have